There are places where evil doesn't hide in the shadows. It stands in broad daylight, waiting for you to arrive. And once you cross that invisible line, every mile behind you begins to feel impossibly far away. Stephen King's Desperation draws you into one such place, a forgotten desert town where fear wears a human face and survival becomes a battle of both faith and will. Inspired by King's fascination with the desolate highways of the American West and the unsettling feeling that the emptiest places can conceal the darkest secrets, the story transforms isolation into something deeply unsettling. First published in 1996, Desperation became an international bestseller, contributing to Stephen King's remarkable legacy of more than 400 million books sold worldwide. The master behind unforgettable stories like The Shining, It, Misery, and The Green Mile, King has spent decades redefining modern horror. In 2006, Desperation was adapted into a television film, bringing its haunting nightmare to the screen. What you're about to experience is a third-person retelling of the story. Not a word-for-word reading, but a cinematic journey through its unforgettable moments. The visuals in this video are created using today's technology. They may not always perfectly match every scene from the story, but they are designed to help you visualize the world and atmosphere as you listen. As you travel deeper into this nightmare, you'll also discover fascinating facts, adaptation trivia, and behind-the-scenes stories that reveal how this chilling world came to life. The story begins. The first shock came when Mary spotted something on the speed limit sign, her voice sharp with disgust. She refused to let Peter turn back, insisting the sight of a dead cat nailed there made her sick. Peter, who had been looking elsewhere, tried to piece it together, asking if it was white, maybe the work of desert weirdos like their friends had warned them about. Mary described it as tiger-striped, her unease deepening as she questioned why anyone would live in such a barren, isolated place. Peter tried to ease the tension with a joke, but her mind was elsewhere, lost in the memory of her miscarriage and a persistent, creeping dread. He admitted the vastness of the desert and the oppressive sky were starting to get to him, too. An urbanite's agoraphobia gnawing at the edges of his composure. A flash of chrome in his mirror pulled his attention to a police car, closing fast from behind, sun glaring off its grille. He pulled over to give it room, and it blasted past, rocking their car, leaving only a fleeting glimpse of a desk decal. But then its taillights flickered, and the cruiser slowed, swinging into the westbound lane, forcing Peter to brake hard, his confusion turning to a cold knot of fear. Mary sensed the wrongness, her alarm growing as the cruiser seemed to play a slow, deliberate game, dropping to a crawl and forcing them to pass. Peter saw the words, "Desperation Police," on the decal as they drew alongside, and the driver was just a hulking shadow behind the dusty glass. As they pulled ahead, the cruiser fell in behind them, and finally the blue lights came on. The sinking feeling in Peter's stomach told him this was no random stop. It was exactly what he had dreaded. Peter's dread crystallized as Mary's nails bit into him, her frantic protest a distant buzz. He was being pulled over, and the sheer size of the figure emerging from the cruiser was staggering. A giant in a Smokey Bear hat, his bulk seeming to swallow the light. The cop's empty hands, devoid of any citation book, sent a spike of pure alarm through Peter. He tried to rationalize it as a routine stop, a quota to fill, but the unease was a cold weight in his gut. As the officer approached and crouched to their window, Peter felt exposed under his emotionless gray gaze. A faint whiff of Old Spice cut through the desert air. The cop's scrutiny of the car's interior was unsettlingly clinical, like an appraisal of livestock. When the conversation turned to the car's ownership and the discrepancy in names, Mary's explanation was steady, but Peter could feel the tension vibrating through her hand. The cop's response was a curt, almost involuntary sound. "Tack!" that struck Peter as alien and wrong. Then the question came, would he step out of the car? A simple request that felt like a sentence. Peter's mind reeled, a confusing swirl of childhood fear and adult dread. He looked at the officer's face, then up as the man rose to his full, intimidating height. The command was no longer a question, but a blunt order, stripping away Peter's fragile composure. Peter obeyed, stepping out into the baking sun on legs that felt disconnected from his body. The cop's massive frame loomed over him, and a terrifying flash of violence, his own death, Mary's assault, seared through his mind before he could suppress it. He demanded an explanation, his voice dry and strained, but the officer simply ordered him to the rear of the car. The relief was almost dizzying when the cop pointed out the missing license plate. A mundane problem. Peter called to Mary, who confirmed they had stopped in Fallon. The cop, squatting with an eerie, fluid grace, produced a sheared-off screw, suggesting local troublemakers had stolen the plate while they were inside. Peter's panic began to recede, replaced by a shaky gratitude. The cop offered a solution. Move the front plate to the back. When Mary mentioned the toolkit in the trunk, Peter felt a surge of normalcy. He thanked the officer, who dismissed it with a quiet, "Just doing my job." Peter walked back to the driver's side, telling himself the earlier fear was nonsense, a product of the desert's oppressive weirdness. Then, as he opened the trunk and lifted the spare tire, Mary gasped. The cop's voice, mild and curious, cut through the air. "Oh, hey, what's this?" Peter turned, and his fragile sense of relief shattered as he saw what they were looking at in the spare tire. Well, a large, sealed baggie packed with a greenish-brown substance. The cop's eyes, once empty, now held a glint of grim recognition. The sight in the trunk well turned Peter's blood to ice. A gallon-sized baggie, stuffed with what looked like marijuana, sat where the spare tire had been. For a sickening second, the world tilted, and he clung to the desperate hope that this was a nightmare. The cop's empty gaze confirmed his worst fears, and a cold, visceral dread seized him, making him feel hollow and weak. As the cop pulled out the baggie, Peter's mind raced to his sister Deirdre. Her carefree stone lifestyle, the Mr. Smiley Smile sticker plastered on the bag, a mocking symbol of her irresponsibility. He had searched the car for stashes before leaving Portland, but neither he nor Mary had thought to check under the spare tire. Now that oversight felt catastrophic. The cop, with a chillingly methodical calm, produced a knife and slit the bag, sniffing its contents to confirm his suspicion. Peter and Mary both stammered explanations, but the cop was unmoved, his voice rising only slightly to cut through their protests. The demand for the car keys was a final crushing blow. Mary began to cry, and Peter, feeling disembodied, handed them over. The cop announced they were coming with him, and in his bright, dead eyes, Peter saw no room for argument. The world had narrowed to this terrifying moment, the desert road stretching endlessly behind them, their lives now in the hands of this implacable giant. The back of the cruiser was a cramped, cluttered space, the seat warped by the giant officer's weight. Peter's knees were pinned painfully against the front seat, and the mesh partition and lack of interior door handles made him feel like a prisoner in a movie. He fought the urge to plead his case, to explain his academic credentials, and insist he was a good man who didn't use drugs. The impulse felt futile, yet it was almost impossible to suppress. He looked at Mary, her face streaked with tears, and felt a wave of shame for his self-centered thoughts. He tried to reassure her with a kiss and a whispered promise that they would straighten everything out. She clung to the hope, asking for his word of honor, and he gave it, though his own conviction was crumbling. The cop returned, his massive weight shifting the car as he got in, and they pulled away from the Acura. Mary, desperate, began to plead their case to the back of the cop's head, insisting the car belonged to her sister-in-law, a pothead who had left the dope in the trunk. Peter tried to stop her, but she shook him off, her voice rising with fear and frustration as she tried to make the officer understand their innocence. Mary's frustration boiled over, her voice cracking as she refused to be trapped in a police station or jail cell because of her sister-in-law's carelessness. Peter, his knees still painfully wedged, watched a disabled RV loom ahead. Its tires all flat, its door unlatched, a doll lying abandoned in the dirt. A chill ran through him as the cop drove past without a second glance, as if the scene was already accounted for in his mad logic. Mary continued her desperate argument, trying to reason with the officer through the rearview mirror, but her words were cut short by a venomous command to be silent. She recoiled, shocked, as the cop calmly announced he was arresting them for possession with intent to sell. Then, in a flat, robotic voice, he recited their rights, slipping in a chilling declaration that he was going to kill them. Peter and Mary exchanged a look of pure horror. When they didn't respond immediately, the cop erupted, his face contorted, screaming at them and demanding they acknowledge their rights, his eyes bulging as blood dripped from his bitten lip. Peter shouted back, begging him to watch the road, and the cop's demeanor shifted back to an unsettling calm. He boasted of having eyes everywhere, then fell silent, leaving Peter to hold Mary's trembling body, the plastic bear on the dashboard nodding mockingly. All Peter could hear was the echo of the cop's earlier hollow pronouncement. "I see holes like eyes. My mind is full of them." The subsequent minutes unraveled with excruciating slowness for Peter. Each tick of his watch seemed to amplify the crushing weight of the policeman against his knees, the pressure escalating until his lower legs first prickled with pins and needles, then went entirely numb. His feet felt like dead weight, and a cold fear gripped him that he wouldn't be able to stand if the ride ever ended. His bladder throbbed with a dull ache, and his head pounded. The logical part of his mind screamed that he and Mary were in mortal peril, but a strange, protective short circuit in his brain prevented him from fully grasping the reality of their situation. He clung to the mundane, the familiar, their planned return to New York, the expectations of friends, the idea of someone watering their plants, as if holding on to these ordinary thoughts could tether him to a world where this nightmare simply could not be happening. A nudge from Mary drew his attention to her window. He followed her gaze to a road sign that simply stated "Desperation," with an arrow pointing right. The police cruiser turned, taking the corner faster than was comfortable. The car began to tip, and Peter saw Mary suck in a breath ready to scream. He acted on instinct, clamping a hand over her mouth and whispering a reassurance he didn't entirely feel, hoping the driver could handle the turn. His heart hammered until he felt the vehicle's rear end slide and then finally gripped the pavement again. Moments later, they were racing south on a narrow patch blacktop that lacked any center line. A mile on, they passed another sign, a welcome placard that had been crudely vandalized. The original greeting for church and civic organizations had been partially obscured by ragged yellow letters spelling out "Dead Dogs." Peter barely registered the list of organizations below, his attention snagged by the horrifying spectacle hanging from the sign itself. A German shepherd, its body suspended, its rear paws swinging in a slow, morbid pendulum above a patch of ground dark and wet with blood. Mary's hands clamped onto his like a vice, and he welcomed the pressure, the solidness of her terror. He leaned in, breathing in the familiar sweetness of her perfume undercut by the sharp, sour scent of her fear. He whispered a desperate instruction to stay silent, to make no sound, and felt her nod against his lips before he straightened up. They rolled past a trailer park. The flimsy homes looked worn and faded, their age showing in peeling paint and sagging roof lines. Sparse, despondent laundry flapped in the hot wind. One trailer sported an aggressive, defiant sign. An old Airstream near the road bore a large satellite dish, and another sign, its white paint streaked with rust like dried blood. Next came a long Quonset hut with a sign for the Desperation Mining Corp., its parking lot dotted with cars and pickups. They passed a cafe, and then they were in the town proper. Desperation was a sparse collection of businesses around a single intersection where a blinker light flashed yellow in all directions. The buildings mostly had false fronts, giving them a cheap, theatrical air. There was a casino cafe, a grocery, a laundromat, a bar promising slot hospitality, and hardware and feed stores. One dilapidated building was an old movie theater, the American West, its marquee dirty and battered with only a single crooked R remaining. Nothing moved except a cruiser and a single tumbleweed that loped lazily down the main street. Peter thought, with dark humor, that he'd hide too if he saw this guy coming. Beyond the town, the land rose into an enormous curving rampart, at least 300 feet high, its face crisscrossed with deep runoff trenches that looked like wrinkles on ancient skin. A wide gravel road climbed to the top in switchbacks. At the base of what Peter assumed was some sort of mining crater, toy-like trucks huddled by a long building with conveyor belts at each end. The driver spoke up for the first time, identifying the pit as Rattlesnake No. 2, the China Pit, and giving a breezy tour guide history of its past glory and recent reopening with new technology. But Peter saw no activity, just the clustered trucks and a lone pickup parked by the road. The conveyors were still. The cop drove them through the center of town, and as they passed under the blinker, Mary's hand squeezed his urgently. He followed her gaze down the cross street to see 3 bicycles set upright in a row, their wheels spinning in the gusty air like windmill blades. Her eyes were wide and wet. He squeezed her hands back and made a quiet shushing sound, trying to calm her. Their captor, with a small irony, signaled a turn and pulled into a freshly paved parking lot bordered by brick. It was a clean, orderly space with spray-painted lines. One sign on the rear wall asked for the lot to be respected, a request Peter found almost comically quaint compared to the aggressive warnings he'd expect in New York. There were a few cars, including a marked fire chief's wagon and another police cruiser. The driver parked in a handicapped space. He cut the engine and sat in silence for a moment, head bowed, his large fingers drumming a restless rhythm on the steering wheel. Mary broke the quiet first, her voice trembling as she begged for their lives. The cop dismissed her plea with a vicious slur and told her to be quiet. Peter, his own voice tinged more with anger than fear, corrected the cop's assumption about their religion. A brief, stunned silence followed before the cop finally grabbed his hat and got out. Peter watched him adjust the hat, noting how his shadow had shortened in the afternoon sun. A glance at his watch showed it was just before 2:30. Only an hour ago, his biggest concern had been whether his Rolaids would last the trip. Now the cop opened their door and ordered them out. They slid out, standing in the blistering heat, looking up at the immense uniformed figure before them. The cop gave them curt instructions to walk to the front of the municipal building, his manner suggesting more of a performance than a genuine order. He again made a comment about their supposedly Jewish appearance. Mary started to protest, but was cut off with a warning. They walked, their footsteps echoing loudly on the fresh tar. Peter found his mind drifting to the little plastic bear on the cop's dashboard, wondering about its origin and noting the absence of a wedding ring. A monotonous squeaking sound drew his attention. He looked up to see a weather vane on a bar's roof, a leprechaun with a pot of gold, spinning rapidly in the wind. The cop, with a resigned yet condescending air, directed them to turn left. They came to a set of stone steps leading up to the old brick municipal building, its modern tinted glass doors a stark contrast to the faded facade. He read the list of town offices on the doors. The cop stopped at the foot of the stairs, looking at them with a strange curiosity that bide the brutal heat. He wasn't sweating. The weather vane continued its monotonous metallic squeak. He addressed Peter by name, his tone contemplative, then asked a strange, non-sequitur question about a Paul and a song, leaving Peter completely bewildered. Then he opened the door. The confirmation of their names was met with a bizarre, almost playful question from the cop. He asked about a Paul, referencing folk songs, his tone light and pleasant as the rusty weather vane squeaked behind them. Peter was utterly lost. The cop then opened the door, and a wave of cool, conditioned air washed over Peter's face. A brief, welcome sensation that was instantly shattered by Mary's scream. Peter's eyes adjusted to the gloom, and he saw it. The body of a young girl, maybe 6 years old, sprawled at the foot of the stairs inside. She lay half-propped against the steps, one hand thrown back, her straw-colored hair in pigtails, her eyes wide and unseeing, her head twisted at an unnatural angle. The connection was immediate and horrifying. This was the owner of the doll they'd seen abandoned at the RV. The cheerful promise of the 4 happy wanderers was a cruel lie. The cop seemed almost amused by his own forgetfulness, commenting on the girl as if she were a misplaced item. Mary, hysterical, tried to flee back down the steps, but the cop caught her and shoved her inside, past the dead child. Peter started after his wife, and the cop grabbed him too, putting a friendly arm around his shoulder. For a moment, Peter felt a flicker of hope, a belief that the man's sanity might have returned. He registered the pressure against his stomach, mistaking it for the cop's finger, recalling his father's habit of poking him for emphasis. The truth dawned only when Mary shrieked in terror. Peter began to protest, but the cop, with a chillingly casual dismissal of his heritage, pulled the trigger of the massive pistol pressed against him. The shots were muffled, but their impact was immediate. A searing heat tore through Peter's chest and radiated down his legs. He heard the wet sound of his own blood hitting his shoes, and Mary's screams faded to a distant echo. His last coherent thought was a desperate, delusional hope that he would wake up in his own bed. Then darkness swallowed him, his final impression being the image of the little plastic bear on the dashboard, its painted eyes turning into empty, bottomless holes. Ralph Carver was pulled from a deep, resisting blackness by a distant, piercing scream. He tried to burrow deeper, to escape the physical pain that awaited him, a crushing headache and the sickening knowledge of something terrible that had happened. Hands seized him and shook him, sending bolts of agony through his skull. His wife's voice, urgent and frightened, called him to wake up. Then, shocking him into full consciousness, came the sound of gunshots, 3 in quick succession, then a 4th. He sat up, disoriented, his head feeling impossibly large and throbbing, a sticky substance caked on the side of his face. He saw his wife, her one eye wild and frantic, the other lost in a swollen, discolored bruise. Trying to stand, his knees gave way, and he pitched forward onto his hands and knees. The movement only worsened the pain in his head. Looking down at his hands through tangled hair, he saw they were streaked with blood. The left one far worse. And then the memory crashed into him. A terrible poison firework in his mind. His daughter, Kirsten. She hadn't fallen down the stairs. She had been pushed. The madman who had brought them here had pushed her. He saw it all again in a flash. Ellie reaching for her, being punched in the face. Kirsten tumbling down the stairs. The awful sound of a branch snapping under ice, and the terrible instant change in her posture as she came to rest at the bottom, her head cocked at an impossible angle. He screamed, a raw anguish cry that tore from his throat as the full weight of what had happened settled on him. Fresh blood pattered onto his hand from a wound above his eye. He tried to piece together what had happened to him, but the memory was gone, fragmented and useless. He only remembered his daughter's fall and her final broken stillness. Ellie tugged at him, pleading for him to get up. His son, David, called out from somewhere nearby, asking if his father was okay, noting the fresh blood. Ralph forced himself to his feet, one foot planted, and struggled upright with his wife's help. His vision was impaired, his balance shot. He asked a question he dreaded the answer to, his voice a choked, dead thing in his throat. Ellie confirmed his worst fear. Kirsten was dead. They were in a jail cell. He lunged for the bars and grabbed them, looking out at a sparse, almost theatrical room. A central desk with a shotgun and shells, a chair with a faded pillow, and a light fixture encased in mesh. The dead flies inside it cast grotesque shadows. He could see David in the cell across from them, with a white-haired man who sat with his head in his hands. His son turned toward the open door and the stairs, from which a woman screaming could still be heard, but the old man did not move. Ellie came to stand beside him, and he took her hand. Then there were heavy footfalls on the stairs and the sounds of a scuffle. Someone was being brought up, and she was fighting every step of the way. The woman, disoriented and desperate, was shoved into the room. She stumbled across the floor with an almost balletic awkwardness before colliding with the central desk, the impact hard enough to slide it backward. In the cell opposite, Ralph's son, David, erupted into a frantic bird-like shriek, jumping and pointing at the shotgun on the desk, urging her to grab it and shoot. The white-haired man in the cell with David finally looked up, his face a worn, leathery map with deep, watery eyes, and echoed the boy's command. Ralph's own wife, Ellie, joined the chorus, her voice thick with grief and rage, reminding the woman that their daughter was already dead. The woman, hearing the heavy footsteps on the stairs, turned and grabbed the weapon. For Mary, the decision was made in a flash of memory. The cop, during his mockery of a Miranda warning, had bluntly stated his intention to kill them. He had meant it. He had just murdered her husband in cold blood. Now she swung around, the big blonde cop standing in the doorway, his eyes a dead bright gray. He ran at her, boots pounding on the hardwood, but she stepped back, retreating toward the large, empty cell, pulling back both hammers of the shotgun. She raised it to her shoulder, offering no warning. He had killed Peter. He deserved no warning. Ralph's mind, despite the chaos and his own physical agony, flashed back to a time that felt like a lifetime ago. They had been 4 happy wanderers from Ohio, heading for Lake Tahoe. He had planned a vacation of careful gambling, sticking to his strict rules of loss and profit. They had been to Nevada before. Once they'd even come back with a substantial win, allowing them to stay in hotels instead of camping. During their planning, he had worried Ellie might be tired of casinos, suggesting California, Mexico, or Texas. She had shot down each idea, insisting on Tahoe's cool weather and the kids' love for it, and reaffirming her trust in his gambling discipline. So he had made the reservations, and today, on the loneliest highway in America, the trip had been going smoothly. Kirsten played with her doll, Ellie napped, and David read the Bible given to him by his new minister friend, a habit Ralph found peculiar but harmless. He had been about to suggest a game of 20 questions to break the boredom when the steering wheel suddenly went mushy in his hands, and the drone of the tires turned into a frantic flapping sound. David asked if everything was okay, and Ralph, knowing it wasn't, told him to hold on and began pumping the brakes, bracing for a rough landing. Now, watching the dazed woman who might be their only hope, Ralph understood how naive that thought had been. He had no idea what rough truly was. Yet he joined his son's desperate cry, screaming for her to shoot, his voice raw and cracking. Mary, having raised the shotgun, saw the cop charging. He was in the cell to her, right next to a man with a black eye that was a spreading bruise of ink, and an even worse man whose face was caked with dried blood. The cop ran at her, and she stepped back, pulling the hammers back with her thumb, then brought the gun to her shoulder. She was not going to warn him. Ralph's mind, in a desperate attempt to escape the present horror, replayed the moment before it all went wrong. He had wrestled the RV off the road, all its tires flat, and brought it to a stop. He'd handled the blowout well, not even toppling the vase of flowers they'd picked that morning in Ely. David had praised his driving, and Ellie had woken up disoriented, asking about the tilt of the vehicle. Then he had seen the police car in his mirror, its lights flashing. It had stopped, and the largest cop he'd ever seen had jumped out, gun drawn, scanning the area before giving them a clear, urgent signal to stay inside. He had told Ellie to lock the doors, and she had done so, asking what was happening. He had watched the cop pick up a spiky strip from the road, its surface twinkling, and carry it to his car, his gun still raised. It was only later that Ralph would understand how staged the entire performance had been. His daughter, Kirsten, oblivious to the danger, had started a silly song and bopped her doll against her mother's rear. The little girl's mother spoke sharply, a tone that usually required several repetitions before Kirsten would obey. This time, however, something in the woman's voice made the child freeze mid-bounce. She turned to her brother, who was studying his side mirror with an intensity that matched the adult's fixation on the father's mirror. She tried to clamber onto his lap, but he set her back on her feet with a firm gentleness, murmuring that now wasn't the time. She pressed him about what was happening, what the big deal was, but he deflected her question, his attention locked on the reflective glass. Outside, the officer had returned to his cruiser and pulled it alongside the RV. He stepped out again, weapon still drawn but now lowered against his leg, muzzle aimed at the ground. After a cautious survey of the surroundings, he approached the driver's window. Even though Ralph sat high in the captain's chair, the cop's imposing height, well over 6.5 feet, allowed him to look down into the vehicle. A cranking gesture from the officer prompted Ralph to lower his window partway. The exchange was clipped and urgent. The cop demanded to know how many were inside, cutting off Ralph's attempt to question him about the problem. When Ralph answered that there were 4 of them, his wife, 2 children, and himself, and mentioned the flat tires, the officer corrected him. All the tires were flat, the result of running over a strip of mesh embedded with hundreds of nails, a device used to stop speeders. The mother spoke up, indignant about such a thing being left in the road. The cop didn't engage her question directly, instead instructing them to exit the vehicle and get into the back of his cruiser quickly. He spotted the little girl peeking from behind her mother's leg and offered a friendly greeting, which she returned with a shy smile. He acknowledged the boy with a nod, and the boy nodded back, wary. When the boy asked who was out there, the cop explained that a dangerous man with a rifle was nearby, and that the highway carpet suggested he was close. He cut off the father's further questions with a firm assertion that they needed to improve their position immediately. He felt exposed as a target. Ralph noted the odd word the cop had used. Tack. Was that the bad guy's name? He had no time to dwell on it. The officer ordered them out in a specific sequence. The father with the little girl first, then the boy, then the mother. They would have to cram into the car's back seat. Ralph unbuckled, stood, and asked where they were being taken. Desperation, came the reply. A mining town about 8 miles away. He rolled up his window, scooped up his daughter, and carried her toward the RV's cabin door. She asked if it was the monster she called Mr. Big Boogeyman, a childhood fear that had taken months to ease. Ralph tried to reassure her with a joke about a postal worker having a bad day. A weak attempt she didn't quite buy, but she latched on to the familiar idea of a knock-knock joke without the knocking. As Ralph moved, aware of his wife placing their son in front of her, he glimpsed the strategic positioning of the cruiser's door. It would create a protective barrier when he opened the RV's door. He offered his son a calm assurance that everything was fine, a reflexive parental lie he would have told even if the plane engines were failing. The door swung open, banging against the cruiser. The cop urged him to hurry. Ralph descended the steps with his daughter in his arms, and in the commotion she dropped her doll. The cop shouted that he would retrieve it, insisting they get in the car. Ralph slid into the cramped back seat, guiding his daughter's head down. The boy followed, then the mother. The back seat was cluttered with papers, and the front seat was warped from the cop's immense weight. As soon as the mother's leg was inside, the cop slammed the door and sprinted around to the driver's side. Inside, The little girl immediately realized her doll had been left behind and began to wail. Her mother, reaching for the door handle to retrieve it, discovered there were no handles on the inside. The cop dropped into the driver's seat like a bomb, the heavy frame of it crunching back against the father's knees. Though he was grateful his daughter's legs were safely between his own, she squirmed and twisted on his lap, crying out for her doll. The mother tried to interject, but the cop cut her off, saying there was no time. He uttered that strange word again, tack, and executed a sharp U-turn, heading east in a spray of dust, the car fishtailing before steadying. Ralph was struck by how quickly events had escalated. Barely 10 minutes ago they had been cruising along, and he had been about to suggest a game to combat his boredom. That boredom seemed like a distant luxury now. His daughter continued to weep, and his son tried to soothe her, using his pet name for her. He promised they would come back for the doll and clean her up. The little girl's fears shifted to the possibility of the bad man stealing her doll, and her brother assured her he wouldn't, glancing at the cop for confirmation. The cop, in a flat, factual tone, stated that the man they were looking for was not a doll napper. As they passed a sign reading Desperation, the cop slowed briefly before accelerating onto a right turn. Ralph held on, praying they wouldn't roll. The car tipped and then settled, heading south. On the horizon, a massive bulwark of earth with black zigzag trenches loomed against the sky. The mother pressed for more information. Who was this guy, and how had he gotten hold of the speeder stopping device? The son answered that it was a highway carpet. The cop, from the front, explained that the man had acquired it the same way he'd gotten his guns and the car he was driving. He was a cop himself, and a nutty cop, he added, was a serious situation. The son, ever observant, noted that the cop knew their name without having asked for identification. The cop claimed he'd seen it on a plaque inside the RV, a detail that unsettled the father, even as his fear settled into a deep, diffuse sense of foreboding. It was a dry fright, he realized, a fear that didn't make his hand shake but was all the more pervasive for it. Ralph thought of a movie he'd once seen, Maniac Cop, and its ominous tagline about permanent silence. The humor of it had soured. The cop behind the wheel seemed to be smiling, a thought that only deepened Ralph's unease. Ralph felt his wife's gaze on him, a look of strained curiosity, but he avoided meeting her eyes. He wasn't sure what they might find in each other's expressions, and he wasn't certain he wanted to know. He was convinced, however, that the cop had been smiling. He could sense it, even if he couldn't pinpoint why. What was there to smile about? A maniac cop on the loose, 6 flat tires, a family crammed into a hot police car with no interior door handles, and his daughter's beloved doll abandoned in the dirt miles back. None of it was funny, yet the cop's tone had carried that unmistakable note of amusement. As they passed under the blinker light, Ralph asked if the officer was a state trooper. His daughter, momentarily distracted from her grief, pointed out bicycles standing upside down in the street, finding them hilarious. Her mother acknowledged them but didn't share the humor. The cop corrected Ralph. He was a town cop, not a trooper. When Ralph asked how many officers such a small town employed, the cop's voice took on a chilling, grinning quality as he revealed there had been 2 others, but he had killed them. Now he was the only law west of the Pecos. He turned his head to look back through the mesh, and his grin was monstrous. Teeth like tools, gums exposed in a vast pink expanse. He pulled up to the Desperation Municipal Building without ever glancing at the road and welcomed the Carvers to town with a solemn, grinning formality. An hour later, the scene had shifted to a brutal confrontation. The cop charged a woman in jeans and a work shirt, his boots pounding on the hardwood floor. Ralph felt a surge of savage hope as he watched her maneuver, keeping the desk between them. She managed to pull back the hammers of a shotgun, raise it to her shoulder, and curl her finger around the triggers. The cop was fast, but Ralph was certain it wouldn't be fast enough. He willed her to shoot, not to save them, but because this man had killed his daughter. He wanted to see him destroyed. But in the instant before she fired, the cop dropped to his knees, his head bowing as if in prayer. The shotgun roared, a deafening blast that sent flame licking from the barrels and shredded the cop's hat. Ralph heard his wife scream, thinking it was a cry of triumph. But it was premature. The shot went high, peppering the wall and the bulletin board. The buckshot would have torn the cop apart if it had hit his midsection, but it hadn't. And the knowledge of what could have been only deepened Ralph's despair. The cop recovered, throwing his weight against the desk and shoving it forward, pinning the woman against the bars of a cell. She howled in pain as the chair back slammed into her, the casters screaming. The cop, his uniform seams tearing, pulled the desk back and yelled at her to drop the gun. She shoved the chair away and raised the shotgun again, but when she pulled the triggers this time, there was only a dry click. The disappointment was bitter in Ralph's throat. He had known the shotgun wasn't a repeater, but he had still expected it to fire, as if divine intervention might reload the chambers. The cop shoved the desk again, the chair driving into the woman's midsection, forcing a harsh retching sound from her. He yelled for her to drop it, and she finally did, flinging the empty gun aside. The cop pulled the desk away, kicked the chair across the room, and put an arm around the woman's shoulders with a grotesque tenderness. She spat at him, demanding he kill her and get it over with. He seemed genuinely shocked by the suggestion, hugging her briefly before looking around at the prisoners with a bewildered expression, insisting he wouldn't kill her. Not when things were just getting interesting. Ralph watched, his hope curdled into a grim certainty that this nightmare was far from over. The man who had once graced the covers of magazines and the pages of tabloids, whose fame had been cemented by a National Book Award and a marriage to a famous actress, now found himself with a pressing and mundane need. He pulled his motorcycle to the side of the highway, shifting down through the gears with a stiff, practiced foot until he rolled to a stop on the edge of the asphalt. Out here, in the vast emptiness of the Great Basin, celebrity meant nothing. The shoulder was a treacherous place to park, and the thought of trying to ride a 700-pound Harley if it tipped over was enough to make him wince. He was 56 and out of shape, and the risk wasn't worth taking. He dismounted, removing his helmet and setting it on the seat. The desert wind was hot, and his face, already sunburned, felt like it was cooking. He had never felt more tired or more out of his element. He walked stiffly into the scrub, his long gray hair brushing his shoulders, the mesquite and paintbrush scratching against his expensive leather chaps. He scanned the horizon. There was a vehicle parked a mile or two away, but he doubted anyone could see him from that distance without binoculars. And even if they could, what did it matter? It was a natural human function. He unzipped his fly and waited. But for a long moment, nothing happened. He just stood there, his mind wandering over the absurdity of his situation. Finally, his bladder released, and he found himself shouting a mock evangelical praise into the empty desert, a bit he performed at countless cocktail parties. He thought about the famous actress who had pushed him into a pool during a press conference, an incident that had marked the beginning of his public decline. The photograph of him emerging from the water, drunk and grinning, had been the start of a long slide into tabloid infamy. He spread his legs wider, bending slightly to massage his lower back, trying to sustain the flow. He knew he'd have to stop again long before reaching the next town. His prostate wasn't what it used to be. He pictured it as a grotesque, radiation-baked organ from a bad horror movie. He knew he should get it checked along with everything else, but he was terrified. The fear of what a doctor might find was a constant companion. He'd quit the pills and booze, but sobriety had only sharpened his awareness of all the things he had to be afraid of. His mind raced through the possibilities. Cancer in his lungs from decades of smoking, his stomach ravaged by a lifetime of rich food and hot sauces, a brain tumor, Alzheimer's, pancreatic cancer, heart attack, cirrhosis, stroke. They all seemed so logical, so inevitable. He had built a career on being outraged by death, but the truth was he was terrified of it. His imagination, honed by a lifetime of writing, could conjure up 1,000 different ways for it to find him. He stayed away from doctors because not knowing was better than finding out, for sure. For men like him, fearing was sometimes preferable to knowing, especially when he'd spent so long inviting every possible disease and his mind drifted to the specter of AIDS. He tried to be careful, and in the past 8 or 10 months, since the blackouts had stopped with the drinking, he had been. But in the year before he quit, there had been 4 or 5 occasions when he'd woken up next to a stranger. He'd always check the toilet afterward. Once he'd found a used condom, which was reassuring. The other times, nothing. Of course, here his companion might have flushed it away, but he couldn't be certain, not when he'd been in a blackout. The thought of the virus lying dormant, waiting, was a chilling one. A gust of wind drove sand against him, and he realized he'd been standing there for a full minute, accomplishing nothing. He shook himself dry, zipped up, and began to turn, filling the silence with a mock sermon to keep the encroaching darkness at bay. He stopped mid-sentence. A police cruiser was parked behind his motorcycle, its blue lights lazily revolving in the desert sun. Johnny Marinville's first wife had given him what might be his last chance. Not to publish, that would always be available to a literary lion of his stature, but to write something truly worthwhile again, something that would get him positive attention and sell well. He needed the money, and the idea had come from Terry during a casual phone conversation. She had no idea of its value. He was sure, so he wouldn't have to share the proceeds. He'd probably acknowledge her, but he didn't have to. They'd married young, divorced after nearly 2 decades, and had 3 children. Only one, Bronwyn, still spoke to him. After 5 years of silence broken only by lawyers, they'd begun a cautious dialogue, first by letter, then by phone. She regarded him with a stoic, amused interest he found distressing, but her straightforward kindness was soothing. Since he'd quit drinking, they'd spoken more often, though they both knew meeting in person would be too much pressure. She wanted him to go back to AA, warning him that without it, he'd relapse and the drugs would follow. He'd scoffed, dismissing AA as a haven for the fundamentally broken turning their lives over to empty concepts. Terry had countered by invoking John Cheever, who wasn't writing much these days. She could be irritating. It was 3 months ago that she'd given him the idea. He'd been agonizing over a historical novel about Jay Gould, finally recognizing it as warmed-over Gore Vidal and trashing it, baking the discs in the microwave in a fit of pique. He told her the whole story, waiting for her to tell him to see a shrink. Instead, she joked about using the convection oven. Her matter-of-fact acceptance, not approval, was what he needed. She suggested he write nonfiction, get away from the novel for a while. He dismissed the idea, claiming he couldn't write it. She reminded him of the dozen essays he'd published early in their marriage, for good money, in major magazines. He'd blocked them out, calling them rent payers that had never been collected. She retorted that he wouldn't allow them to be collected because they didn't fit his golden idea of immortality. He fell silent, hating her memory, but acknowledging she was a champ at data storage. She pressed him, knowing she'd hit a nerve when he got broody. He repeated that he was there, hoping she'd change the subject. She didn't. She reminded him he'd done 3 or 4 of those essays because someone asked for them, though she couldn't remember who. He was grateful for that small mercy. She pressed him further, insisting the essays were good. He fell silent, not out of disinterest, but because he was trying to remember if they actually were. He couldn't fully trust her judgment, but he couldn't dismiss it entirely either. As a fiction writer, she was sentimental, but as a critic, she was sharp, almost telepathic in her insights. Her dichotomy, wanting to write fiction but being able to write criticism that cut like diamond, had been part of her appeal, though he admitted her physical attributes had helped. He could only clearly remember one of the so-called American Heart essays, Death on the Second Shift, about a father and son in a steel mill where the father died of a heart attack in his son's arms. He changed his focus mid-research, and the result was sentimental but hugely popular, generating the fourth largest volume of letters in Life magazine's history. Other titles came back to him: Feeding the Flames, A Kiss on Lake Saranac. Terrible titles, but the letters... Where were those old essays? Fordham? The attic in Connecticut? He could update them, Something began to nibble at the back of his mind. Terry asked if he still had his motorcycle. He confirmed it was stored at the garage in Westport they used to use. The memory of a petting session behind that garage, Terry in tight blue shorts, her legs seeming to go on forever, flooded back. He dropped his hand to his lap, not surprised at his reaction. She rambled on about him driving across country on his bike before he got too old or started drinking again. He protested. His eyesight, his reflexes, the example of John Gardner. She wasn't listening, as usual. And he remembered why he'd divorced her. She suggested he collect material for a new bunch of essays, front-loading the early ones to make a book. She even suggested a title, American Heart, 1966 to 1996. She brought up Shelby Foote's praise, which he always liked best. He said he had an appointment. Podiatrist, he said, thinking, foot, like a combination click. She urged him to think about AA, and he agreed it couldn't hurt. He hung up, the phone falling to the floor, and the idea crystallized. Travels with Harley. A ridiculous, punny title, but no worse than his earlier ones. He trusted his intuition, and this was the strongest he'd felt in years. A cross-country journey on his motorcycle, a book of essays that might make critics rethink him, get him back on the bestseller lists. If it was big-hearted like Blue Highways, like Steinbeck, redemption, a way out. He scooped up the phone and dialed his agent, his fingers flying. Bill, it's Johnny. I had a fantastic idea. It's going to sound crazy, but hear me out. The climb back to the road was a laborious, breathless struggle for Johnny. As he crested the rise, his first clear view was of a figure that dwarfed his motorcycle. Easily the largest police officer he had ever laid eyes on, a giant of a man noting down his license plate. Johnny glanced down and spotted a telltale stain on his own jeans, a testament to his recent roadside stop, and a rueful thought about the indignities of middle age flickered through his mind. He greeted the officer, but his intended dismissal of the parking violation died in his throat when his gaze caught the dried, maroon-colored blood caked on the man's sleeve. His mind rationalized it away immediately. Roadkill. The cop was just having a bad day after a messy cleanup. Retreating into a cautious neutrality, Johnny made a vague apology for his previous actions, and the tension in the air began to dissipate. Then the cop looked up, locking eyes with Johnny for the first time. The change in the man's expression was instantaneous. His eyes went wide with a childish wonder and excitement that Johnny recognized intimately. It was the look of a fan. A surge of pure pleasure warmed him, a feeling he could never quite get enough of, even in the middle of the Nevada desert. The cop stammered out his name, a single exclamation that ran all the syllables together, a sign of genuine, star-struck awe. The massive officer actually reached out and touched Johnny's jacket, as if to confirm he was solid and real. The mention of his novels, particularly one the critics had savaged but the public had embraced, was the perfect cordial. When the cop finally took his hand, a gesture of greeting that carried a hint of punitive strength, Johnny felt the damp, tacky residue of blood transfer to his own palm. He kept a smile plastered on his face, but the sensation was deeply unpleasant. He was now contaminated with the same stuff that stained the officer's shirt. The cop, oblivious to his discomfort, launched into a flattery-filled ramble, praising the book the critics had dismissed. Johnny accepted the praise with practiced modesty, while his mind began to wander toward logistics, his first instinct to share this strange story with his road manager. The cop, however, was far from done. The flow of conversation quickly turned from literary praise to a dire lecture on the statistics of motorcycle accidents, delivered with an odd, almost predatory intensity. The man even referred to himself as a wolf, a peculiarity that Johnny noted and filed away. Listening to the lecture, his attention drifted to the drying blood still crusted on the man's sleeve, but he forced himself to focus, to be polite, and to steer the subject back to safer ground. He mentioned his current project to the eager audience. Johnny decided to test the waters, pitching the idea for his new book, a travelogue. He nervously threw out the title, bracing for ridicule. The cop, however, didn't laugh. He grew contemplative, studying the motorcycle as if it were a puzzle to be solved. Taking advantage of the man's distraction, Johnny sneaked a look at his own hand, now smeared with the same half-dried blood, a grim souvenir of the encounter. When the cop finally looked up, his insight was uncannily sharp, cutting to the heart of Johnny's own anxieties about the project, that a lazy audience might mistake the work for parody. The cop insisted the cover must feature Johnny himself, projecting a look of earnest, worldly seriousness. They built the idea together, a creative collaboration with a man who seemed to have an extraordinary grasp of the assignment. Johnny thought the man was a genius. The officer advised no smiles, just a distant, reflective gaze, the look of a man contemplating a long and meaningful journey ahead. It was exactly what Johnny had hoped to hear, and in the excitement of the moment, the rationalization of the blood on his hand was forgotten. Johnny's gratitude was genuine, a rare moment of vulnerability in a year that had been filled with doubt and a gnawing crisis of identity. The officer seemed to understand, claiming a shared experience with such personal turmoil before requesting an autograph. The request was flattering, a welcome return to familiar ground, and Johnny fumbled for his notepad, searching for a blank page. Before he could get the man's name, the air was split by a long, quavering howl so close it turned his blood to ice. The notepad slipped from his fingers. Spinning around, he saw the source just off the road, a scrawny, mangy coyote with a matted pelt and a festering sore on its leg. Its appearance was wretched, but what held Johnny's gaze was its face. A grotesque, knowing grin, and eyes that glinted with a strange mix of cunning and stupidity. The cop identified the animal matter-of-factly, using the local pronunciation. But Johnny felt a chill of dread, his mind grasping for a rational explanation for the officer's earlier cryptic comment. The cop took a few deliberate steps toward the creature. The coyote stood its ground, but its body began to tremble violently, a stream of urine darkening the dust at its feet. It howled again when the officer moved closer, the sound raising goosebumps on Johnny's skin and making him feel profoundly uneasy. He asked the cop to stop, but the man ignored him, his attention locked on the animal. The cop spoke in a strange, guttural phrase, and the coyote stared back as if it understood. The wind snatched Johnny's fallen notepad and carried it away, but his mind was elsewhere, wholly captivated by the bizarre confrontation unfolding before him. He knew, with a jolt of excitement, that this inexplicable moment was destined for his book. With a sharp clap of his hands, the cop sent the coyote fleeing into the desert. Johnny was amazed, pressing the officer for an explanation of the language he'd used. The cop dismissed the strange words as mere baby talk, claiming he had simply stolen the animal's attention. Its eyes. The explanation didn't sit right. It felt like a dodge. When Johnny looked again at the blood on the officer's sleeve, a new thought surfaced. Had the smell of that blood drawn the creature in the first place? The cop continued his lecture on the dangers of desert packs, his words taking on an oddly philosophical, almost prophetic tone that seemed wildly out of place for a rural policeman. A distant answering howl rose from the desert, and Johnny's sense of normalcy began to fracture. Then, in a sudden shift, the cop pointed out a stray sleeve of Johnny's poncho dangling from his motorcycle saddlebag. Johnny realized the strap was unbuckled, a detail he was certain he had secured after his last gas stop. A powerful, intuitive alarm went off in his head. The cop must have tampered with the bag while Johnny had his back turned. The man's initial fawning admiration now felt like a carefully constructed performance hiding a darker agenda. A cold dread began to replace the warm glow of fandom. He saw the cop smile at something cold, even contemptuous. A hurried, non-committal response was all he could manage. When the cop pressed him to fix the bag, his heart leaped at the strange, sharp word the man used, a word that echoed the one he'd spoken to the coyote. The officer deflected his question with a mocking denial. The conversation had darkened. A shadow had fallen over the encounter. A stark, unnerving thought seized him. The cop was unhinged. He imagined the worst, a violent end at the hands of this grinning madman, but he pushed the image away, clinging to a belief in his own immunity. Men like him, famous men, didn't meet such pulp fiction ends. Yet as he approached his bike, the scent of the cop, Old Spice, sweat, and a deeper, bitter meanness triggered a disorienting memory of his own cruel father. The saddlebag was open, and he saw the cop had been inside it. His worst suspicion was confirmed when the officer produced a large bag of marijuana. Johnny denied it was his, asserting the cop had planted it. The officer sneered, dismissing his protests as the rhetoric of a liberal writer, and ordered him into the car with a cruel taunt. For a moment, Johnny tried to convince himself this was a bizarre joke, but when a cacophony of howls erupted from the desert and the cop's face twisted with a look of pure, ravenous insanity, the illusion shattered. The officer laughed, declaring the howling animals his children of the desert. Johnny could only stare in horror, the full weight of his predicament crashing down on him. The cop's laughter was a cruel, mocking sound as he held up the bag of marijuana, shaking his head in disgust at what he considered Johnny's pathetic attempt at a book. Johnny watched his earlier confidence that men of his stature were immune to such brutal, pulp fiction fates, shattered completely. The officer's tone turned venomous, dismissing the book project as a stupid, contemptible idea, an insult to the legacy of a literary giant like Steinbeck. Before Johnny could process the shift, a blinding bolt of pain exploded in his head. He staggered, his hands flying to his face, and felt the hot gush of blood pouring through his fingers. He was on the ground, screaming, his mind racing with a bizarre clinical clarity even as he writhed in agony. His nose was a ruin, pushed to one side, and he recalled a doctor's warning about his deviated septum. The beating continued without mercy, a kick to his thigh that turned the muscle to a block of stone, followed by another to his back that sent waves of nauseating pain through his entire body. The cop stood over him, a revolver in one hand, the bag of marijuana in the other, and delivered a venomous tirade, declaring Johnny a sorry excuse for both a writer and a man. A final kick forced him to his feet, and he found himself swaying, bloody and broken, a damp spot spreading on his pants. The cop opened the door to his cruiser and ordered him inside with a contemptuous gesture. Johnny complied, but as he did, his fingers brushed against the hard shape of his cellular phone in his jacket pocket. A fragile hope flickered in the darkness. Settling into the back seat, the pain in his nose a relentless, malevolent presence. Johnny fumbled for the phone. He prayed to a god he'd long mocked, begging for a signal, for his assistant to be listening, for the chance to use the device at all. He watched the cop mount his motorcycle, treat it with a callousness that made Johnny's blood boil, and then ride it out into the desert before letting it fall. Johnny forced himself to focus, ignoring the pain and the blood, and opened the phone. The display showed a weak, flickering signal, a single bar, and then, after he extended the antenna, a second. He made his selection, punching through to his assistant's contact. The call began to route, a tedious automated voice instructing him to be patient. Outside, the cop was burying the bike in the sand, and Johnny willed him to continue, to give him the time he desperately needed. He began to cry, a helpless reaction to the overwhelming fear and pain, begging the man to keep working so his call could go through. His prayers were answered when the officer resumed his work, and in his ear a distant, scratchy ringing began. The signal was trying to connect. He waited, counting the rings, his breath held in his chest, knowing that someone, somewhere, was about to pick up. The call was a fragile thread. Johnny Marinville huddled in the back of the police cruiser, the cellular phone pressed to his ear, counting the rings. He knew he had maybe one or two more before the connection would be lost to a recorded message. His eyes were shut, the darkness behind his lids swimming with a desperate, prayerful image of Steve's Ryder truck parked at a roadside stop. He could picture his assistant inside, carelessly buying cigars, while the phone rang uselessly in the empty cab. Then impossibly Steve's voice broke through the static, a faint and distorted drawl that sounded like salvation. Johnny heard his own name in a question, but the words were eaten by crackling interference. He tried to answer, his throat raw, coughing back blood to clear his voice. He had to confess the danger he was in, but as he spoke, the reality of his situation crashed down on him. He had no precise location, no name for his captor, and the homicidal cop was trudging back toward the car. His words tumbled out in a panicked rush. He was west of Ely. There was an abandoned RV nearby. A giant of a cop had taken his motorcycle and buried it in the sand. He begged Steve to alert the state police, but the line had already gone dead. A single transmission bar flickered on the phone's display before vanishing. The connection was severed. A cold, hateful voice inside his head, Terry's voice, suggested he had imagined the whole thing, that Steve had never been there at all. He argued with the phantom in a frantic whisper, insisting the call had been real, but the proof was gone. The big cop was almost back to the cruiser, his boots crunching on the gravel. Johnny frantically stowed the phone, his fingers clumsy with panic. He dropped it, scrabbling through the litter of trash on the floor, fast food wrappers, anti-drug pamphlets, and a child's barrette that gave him a jolt of unease. He found the phone just as the cop's bulk darkened the driver's window. The man got in, his immense weight crushing the seat back against Johnny's injured leg. A fresh wave of agony shot through him, and he yelled, trying to pull his leg free. He demanded an aspirin, anything for the torment in his broken nose, but the cop remained silent and remote, his head bowed, his fingers tapping a restless rhythm on the wheel. The silence stretched, the howling wind shaking the car. Then the cop picked up a shotgun from the passenger seat. He spoke, his voice low and deliberate, accusing Johnny of being a shallow, spiritually bankrupt man who mocked his own creator. He challenged Johnny to answer, and when Johnny hesitated, the cop raised a weapon, pointing its twin barrels back through the mesh. Johnny tried to shift away, but the muzzles tracked his movement with unnerving precision. The cop's threat was clear. He would not wait for an answer. There was always another victim. "Terrified," Johnny stammered out a reply, parroting the cop's own words about Numa and Sarks, the spirit and the flesh. He admitted his failings, desperate to placate the man holding the gun. He could only hope it would be enough to buy him another moment of life. The cop's lecture was a grotesque parody of a philosophy lesson. Johnny tried shifting again, but the shotgun barrels tracked his every flinch with deadly precision. The cop wearily warned him against toadying, then launched into a pedantic correction of his earlier terminology. Sarks was not the body itself. That was Soma, but the corruptible flesh that housed it. He demanded to know if Johnny, for all his intellectual pretensions, could grasp such a simple distinction. The shotgun remained a constant, unblinking threat in his hands. Before Johnny could stammer out an answer, The cop's voice broke apart. His breath hitched and thickened, and he dropped the shotgun to gasp for air. Then a violent sneeze erupted from him, and what exploded from his mouth and nose was not mucus, but a horrific spray of blood and shredded tissue, raw chunks of his own throat and sinuses. The gruesome matter splattered across the windshield, the steering wheel, and the dashboard, filling the car with the stench of decay. Johnny screamed, clapping his hands to his face, feeling his own system flood with adrenaline. The cop, however, seemed almost amused, dismissing the episode as a summer cold. He cleared his throat and spat a massive clot of bloody tissue onto the radio, watching it slide down the front before dropping to the floor. "That," he said calmly, "was Sark's." He started the engine, delivering a final, chilling remark about how Johnny's next book might never be written. Johnny kept his hands over his face, trying to retreat into the dark behind his closed eyes. He clung to the desperate, fleeting hope that he was trapped in some insane hallucination. But the reek of the man's rotting insides was an undeniable reality. The cop was dying. Yes, it had to be infection, internal bleeding, something that was tearing him apart from the inside out. But the realization offered no comfort. The cruiser swung around in a U-turn and headed east. When Johnny finally lowered his hands and opened his eyes, his breath caught in his throat. Lining the roadside at regular intervals were coyotes, sitting in the dust like a silent, grinning honor guard, their yellow eyes fixed on the passing car. He looked out the other window and saw more of them, lounging in the heat, watching. He wondered if this was just another symptom of his terror, but the vision persisted. Glancing back through the rear window, he saw them peel away from the road one by one and lope off into the desert as the cruiser passed. The cop's bloodshot eye met his in the rearview mirror. He spoke with a strange certainty, promising Johnny that he would learn a great deal before his time was up. Turning onto a side road, the cruiser tilted and then settled, heading south toward a town that appeared as a distant sign. The cop announced they were going to the classroom. Meanwhile, in a recent memory, Steve Ames was reflecting on the strict rules of his unusual employment. A month prior, in a New York office, Johnny's agent had laid down a list of commandments. No drinking with the client, no scoring drugs or women, no covering up any potential relapses. Steve, a veteran of the music business, had listened with half an ear, privately determined to use his own judgment. The editor had then asked for Steve's honest take on Johnny's physical and mental capacity for the cross-country motorcycle trip. Steve had thought it over, observing that Johnny had a certain look in his eye, a hard-barked determination that reminded him of a movie hero. He believed the man could make it, provided he stayed focused and avoided the temptations that would inevitably arise on the road. The agent's final, unyielding commandment was a blunt warning against picking up hitchhikers, particularly women. That was why, when Steve saw a skinny girl with dyed hair and a bent nose standing by the roadside outside Ely, he didn't hesitate. He pulled over and stopped. The girl with the two-tone hair studied Steve from across the cab, her wide blue eyes unblinking. She asked if he was a nice person. He considered the question, then admitted he probably was. He liked his cigars, but he didn't bully the helpless, and he still sent money home to his mother. She pressed further, asking if he was going to try anything with her, or if he was a serial killer. He answered the first with an amused negative, but to the second he pointed out the obvious flaw in her screening method. Even a killer would lie. She seemed to accept this, claiming she could see the truth in his eyes, a hint of a smile playing on her lips as she climbed into the truck. He started driving, and the conversation quickly turned to his past, his accidental mention of Peter Tosh sparking her interest. He told her about working as a roadie for the reggae star, a detail that earned him a look of frank amazement. He then asked for her name, Cynthia Smith. And they shook hands. Her grip felt fragile, almost bird-like. He introduced himself as Steve from Lubbock, Texas, and they shared a grin over the old joke about taking the boy out of Texas. As they drove, Cynthia explained her past. She'd left home at 17, drifted around, and eventually met a man at an AA meeting who she thought was clean. He wasn't. One night, high on meth, he tried to tear off her ear. She escaped and found refuge at a women's shelter, eventually becoming a counselor there. Another man, a different one named Norman, had murdered the shelter's director and broken Cynthia's nose. Steve listened as she recounted her history with a matter-of-fact tone, her hand subconsciously rubbing the bent bridge of her nose. She had recently written home to her parents for the first time in years, a tentative step toward reconciliation with her minister father. Steve observed that you could take the boy out of the fire and brimstone, but you couldn't always take the fire and brimstone out of the boy. Cynthia's question hung in the air. Steve processed her words with a cold, clear focus. He decided he needed her to stay. A witness who had never met him before might be his only protection from his agent's inevitable blame-laying. He admitted he didn't know what they'd find, but that blood was a possibility, and she said she could handle it. He pushed the truck faster, the engine straining as the needle climbed past 85, the frame beginning to shake. Cynthia wordlessly buckled her seatbelt. He pressed the pedal harder, and the vibration smoothed out as they hit 90. The wind was growing treacherous, and a sudden gust could easily send them off the road. He thought of Johnny on his motorcycle, even more vulnerable to the weather. Steve gave her a quick rundown of his job. He handled logistics, vetted venues, and stayed out of the way to preserve the lone wolf image Johnny cultivated. He mentioned the ramp in the back, meant for the Harley if the weather turned or if Johnny simply couldn't ride anymore. Cynthia admitted she'd heard of the man but hadn't read him, preferring thrillers and romance novels. She complimented his motorcycle and his rock star hair. As they sped on, she asked the blunt question. Was he worried about Johnny or just about what might happen to himself? He admitted it was both. She gauged the distance they'd covered, noting he didn't know the exact location of Johnny's call. Then she cut to the heart of it. Was the trouble just a solo accident, or was someone else involved? Steve confessed he feared the latter, mentioning the fragmented talk of cops. When she gestured to the phone, he refused to call the authorities until he'd seen the situation firsthand. She agreed to keep the omission quiet. A quiet alliance formed between them. He smiled, despite the growing tension, and admitted she was okay. The miles dissolved as Steve pushed the truck past 90, but he began to ease off the speed once they were 60 miles past where the call had dropped. He voiced his relief that no police cars had passed them, but Cynthia was less certain, pointing out the eerie lack of official vehicles heading toward a potential accident site. The logical flow of traffic seemed broken, and the silence was deepening her unease. Steve conceded she had a point, and they both strained their eyes for any sign of the boss or his motorcycle. As the sun dipped lower, casting long shadows, Cynthia spotted something ahead. It wasn't Johnny's bike, but a motorhome off to the side. Steve slowed to a crawl, coasting the truck to a stop behind it. The first thing he noticed was that all its tires were flat, a fact Cynthia immediately observed, wondering why his own weren't. She was already out of the cab and heading toward the vehicle. Steve followed, the wind hitting him with a blast of furnace-hot air. When he reached her, he saw what had caught her attention. The side door was ajar, swinging open in the wind, and at the foot of the steps, half buried in sand, lay a small, abandoned doll in a blue dress. The sight of it sent a chill through him, an ominous symbol of a family that had simply vanished. He peered into the sweltering interior, calling out, but the oppressive heat and silence told him no one was there. Cynthia picked up the doll, noting its quality and the careful patch on its dress. She insisted they go inside to look around, suggesting it might connect to Johnny's disappearance. Reluctantly, Steve followed her. He moved into the driver's area, ducking under the low ceiling, and found 3 neat stacks of baseball cards on the dashboard, split by team. He noticed they were all signed and mostly personalized to the same name, David. He found a gas receipt that gave the father's name as Ralph Carver from a town in Ohio. When Cynthia emerged from the back, she confirmed there were comic books and a jewelry caddy left behind, further deepening the mystery of the family's hasty departure. Steve pieced it together. David Carver, son of Ralph. He guessed they had gone to the nearest town for help, but the abandoned valuables and the eerie stillness of the place made him profoundly uneasy. The wind outside battered the RV like a storm, and he felt a growing urgency to get out and find Johnny. Steve stood over the notebook, his heart pounding with a fear that went beyond the physical. The single, unfinished scrawl on the last page was a chilling fragment, like an autograph cut short. Cynthia, arms crossed and rubbing her elbows, voiced the growing dread that the place itself exuded, spookier with each passing moment. He wondered how the notebook had survived the wind, and she suggested it was pure luck that it had lodged against a rock. He questioned whether Johnny had actually dropped it, and she countered by asking if he truly thought otherwise. Before he could answer, he spotted a glint out in the desert, the same one she had noticed earlier, but now stationary. He knew with a sickening certainty it was not just a trick of the light. He sprinted toward it, ignoring her startled calls. A wave of dizziness stopped him. He bent over, gasping, his heart hammering. Cynthia jogged up beside him, unfazed. He straightened up, and they walked the rest of the way. When he knelt before the glint, he confirmed his worst fear. Johnny Marinville's red and cream Harley-Davidson, half buried in the sand. He felt a primal dread, his mind flashing to gruesome newspaper stories of shallow graves. Cynthia knelt beside him, her eyes wide with terror. She found the boss's helmet buried nearby, and as she brushed away more sand, they uncovered the painted metal of the bike, the letters Harl visible. It was the same motorcycle she had seen earlier. Steve grabbed the handlebars and tugged, but it was immovable. His concern now extended far beyond the missing rider. The sinister nature of the scene was expanding. He felt a raw animal instinct that they were being watched. Cynthia voiced the same fear, her voice small. He admitted he felt it too, scooping more sand away from the bike, relieved to find no blood, though the threat of a buried body loomed in his mind. The question hung in the air between them, almost a plea. She swiped at the sweat beading on her forehead with the back of her arm and asked again, her voice thin with need. He got to his feet, and she reached out. He took her hand, relieved by the contact. She confessed the dread was overwhelming, demanding to know if he felt it too. He admitted he did, though he tried to rationalize it as simple fear. But before he could finish the thought, a long, wobbling howl cut through the silence. Her grip tightened painfully on his hand, her bitten nails digging in. He recognized the sound. A coyote, nothing more, he told her, trying to soothe her. He asked her to ease up, but just as she began to relax, a second howl joined the first, weaving around it in a haunting harmony. He insisted they were at a safe distance, that they were probably miles away, but the fear in her face when she looked up at him was raw and pitiful. She agreed they were far off, even joked they might be calling in from across the state line, but her real terror was of anything that could bite. She just wanted to get back to the truck. He promised they would. They walked, her hip brushing against his, and when another howl echoed from a clear distance, she didn't squeeze as hard. They reached the vehicle. She climbed into the passenger side, tossing a quick, nervous smile over her shoulder. He walked around the hood, and as he did, the eerie sensation of being watched faded. The fear remained, but its focus shifted. His primary worry was now for his boss. If Marinville was dead, the story would be global, and he, Stephen Ames, would be cast as the failure, the safety net that had given way when it mattered most. Inside, she wondered if the feeling had just been the coyotes. He allowed that it might be. She asked what came next. He took a deep breath and grabbed the cell phone, announcing his intention to call the police. He dialed 911, but the result was expected. a sterile recorded message informing him the call couldn't be completed. The boss had managed to get through once, but that now seemed like a fluke. He snapped the phone shut with a frustrated flick and tossed it aside, starting the truck's engine. He noticed with dismay that the desert had taken on a purplish hue. They'd spent longer than he'd realized with the RV and the buried motorcycle. She looked at him sympathetically, and he confirmed the call had failed. He asked for the name of the town she'd mentioned. She told him it was Desperation, east of them. He put the truck in gear and asked her to navigate, and she agreed, touching his arm and offering reassurance that even a small town would have at least one officer to help. He drove back to the abandoned RV, noting the door was still swinging open. They'd forgotten to latch it. He stopped and got out, ignoring her anxious question. He walked over, secured the door, and returned to the idling truck. She asked if he was one of those driven Type A personalities. He said he wasn't usually, that he just hadn't liked the way the door was banging. He added that it felt like a shutter on a haunted house. She accepted that, but then more howls rose in the distance, a chorus of at least half a dozen voices that sounded like a pack. He climbed back in quickly, slammed the door, and declared it was time to find some law. The cop's voice trailed off, his hand rising to touch the corner of his mouth before dropping away, his face a mask of genuine perplexity. He admitted he didn't know what he saw, and then the question came, direct and probing. Who was the boy, really? David risked a glance at his parents, but the terror on their faces was too much to bear. They were certain he was about to be killed, just like his sister and Mary's husband. He forced himself to look back at the cop and gave his name and address, a simple recitation of fact. The cop acknowledged the truth of that, but then asked who had made him, his voice laced with an odd, almost biblical inflection, ending with that strange word. David had the chilling thought that the man wasn't reading his mind, but could if he chose. He knew an adult would dismiss this as paranoid fear. But he was 11, and things had changed for him since the previous November. He had to hope that change would help him now. He answered that his mother and father had made him, stating it as a simple biological fact. The cop seemed amused by this, then repeated his earlier question about whether the boy was having any fun. David's retort was sharp, reminding the cop that he had killed his sister, and the question was stupid. His father's frightened voice called out, warning him not to provoke the man. The cop dismissed the warning, insisting he wasn't stupid, his eyes now boring into David's with the hypnotic intensity that made the boy feel sick. His mother screamed, begging the cop to leave her son alone, but he paid her no mind, instead pulling down his eyelids grotesquely, boasting of his eagle eyes that could see truth. He seemed almost mesmerized by the boy, breathing that he was quite a one. David's mind raced, trying to shield the thought of the shotgun shell. For a terrifying moment, he feared the cop had sensed it, but then a distant coyote howl broke the connection. The cop turned away, focusing on the gun on the floor. As he bent to retrieve it, David held his breath, but the man didn't notice the shell nearby. He broke the shotgun open and began loading it, then stuffed the remaining shells into his pockets. Seizing the moment, David reached through the bars and snatched the shell. Neither Mary, still sobbing on the bunk, nor his parents, transfixed by the cop, saw him. But old Tom's eyes were open behind his fingers, watching. David held up a finger to his lips in a silent plea, but the old man gave no sign. The cop finished and walked out, only to suddenly spring back, grinning manically like a cartoon cat. He grabbed an old phone, yelled for room service in a parody of a comedian's bit, then declared that even in France there was no God, just wine and snails and unshaven women. He warned them that they were safer locked up, that forces lurked outside, and that escape was not an option. David wanted to call him a liar, but another howl from outside made him wonder. Then the cop was gone, his boots thudding down the stairs. David stood, feeling the weight of the shell in his pocket, a dangerous secret, He knew what he had to do, but was reluctant to do it in front of the others. He knelt at the foot of the bunk, folded his hands, and bowed his head. His mother cried out in confusion, thinking he was fainting, but his father understood, his voice distant, saying the boy was praying. So, no God in desperation? David thought, closing his eyes. We'll see about that. He let go of all his fears and anxieties, sinking into the blackness, listening for his God. David Carver's conversion had been quiet inside. Not a thunderclap, but a slow, certain settling, possessed of its own strange logic. He knew, without a doubt, that he had found God, and more importantly, that God had found him. It had started with Brian. The previous November, Brian Ross had been hit by a car while riding his bike to school. David had stayed home sick that morning, a simple virus keeping him off the street where his best friend was thrown 20 feet into the side of a house. His mother had come in, pale and trembling, to tell him something had happened, that Brian was not expected to live. David insisted on visiting the hospital. His father tried to dissuade him, calling it a bad idea. The boy was only 11, after all, too young for the brutal reality of a coma and brain damage. His mother, twisting a dishcloth in her hands, couldn't even speak. But David was resolute. He felt a pull to go, a sense that this was something he had to do for himself as much as for his friend. He had even called Brian's mother himself, and she had agreed to let him come say goodbye, as they were planning to turn off the life support that weekend. The next day, his father picked him up from school, the blue, excused early pass in his pocket. The elevator ride to the ICU felt endless. David braced himself, remembering Mrs. Ross's warning that Brian didn't look nice. Inside the room, Brian's parents sat in vinyl chairs, their unread books in their laps. Brian was in the bed, surrounded by beeping machines and video screens, a light blanket over his waist, his chest exposed. Tubes and wires ran everywhere, and a huge white bandage covered his head. One long black stitch cut ran down his cheek like a fishhook. His eyes were open, but they were empty, staring at nothing, like classrooms in August. David moved forward, feeling guided by something outside himself. He took in the details: the suction cups on Brian's chest and temples, the misshapen bandage, the tubes leading to bags of fluid. He thought of the machines that were keeping his friend alive. A wave of despair washed over him. He remembered all the things they'd done together: squirting each other at the water fountain, riding bikes in the Bear Street woods, swapping comics, building a bottle cap Parthenon with Brian's dad. Now those hands would be cleaned by an undertaker and folded in a coffin. The image brought not terror, but a deep, hollow grief. Brian's parents were silent, letting him be. He hadn't come for them anyway. He took Brian's hand. It was cool and slack, but alive. He could feel the life running through it like a motor. He squeezed gently and whispered, asking how his friend was doing. There was no reply, only the rhythmic, mechanical sigh of the respirator. The machine was the largest one in the room, its clear plastic tube housing a white accordion-like bellows that expanded and contracted with a low, emphatic gasp. It seemed almost cruel, as if some part of Brian that still felt pain had been trapped inside that tube, slowly being crushed. And then there were the eyes. David's gaze kept returning to them. No one had warned him they would be open. One was bloodshot, its pupil blown wide, swallowing nearly all the brown. The other was clear, its pupil normal, but there was no sign of Brian in either. The boy who had once joked about the mummy was simply gone, unless he was the one in the plastic tube, suffering the accordion's relentless pressure. David tried to look away, at the stitch cut on his cheek, the bandage, the waxy ear, but his eyes always drifted back. It was the nothing in those mismatched pupils that drew him. The absence, the goneness. It felt wrong. Worse than wrong. Evil, a voice whispered in his head, a stranger's voice. He almost screamed when Debbie Ross's hand landed on his shoulder. Her voice was husky with tears as she spoke of the drunk driver who had hit Brian. He claimed to remember nothing, and she believed him. Her voice rose in anguish, demanding to know how God could show such mercy to a man who deserved to wake up screaming with the memory of her son's blood every night. Mr. Ross tried to soothe her, but she was beyond consolation. David's father, standing in the doorway, pulled his head back, retreating. David might have felt a flicker of contempt for his dad, but what he truly remembered was looking down at Brian, the pale, still face, the bandage, the stitch cut like a red-lipped kiss, and those unchanging eyes. His mother screamed, and Brian's eyes didn't even blink. But David suddenly understood. Brian was still in there. The thought came not from him, but through him, as if his mind had become a conduit. He was certain Brian was trapped inside his own body, like someone buried in a landslide. Brian's mother was now almost howling, her control shattered. The nurse hurried in, trying to calm her. Mrs. Ross demanded to know what kind of God would let a man forget killing a boy, a God who loved drunks and hated children. Brian lay beneath his mother's tirade, his absent eyes fixed on the ceiling. Not here, but somewhere. Mr. Ross, looking exhausted and drawn, asked the nurse to get the doctor. He managed a strained smile for David, sweat beading on his forehead, and told him it was time to go. They weren't doing well. David realized it wasn't sweat on Mr. Ross's cheeks, but tears, and that got him moving. As he reached the door, he turned back and asked if he could come again tomorrow. Mr. Ross shook his head, explaining that the doctors had given up hope. And then his face broke apart as he collapsed, wailing, "Oh, my boy!" His wife knelt beside him as the doctor arrived. David slipped out, crying but trying not to sob. His father met him in the hall, pale and cold-handed, apologizing for what David had seen. On the ride home, he offered David ice cream, but David just shook his head. Back home, David said he wanted to shoot some baskets. His father hurried inside. Through the kitchen window, David heard his parents' voices. His father telling his mother there had been a scene. He tuned them out. That sense of otherness had returned, and he felt a powerful urge to go to the Bear Street woods. He left the basketball in the grass and walked, head down, the blue excused early pass still in his pocket. He didn't even think about telling his parents where he was going. He took the Ho Chi Minh Trail. No one else was there. It seemed to have been cleared for him. Halfway to the clearing, he spotted a candy wrapper on the ground. A Three Musketeers wrapper, Brian's favorite. He knew Brian had dropped it here, maybe a day or two before the accident, and he felt, with a certainty that wasn't quite his own, that something had made him drop it. Something that knew David would come this way after the accident, searching for reminders of his friend. He recognized the madness of the thought, but inside his head it felt perfectly logical. Without thinking, he put the wrapper in his mouth, sucking the last sweet traces of chocolate from the foil, his eyes closed, fresh tears squeezing out. When only the taste of wet paper remained, he spat it out and continued on. At the clearing's edge stood the oak with its V-shaped branches, the platform they had built still intact. He climbed up, his cheeks wet, ears still ringing with the sound of the respirator. He searched for another sign of Brian, but found only their hand-painted sign, Viet Cong Lookout. The breeze cooled his hot skin, and he started to cry again. "Why am I here?" he asked silently. No answer came, but he felt the presence of something. A voice, not his own, finally spoke. "Yes, I'm here." When he asked who it was, the voice simply replied, "Who I am." He sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and opened his mind, waiting. The distant sounds of children drifted to him, and the shifting patterns of light played on his eyelids. He asked what the voice wanted, what he should do, but received no answers. The firehouse whistle blew 5 o'clock. He had been there for hours. His parents would be worried, but he couldn't leave yet. He asked if he should pray. The voice told him he was already praying. When he asked what to pray for, the voice echoed their old joke. "Oh shit, the mummy's after us. Let's all walk a little faster." He understood he had to ask for what no one else dared to ask. He opened his eyes to the red-gold light of late afternoon. His legs were numb, but he felt connected to something larger. He held out his hands and made a promise. If God would make Brian better, he would listen and do whatever was asked. The voice spoke again, and David listened. He poked his excused early pass onto one of the rusty nails holding their sign. Then he climbed down and went home. His parents rushed out to meet him, demanding to know where he'd been. He told them he'd gone to the Bear Street woods, thinking about Brian. Pi, eating Jell-O with her doll tucked under her arm, claimed she wasn't worried. Inside, the phone rang. His mother answered, then handed it to David, her face pale. It was Mrs. Ross, crying, saying Brian was awake. David wasn't surprised. He put his hand over the receiver to tell his mother that Brian was alive, not dead. His parents stared in disbelief. Pi, passing by, told her doll she'd known this would happen. Mrs. Ross explained how the EEG had started showing waves, how the nurses didn't believe her and replaced the monitor. Then Brian had opened his eyes and asked about the goldfish. He'd spoken again when the neurologist arrived, and the doctor's stunned expression said it all. When the doctor clapped his hands beside Brian's ear, the boy opened his eyes again. Mrs. Ross laughed through her tears, describing the doctor's stunned expression, and then broke down again as she recounted how Brian had asked for water. Mr. Ross took the phone, his voice shaky but more composed. He explained that Brian remembered his name, his address, his parents' names. He knew who the president was and could do simple math. The doctor had called it a clinical miracle. He thanked David from the bottom of his heart, and Debbie did too. David, confused, asked why they were thanking him. Mr. Ross insisted it was because David had been talking to Brian. The brainwaves had started showing up right after he left. He was certain Brian had heard him and come back. David deflected, insisting it wasn't him. He asked what time Brian had woken up. Mr. Ross remembered hearing the Columbus Broad fire whistle at 5 o'clock. David nodded, unsurprised. That was when the voice had told him he was already praying. He asked if he could visit tomorrow. Mr. Ross laughed and said he could come at midnight if he wanted, that the doctor wanted to keep waking Brian up anyway. After hanging up, David's parents demanded to know what had happened. He felt a powerful urge to take credit, to let them believe he had somehow been responsible for the miracle. But an intuition stopped him, warning that if he took the credit, everything that mattered would stop. He told them Brian was awake, that the doctors called it a miracle, but he insisted he hadn't done anything. He was just glad Brian was okay. His mother hugged him, and he asked what was for supper. Now, kneeling in the darkness of his cell, David floated into black, listening for God's voice. He recalled Reverend Gene Martin, who had listened to his story many times over the past 7 months. Martin had praised David for not taking credit for Brian's recovery, explaining that it was a temptation, like the one Moses had faced when he struck the rock and brought forth water, then told the Israelites to thank him. Moses had been barred from the promised land for that single misstep. David had grown comfortable with Martin over their Sunday afternoon meetings. The Reverend was fascinated by David's story, believing the boy had been touched by God. His wife Stella warned him to be careful, especially since he was drinking around the boy. Martin insisted he wasn't, but David had smelled whiskey in the teacup. During a silent baseball game, David mused that God wasn't very forgiving. Martin agreed he was, but also admitted that God was cruel. Now in the dark, David heard the voice of the other, the one that sounded like Satan, tempting him to abandon his cruel God. It taunted him about Pi's death, about his parents being in jail, about the crazy cop who would kill them all. It promised a better alternative. David recognized the voice, had heard it before, and Martin had taught him a mantra to use. See in me, be in me. He repeated it, trying to push the voice away, trying to rise above the pain of Pi's death. The voice faded, leaving only the dark. David asked God to tell him what to do, what he wanted. He asked for help not to waste time being angry or scared, even if it was God's will that they die here. He waited, listening. A distant coyote howl pierced the silence, then faded to nothing. David waited, keeping himself open, but received no answer. He finally spoke the prayer-ending words Reverend Martin had taught him, muttering them into his clasped hands, asking to be made useful and to remember his Creator. He concluded with a quiet, "Thanks. Amen." Opening his eyes, he stared into the darkness of his hands, which always reminded him of an eye, a hole like an eye. He wondered whose it was, God's, the devil's, or his own. He stood and turned to face his parents, who were looking back at him with a mix of amazement and gravity. His mother asked if he had been praying, and he confirmed it. She pressed him, asking if he did it all the time. He admitted he prayed 3 times a day, morning, night, and once in between, to give thanks and ask for help with what he didn't understand. She seemed perplexed, as if seeing him for the first time. His father interjected, revealing he'd seen David praying at his bedside shortly after Brian came home. He had recognized it for what it was. David, embarrassed, explained that he now prayed in his head. His mother admitted she didn't understand, and David tried to clarify. Praying was talking to God, which felt like talking to yourself at first, but then it changed. She asked if this was his own knowledge or what his Sunday pal had told him. He insisted it was his own. When she asked if God answered, he said sometimes he thought he heard him, and once he knew he had, when he'd asked for Brian to be healed. He described the IOUs he'd offered God and how, when he climbed down from the tree, he'd been told to put his excused early pass on a nail. He'd also been guided to find Reverend Martin, to learn about God through him. His mother, however, dismissed this, claiming he must have subconsciously remembered the Reverend from his visits to their house. She insisted his God was just his own subconscious mind looking for answers. His father turned away, and his mother's voice took on a hectoring, nervous edge as she asked what kind of deal David had made with this God. Was it like trading baseball cards? Before she could continue, Mary, the woman who had shot at the cop, intervened, gently telling her to give it a rest. They'd all had a tough day. His mother seemed to consider turning on Mary, but then focused on David again, sarcastically asking if he'd gotten any message from God about their escape. His father snapped at her to quit riding him. She asked again, and David admitted there was no message. Suddenly, Mary heard an approaching motor. It revved, tires screamed, and there was a crunching sound. Wood, metal, maybe both. A horn honked briefly. Coyotes howled in the distance, mocking. The white-haired man, Old Tom, identified the engine. It was the Newtown cruiser, the one he'd helped buy. He warned them not to get their hopes up. As David turned to look at the old man, the still, small voice spoke to him again. Just 2 words. The soap. David scanned the cell, his eyes landing on a grimy porcelain sink in the corner beside a toilet. Resting next to the tap was a green bar of Irish Spring soap. The sound of the police cruiser grew louder outside, and the coyotes' howls now seemed like the deranged laughter of lunatics. Meanwhile, Johnny Murrenville, a trained observer, noticed the dead dog hanging from the welcome sign. Buzzards had already descended on the carcass, their grotesque forms feeding on the remains. The cop, his voice thick and bloody, commented on the birds, quoting poetry about them waking to sleep. Johnny kept his responses neutral, wanting to avoid provoking the clearly deteriorating man. The cop rambled on, insulting Johnny's work and his proposed book title, Travels with Harley. He mentioned that buzzards were the only birds that farted, a fact he suggested Johnny include in his book. As they drove through town, Johnny noticed the empty streets and the cars still parked at the mining company, despite it being past quitting time. 2 coyotes trotted across the intersection ahead. The cop slammed on the brakes, throwing Johnny forward into the mesh. Ignoring Johnny's pained cry, the cop spotted a man named Billy Rancourt in the street. He backed up, turned, and then accelerated directly at the man, running him down. Johnny screamed a warning, but it was too late. The cruiser struck Billy, ran over him, and crashed through a fence. The cop seemed delighted, calling out to Billy as he lay broken in the street. Johnny, in shock, watched Billy crawl away, trailing a broken leg, his blood pooling. The cop reversed, running over Billy again. Johnny could only watch in horror as the man's body lay still, one foot twitching before going limp. The cop's casual remark about the mess pushed Johnny over the edge. He forgot his survival instincts and blurted out his disgust, calling the cop a brave boy for running a man down like a rabbit. The cop turned his single good eye on Johnny, then faced the windshield again, quoting from a fabricated book of adverbs about stumbling. He excused himself and got out, walking to Billy's body. Blood oozed from the ripped seams under his arms as if he were sweating it. Johnny saw the cop pick up the corpse, carry it into a nearby house, and then wipe his hands above the door, leaving blood smears on the lintel. The gesture chilled Johnny. It was like the angel of death marking a house. Johnny knew he had to control his temper. No more cracks. The cop drove them to the municipal building, and Johnny got out, wincing at his injuries. The cop's height was overwhelming, the sheer breadth of him making Johnny feel small. When Johnny asked why he hadn't been killed like Billy, the cop offered a twisted deal. Suck his cock, and he'd be set free. Johnny's anger flared. He told the cop that if he put that thing in his mouth, he'd bite it off, spitting the word tack back at him. The cop shoved him hard against the building, and Johnny fell. But the look of shock on the cop's face was worth it. Then the cop's face shifted, the skin becoming taut and unreal, as if another face was pushing through. The cop pointed at the sky and shouted strange words. A buzzard dropped onto Johnny, its claws digging into his shoulders, its beak tearing at his scalp. The stench of rot filled his senses. He screamed for help, promised to behave, but the cop coldly told him to deal with it or die. Johnny, in a frenzy, grabbed the bird, tore its wing off, and threw it against the wall. It stared at him with black tar-like eyes, its beak clicking open and shut. Johnny Marinville stared at the pulverized buzzard beneath his boot. Its back snapped like a dry twig, and a cold, disbelieving thought cut through the ringing in his ears. That's my blood on its beak. He stepped off the carcass, his legs unsteady, and watched the creature's one good wing flap uselessly in the dirt before he silenced it for good. He pressed his palms to his eyes, convinced for a dizzying second that his sanity had fractured along with the bird's spine. The cop's voice cut through the haze, offering a flat, mocking compliment on the kill and ordering him to turn around. Johnny refused, his whole body shaking, hands still clamped over his face. But the command came again, brooking no argument, and he complied. He looked up to see the cop pointing toward the roofline, and his stomach lurched. A ragged assembly of at least 24 more buzzards sat perched along the north side of the building, their dark, unblinking eyes fixed on him. The cop's tone turned deceptively soft as he offered to call them down, promising they would devour him alive. Johnny stammered out a terrified denial, his gaze dropping to the cop's zipper, closed, thankfully, and the fresh bloodstain spreading across the front of his uniform pants. The cop pressed him for the magic word, and after a horrible blank moment, Johnny rasped out a desperate plea. When asked if he was ready to be reasonable, he could only stammer an affirmation. The cop seemed to consider this, his voice dropping into a musing, almost private register. He mentioned the boy he had glimpsed in the upper windows, troubled by his presence, and wondered if Johnny might offer counsel on the matter. Then, his tone shifting back to a sinister lightness, the cop suggested that killing Johnny might be the best course, perhaps even securing him the Nobel Prize he had always coveted. He raised his face to the buzzard-lined roof and laughed, a sound the birds echoed back down. Johnny was struck by a horrible, irrefutable insight. They were laughing with the cop, sharing the joke as part of a monstrous conspiracy. A sudden gust of wind staggered Johnny, blowing the torn buzzard wing across the pavement like a discarded feather duster. He looked west and saw a wall of rising dust blurring the mountains, the sun sinking rapidly behind it. A windstorm was coming, and fast. From the holding cells upstairs, the 5 prisoners, the Carvers, Mary Jackson, and the old man, listened to the distant screams and the sounds of struggle from below. David Carver, his face tight with dread, hoped the commotion hadn't claimed another life, but the grim odds of that felt impossibly slim. Mary asked the old man to identify the mad cop. He gave the name Collie Trajan, short for Collier, and explained his history. A young man from Wyoming, who had come to Desperation 15 or 16 years ago, failed to get police work, and ended up in the Diablo Company's mine, part of the closing crew. Mary pressed that Trajan had told her and Peter the mine was open, but the old man scoffed, dismissing the renewed activity as a fool's errand that would soon end. He noted that Jim Reed, the town safety officer, would be relieved when it did, and confided that the old China pit was considered haunted, a belief he himself shared. Ralph asked about Reed, and the old man explained the town's small police force. Reed and 2 deputies, including Trajan, who had been hired on full-time in '91. Ralph found 3 officers excessive for a town this small, but the old man cited federal funding and a county contract to patrol the surrounding unincorporated lands. Above the rising wails of coyotes, Mary asked if Trajan's workman's comp was for a mental issue. The old man said no. It was a bad knee from a truck accident in the pit. Mary stated flatly that the man who killed her husband did not limp, and the old man agreed, but insisted it was still Trajan. Changed though he was, a man he had known and shared drinks with for 15 years. He had even investigated a break-in at his clinic. David asked if he was a doctor, and the old man identified himself as Tom Billingsley, a veterinarian, shaking the boy's hand with a large, trembling grip. Below, the sound of a door smashing open was followed by Trajan's booming, jovial voice, declaring he had arrived with his prisoner, Big John, and ushering him up to his new efficiency apartment. Billingsley turned to David, his voice low enough to carry to the others, but his eyes fixed on the boy. He revealed a chilling detail. Trajan was bigger, taller, and heavier than he had ever been. David understood the implication, and Ellen dismissed the notion as insane, but the vet confirmed it was true. The door at the top of the stairs flew open, and a man with a bloody, swollen face and shoulder-length gray hair stumbled in, falling to his knees to avoid a collision with the desk. The figure that followed him through the doorway was a grotesque parody of the man who had brought them here, a blood-soaked Gorgon, his features seeming to melt and disintegrate. He surveyed his prisoners from his ravaged face, a wide, splitting grin stretching his mouth, and declared them, with thick sentimentality, one big, happy family. Steve Ames had been focused on the road, but Cynthia's question drew his attention. She was pointing west, asking him to confirm what she was seeing. He agreed it was sand and wind, a dust storm rolling in. She asked him to pull over, and though he shot her a questioning look, he complied, guiding the rider van to the shoulder of the road leading south toward Desperation. Sitting in the cab, Steve watched Cynthia. She had been a welcome distraction, calling him her nice new friend, despite the creeping unease of the situation. But now she wasn't looking at him. She was plucking nervously at her Peter Tosh shirt, her gaze downcast. She confessed to being hard-headed and practical, with a touch of psychic intuition, and admitted that his earlier instinct to search the roadside had been correct, even if she had mocked it. Steve acknowledged this, but his mind was already racing ahead to his missing boss. She cut him off, voicing her concern that his focus on Johnny was blinding him to a bad feeling she had, a bad intuition. He pressed her for details, but she couldn't articulate what she was afraid of. He tried to reassure her, outlining their simple plan: find a cop or a phone booth and report Johnny missing, along with the Carver family. She remained unconvinced, but he promised to be careful. She asked him to try 911 on the cellular phone again, and he did so to appease her, though he expected nothing. He got nothing, not even a recording. He suspected the approaching storm was interfering with the signal. He offered her the phone, a half-joking suggestion about the woman's touch. But she declined, instead asking if he felt anything. He sighed. Yes, he did. It was a low, pervasive foreboding, a feeling that had settled in since she had uncovered his boss's buried motorcycle helmet. It reminded him of the charged, expectant moments before the violent summer thunderstorms of his Texas youth, the Benders, but stripped of the terrifying ecstasy. Back then, the feeling had been almost erotic, a sense that the world was about to reveal a great secret. Now it was just a grim certainty that things had gone wrong and would get worse. He had written it off as a response to the changing weather, but her prompting made him acknowledge it was more than that. He admitted he felt something, but pointed out the practical problem. He couldn't turn back. He needed to move forward to find his boss. She agreed, asking only that he be careful. A gust of wind shook the truck as he got it moving again. He saw the setting sun painting the rising wall of sand a bloody red. Cynthia, grimacing against another blast, promised her help. In the holding area, the blood-soaked cop locked the newcomer Johnny Marinville into a cell next to David Carver and Tom Billingsley. He then turned in a slow circle, his peeling, bleeding face a mask of contemplation, before producing his keyring again and selecting the master key. He walked toward the cell containing David's parents, who drew back from the bars, clutching each other. David cried out in alarm, shaking off Billingsley's restraining hand, demanding the cop leave them alone. Entergene ignored him, unlocking the cell door with a soft thump. He announced that Ellen's parole had come through, ordering her to step out. She shook her head, her face pale in the gathering shadows. Ralph pulled her back, asking if the cop hadn't done enough to their family. Entergene replied with a flat negative, drawing his massive revolver and cocking it at Ralph, threatening to shoot him if Ellen didn't comply. He gave her a choice: his brains in his head or drying on the wall. David prayed desperately for God to intervene, to stop this, to save his mother. Ellen pushed Ralph's hands away, insisting she had to go. Ralph, defeated, let his hands fall. Entragen lowered his gun and held out a hand to Ellen as if for a dance. She went to him, and in a voice too low for David to hear clearly, she asked that if he intended to do something to her, he'd do it where her son wouldn't have to see. Entergene assured her, in a conspiratorial whisper, that he didn't want that from her, especially not from her, and then led her toward the door. David screamed, shaking the bars of his cell, demanding she be left alone. His mother's response was unnervingly soft, almost uninflected, as if she were already gone or hypnotized, telling him not to worry. He screamed at his father to make it stop, but Ralph stumbled backward, sat on the bunk, and began to cry. And Trajan paused at the door, holding Ellen's arm and grinning through his bloody teeth, promising to take care of her, positioning himself as a sensitive man. David warned him that he would be sorry if he hurt her. The cop's smile faded, and he acknowledged David as a little prey boy, mocking his faith and claiming that his God wasn't present any more than he had been with Jesus on the cross. Ellen saw something coming up the stairs and screamed, trying to pull back, but Trajan held her. A coyote slunk through the doorway, ignoring the screaming woman and crossing to the center of the room. It stopped and fixed its yellow stare on Trajan, who spoke a strange, guttural phrase, Allah, and made a quick hand gesture, followed by, him on toe. The coyote sat down, and Trajan warned them of the animal's speed, that it would take off any hand or foot that strayed from the cells. David repeated his demand that the cop leave his mother alone. And Trajan responded with a crude threat of what he might do to her, assuring David he would be back for him as well, and then he pulled Ellen through the door and was gone. The silence in the holding area was thick, broken only by Ralph Carver's choked sobs and the wet, rhythmic panting of the coyote. Its intelligent, unpleasant eyes were fixed on David, drool dripping from its tongue in a steady, leaky rhythm. The gray-haired man tried to offer comfort, pointing out the cop's deteriorating condition, the internal bleeding, the lost teeth, the ruptured eye, and suggesting he couldn't last much longer. David, his voice tight, countered that it wouldn't take long for the cop to kill his mother, that he had already killed his sister, breaking her neck. His eyes blurred with tears, but he forced them back, refusing to break down. The man faltered, unable to finish his thought. David's mind drifted back to an earlier exchange with the cop, when they had still believed he was sane. He had asked how the cop knew their name, and the cop had claimed he'd read it on a plaque over the table. But David now realized that from the foot of the RV's stairs, that plaque would have been invisible. The cop had said he had eagle eyes that could see the truth from afar. Ralph shuffled to the front of his cell, his face ravaged and bloodshot. A wave of blind rage washed over David, a furious urge to blame his father for everything, for Pi's death, for their mother being taken. He wanted to scream that it was his father's fault, his gambling and his stupid vacation ideas. But then a familiar voice, the voice of his minister, Gene Martin, cut through the anger, telling him to stop, that this was just the way it wanted him to think. David was confused. It? The cop? And why would it care how he thought? Ralph pointed at the coyote, wondering how the cop could have called it and why it stayed. The animal's attention shifted to Ralph, then to Mary, then back to David. The gray-haired man suggested the coyotes were trained, like the buzzards. But Mary and Billingsley both disagreed, with Billingsley insisting this was not training. David noted Billingsley's claim that the cop was taller now, by at least 3 inches. The gray-haired man dismissed this as insane. Ralph asked his name, and he identified himself as Johnny Marinville. But before he could elaborate, Ralph accused him of being blind to the terrible, unnatural events unfolding. Marinville admitted it was terrible and not ordinary, but David's focus was elsewhere. A voice, an outside voice, whispered in his mind. The soap. He looked at the green bar of Irish Spring beside the spigot and remembered the cop's promise to return for him. The meaning crystallized. He pulled off his Cleveland Indians t-shirt and dropped it by the cell door. The coyote's growl deepened, its ears flattening. He sat on the bunk, removed his sneakers, and tossed them aside. The growl intensified, as if the animal knew what he was planning and meant to stop him. He murmured a prayer of faith, trusting God to protect him. He unbuckled his belt and, pausing, asked Mary to turn around, explaining he needed to remove his pants and underwear. His father objected, forbidding it, but David ignored him, meeting Mary's gaze. She held his look for a moment, then turned her back without a word. Marinville watched from his bunk, crunching a lifesaver. Despite his body shyness, David thumbed down his pants and undershorts. Outside, in the rider van, Cynthia drew Steve's attention to a vandalized sign. "Desperation's dead dogs welcome you." A frayed rope flapped in the wind, the dog's carcass long gone, claimed by buzzards and coyotes. Steve remarked dryly on the local sense of humor. Cynthia pointed to a rusty Quonset hut, the Desperation Mining Corp., with a parking lot full of cars and trucks. Steve pulled over, the wind now a steady, howling blast. He noted the surreal red-orange sun hanging over the mountains. Cynthia suggested they call the cops from here, pointing to the lit windows at the back of the building. Steve questioned why they wouldn't just drive to the local cop shop. She admitted she wanted to gauge the situation first, to see how things were before dealing with a uniformed officer. The absence of police at the abandoned RV, with its flat tires and unlocked door, felt deeply wrong. Steve agreed, turned into the lot, and suggested there might not be anyone at the Desperation PD anyway, given the late hour. Steve parked the rider van next to a pickup, but before he could even get his bearings, the wind ripped the door from his hand, slamming it hard against the side of the truck. He winced, half expecting some grizzled cowboy type to come charging out. But no one appeared. A tumbleweed bounced past, and the alkali dust was thick in the air. He pulled a red bandana from his pocket, knotted it around his neck, and pulled it up over his mouth. He stopped Cynthia from opening her door, rummaging in the glove box to find her a blue bandana. She examined it with mock seriousness, asking if it had cootie bugs, and he grinned behind his mask, assuring her it was clean in his best Lubbock drawl. They tied their bandanas on, bantering about being outlaws, and then he cautioned her to be careful as he stepped out into the punishing wind. The gust hit him like a physical blow, staggering him. Flying grit stung his face. He saw Cynthia struggling with her door, her shirt flapping wildly. The sky was still blue overhead, but the landscape was drained of color, lit by a strange, shadowless stormlight. He shouted for her to come on, wrapping an arm around her waist as they hurried across the cracked asphalt to the long building. At the door, Steve noticed a sign bolted to the corrugated metal. Desperation Mining Corp. But it had been painted over an older name, a red ghost bleeding through. He was sure one of the hidden words was Diablo, the I modified into a devil's pitchfork. Cynthia tapped the door nervously, and Steve read the sign inside, a typical Western message. If we're open, we're open. If we're closed, y'all come back. He joked they forgot the sun. He tried the door, it pushed open. Country music, broken by static, drifted out. Johnny Cash singing one piece at a time. They stepped into a reception area. The door closed behind them, muffling the wind. The room was furnished with patched vinyl chairs, a coffee table stacked with mining and gun magazines, and even a vintage penthouse. The receptionist's desk was a battered field-gray monster, covered in papers, emaché guidelines, and wire baskets of rocks. A manual typewriter sat on one end, and a chair on casters was empty. Steve picked up a cushion that read, "Park your ass." Cynthia noted the tasteful decor. On the desk, flanked by a joke sign and a name plaque reading Brad Josephson, was a photo of a smiling black woman with 2 kids. Steve found the radio and turned it off, but he could still faintly hear the music. Another radio, somewhere deeper in the building. Cynthia pointed to the phone. Steve checked it and found it dead. The building groaned under a powerful gust of wind. They both spoke in low, uneasy whispers. Steve pointed to a door behind the desk, and Cynthia grabbed his arm, hesitating. He insisted there had to be someone back there. The door was unlocked, the lights were on, the parking lot was full. She admitted he was scared, and he agreed, comparing the feeling to the charged moments before a Texas thunderstorm, but stripped of all joy. He promised they'd be laughing and feeling stupid in a few seconds, and she accepted his reassurance. He opened the door, revealing a narrow hallway. Fluorescent lights hummed overhead. Offices opened off both sides. Some doors open, one closed. At the end of the hall, bright yellow lights spilled from a work area, a lab or shop, where the other radio was playing. The tractors were now singing about a girl named Emergency. The place felt simultaneously empty and not empty. Cynthia yanked his shirt, hard, startling him. She asked if he heard a sound, like a kid bubbling Kool-Aid through a straw. He listened past the music and caught it, a fast, liquid, mechanical sound. He recognized it and felt a surge of relief. He told her it was just an aquarium. They peered into an office. It was nicer than the others, with a real rug and a well-stocked aquarium on a stand. Steve saw tigerfish, angelfish, goldfish. At the bottom, there was a strange decorative object. Cynthia's voice dropped to a terrified whisper. It was a hand. He looked again, and as a tigerfish swam between its fingers, one of which bore a gold wedding ring, he saw she was right. Steve stared at the severed hand in the aquarium, noting the fingernails and the thin white scar on the thumb. He stepped closer, ignoring Cynthia's grab at his shoulder, and bent down for a better look. His hope that it was a fake, despite the wedding ring and the realistic scar, evaporated. He could see shreds of flesh and sinew rising from the wrist, wavering in the water's current, and the stark white of bone beneath. He straightened up and saw Cynthia at the desk, her face ashen. She picked up the telephone, listened, then put it back. Her pale face startled him. She looked like she was about to faint. Instead, she reached for the play messages button on the answering machine. He hissed at her not to do it, but it was too late. A beep, a click, and then a strange, sexless voice began to speak, intoning the words Pneuma, Soma, Sarx in a slow, contemplative rhythm. The voice seemed to grow louder as it repeated the words, drilling into Steve's brain like sharp tacks. He was mesmerized until Cynthia reached past him and slammed the stop button, making the machine jump. She apologized, but said it was too creepy. They left the office, and Steve realized the song from the Tractors was still playing, stretching on impossibly long. Cynthia asked if they could leave now, but Steve pointed down the hall toward the bright yellow lights. She called him nuts, but followed. In the back of the police cruiser, Ellen Carver leaned forward, hooking her fingers through the mesh, and pleaded for the third time to know where she was being taken. Her initial relief at surviving, and at not seeing her daughter's body at the foot of the stairs, had curdled into a growing dread. The cop's deterioration was accelerating. She could hear his skin popping and blood trickling, see the back of his uniform turning a muddy red. She didn't like the direction he was driving. South, toward the vast bulwark of the open pit mine. They passed the last businesses on Main Street, including a sinister little shack called Bodega, its sign blown down. The sun was a low, dusty fireball, and the landscape had an apocalyptic, shadowless quality. She felt disconnected from her own life, the PTA, the lunches at China Happiness, the Boston Proper catalogs. Could that Ellen Carver, the one who examined her breast for lumps and read paperbacks, really be the same woman who was now being driven into a dirty, windy darkness, a woman who would never see her home again? She begged him not to kill her, her voice trembling and unrecognizable. He didn't answer. The road turned to gravel, and they began to climb the embankment. She pleaded again, asking what he wanted. He grimaced, reached into his mouth, and pulled out his own tongue, tossing it aside like a piece of meat. She asked him to make it quick if he was going to kill her, but he promised nothing, simply driving through the dust to the crest of the pit. He crossed the rim and started down, the walls of the pit swallowing the last of the light. Night had already fallen at the bottom. David remembered Reverend Martin's words. The minister had called his experience a genuine conversion, a rare thing in these times. He had told David that the job of the new Christian was to meet God, know him, trust him, love him. A progression, not a shopping list. David admitted he talked to God, but didn't often hear back. Reverend Martin had laughed and suggested he consult the user's manual, the Bible. So David had read it, from March to just before they left Ohio, treating it like homework. He remembered the story of Daniel in the lion's den, and King Darius's reluctant decree. Now, shivering at the sink in the jail cell, dousing himself with icy water, his father screamed at him to stop, his voice panicked and raw. David ignored his father's frantic screams and turned back to the sink, splashing water on his face and hair. He remembered King Darius's words to Daniel, and Daniel's own explanation of why God had shut the lions' mouths. His father's voice rose again, desperate. But David refused to look. He couldn't bear to see his father cry like this, as if a vein in his heart had been cut open. Marinville told Ralph to shut up, and Mary told Marinville to shut up, pointing out that he was riling the coyote. She asked David what he was doing, but he didn't answer. This wasn't rational. Faith wasn't rational. Reverend Martin had drilled that into him. Sane people don't believe in God. God isn't about reason, but about faith and belief. He takes away the safety net and then the tightrope. David soaped himself from the groin up, working fast to generate suds before the cold water dried on his skin. His father was still yelling, but David had no time to listen. He had to be quick, not just to keep his nerve, but because if the soap dried, it would gum him up instead of greasing him. He lubed his neck, face, and hair, then padded to the cell door, soap in hand. The gap between the bars was wide enough for a skinny 11-year-old, he hoped, at least until his head. He knelt, shivering, and rubbed the soap on the inside of the bars. The coyote got to its feet, growling, its muzzle wrinkled in a toothy grin. His father and Marinville both yelled at him to stop, but David had to go now. He recalled the story of Daniel and whispered a prayer, asking God to find innocency in him and shut the coyote's mouth. He turned sideways, propped himself on one arm, and stuck his feet through the bars. He wriggled backward, his ankles, knees, and then his thighs passing through, feeling the cool, soapy pressure of the bars. Mary screamed at the coyote, throwing coins at it, but the animal barely noticed, advancing on David instead. Johnny watched, appalled, thinking the kid must have lost his mind. He yanked the belt from his motorcycle jacket and brought the buckle down on the coyote's flank, making it yelp. The animal whirled, snapping at the belt, and Johnny pulled it away, then tore off his heavy leather jacket. He met the coyote's yellow gaze, willing it not to look away. The kid shoved his butt through the bars, and Johnny flung the jacket at the coyote, holding onto the collar. The animal seized it, almost pulling Johnny's arms out of their sockets, dragging him head first into the bars. He grunted, winding his hands into the collar and pulling, playing the coyote like a fish, dragging it forward. Its claws slid on the floor. Johnny's belongings, lifesavers, maps, keys, pills, sunglasses, his cellular phone went flying. He yanked the coyote forward, bonking its head on the desk. Mary screamed for David to hurry, but Johnny saw the kid was stuck, his whole body out of the cell but his head still inside. The kid was hung. David's progress stalled at his head. He was stuck fast, his cheek against the boards, his jaw pressed against one soapy bar and the back of his skull against the other. Panic, sharp and claustrophobic, closed in on him. The smell of the floor, the iron touch of the bars, a nightmare memory of a Puritan in stocks. His vision dimmed. The sounds of his father shouting, Mary screaming, and the coyote snarling receded into a distant blur. He was stuck. He'd have to go back, but his arms were out, and one was pinned beneath him. He prayed, a desperate, terrified plea for help, and then a voice, the familiar, disinterested voice he sometimes heard, told him to turn his head. It passed through him, not from him, as if the instruction were self-evident. An image came to him, hands squeezing a book's pages together. Could his head do that? He would have to be in the right position. He heard a ripping sound from behind him, and Marinville's angry, amused, scared voice asking if the coyote knew how much his jacket had cost. David twisted onto his back, the relief of the bar lifting from his jaw immediate. He reached up, placing his palms against the bars. He asked if this was right, but there was no answer. Reverend Martin's voice inside his head supplied the reason. God is cruel. David pushed. At first, nothing happened then. Slowly, his soapy head began to slide between the bars. There was a terrible moment when his ears were crushed and pressure beat on his temples, the worst physical hurt he had ever known. He was sure he would die there, stuck like a heretic in a torture device. He shoved harder, his eyes fixed on the ceiling, and with a relieved moan, he began to move again. Presenting the narrowest aspect of his skull, he delivered himself into the holding area. He was out, naked, covered in green soap curds. He sat up, his head throbbing with a monstrous pain that made his eyes feel like they were bugging out. The coyote, its muzzle clamped on Marinville's torn jacket, was momentarily occupied. His father yelled at him to get out while he still could, and Marinville echoed the command, engaging the coyote in a tug-of-war with the ruined jacket. David turned, pulled his clothes through the bars, and confirmed the shotgun shell was still in his pants pocket. He got to his feet, the world spinning, and Billingsley steadied him with a warm hand, urging him to go. David tottered to the door, telling his father he'd be back. His father ordered him not to find a phone and call the state cops. Then Marinville's jacket tore in two, and the coyote, thrown off balance, scrambled to its feet and lunged at David. Marinville yelled for him to go. David ducked out and slammed the door shut. The coyote hit it with a solid thud, then howled in fury, knowing it had been fooled. There were more thuds, more howls. Gooseflesh rose on David's soapy skin. Ahead of him were the stairs where his sister had died. He couldn't go down there, but he had to. He closed his eyes, pressed his fingers together, and prayed for protection. Then, naked and clutching his clothes, he started down into the shadows. Steve stood in the doorway of the Quonset hut's back room, unable to speak. He managed only a dry squeak. Cynthia was squeezing his hand painfully, staring one-eyed at the scene before her, tears in her eyes. She whispered, "Why?" And he shook his head, clueless. The only things he was sure of were that the killers were gone and that he didn't want to be here if they came back. The room was a combination workroom, lab, and storage area, lit by harsh lamps. There were laundry baskets of sorted rocks and a line of Macintosh computers with screensavers running, one showing a Goofy with a crude erection. At the far end, under a sign reading, "Welcome to Hernando's Hideaway," was an ATV. On the wall was a sign mandating hard hats, and below it a row of hooks. The hard hats were scattered on the floor, but the hooks were not empty. People hung from them, suspended like roasts in a freezer. Cynthia asked if they were dummies, a joke. Steve said no, they knew they weren't. He told her to let up on his hand. He began to count the bodies, and she confessed she had wet her pants a little. Steve continued his count, reaching 13, and Cynthia corrected him, pointing out a 14th body crumpled in the corner. She started to say the word hook, but broke down into sobs. Steve held her, her small frame trembling against his chest. Over her colorful hair, he surveyed the room and confirmed her count. 14 dead in all, at least 3 of them women. 9, maybe 10, wore lab coats. Others were in jeans or suits. One man was missing a hand, and Steve had a grim suspicion where it was. Most had been shot from the front, but at least 3 had been eviscerated. Their white coats stained, their guts hanging. The radio announcer introduced Mary Chapin Carpenter, who began singing about feeling lucky. And Steve let go of Cynthia. He stepped into the lab, sniffing for gun smoke, but finding none. The eviscerated corpses were dry, suggesting the killers were long gone. Cynthia tugged his arm, urging him to leave. but something caught his eye. A stone artifact on the computer table. He walked over to it, and Cynthia, after yanking his arm and protesting, followed. She saw it and stopped, reaching out to touch it. She gasped, jerked her hand back, and her hips banged into the table. She said it was ugly, that there should be a picture of it next to the word in the dictionary. The carving was a crude, powerful rendering of a wolf or coyote with a twisted head, bulging eyes, and an alligator-like snout full of jagged teeth. It was broken off below the chest, pitted and eroded. A note beside it asked what it was. Cynthia pointed out its tongue was a snake. She snapped her head up, alarmed, and grabbed his shirt again, insisting they had to get out. Steve agreed, but he noticed the radio had gone silent. Cynthia reached out and touched the carving between the ears again, gasping. The lights flickered, and the radio crackled back on, the same song continuing. Steve asked why she'd done that, and she seemed hazy, uncertain, then frightened. She warned him not to touch it, saying it felt nasty. Steve shook her off and touched the wolf's back. The radio died again, and there was a sound of breaking glass from behind them. He pulled his finger away quickly, a feeling of wrongness and confusion washing over him. It felt like a circuit in his head had shorted, and he had a bizarre, intrusive thought about doing something experimental with Cynthia. He found himself reaching for the stone again, not consciously deciding to just letting his finger drift. Cynthia grabbed his hand and twisted it away, insisting they leave immediately. He took a deep breath and felt his head clear, but a new, sharper fear settled in. They left the room, and Steve glanced back at the carving, noting the dark computer screens. Water was pouring from the office with the aquarium. A stranded fish flopped on the carpet. He told Cynthia not to look as they passed, but she asked if he'd heard something. Bangs or booms. He listened, heard only the wind, but then thought he heard a shuffling sound behind him. He spun around, but there was nothing. The carving was stuck in his head like a physical presence, and he regretted both looking at it and touching it. Cynthia asked again if he'd heard something, suggesting gunshots. The wind screamed, and something fell over outside, making them grab for each other. Steve dismissed it as the wind, but she insisted there had been 3 sounds. He told her to come on, and she echoed their earlier banter about nicknames. As they passed the office, Steve saw the shattered aquarium, the hand lying on the soaked carpet, a dead fish on its palm. He pushed the thought away and opened the door to the outside. The wind snatched it from his hands, revealing a landscape of flying dust. The mountains were obscured, but stars were visible overhead. The wind was near gale force, sending a barrel rolling across the lot. He heard the sound of a dumpster lid banging and told Cynthia that was her gunshot. She disagreed. Then a chorus of coyote howls rose in the night, some from the west, some from the north, a cacophony like screaming fans. He and Cynthia looked at each other, and he urged her toward the truck. The wind shoved them forward as they ran, and they leaned into each other, using their linked bodies as a brace against the storm. Once they had slammed the truck's doors shut, the simple act of locking them brought a moment's fragile security. Steve's hands found the ignition, and the engine's low, steady vibration was an anchor. The dashboard's glow felt like a return to the ordinary. They had to decide, and quickly. Steve laid out the options, his voice tight with urgency. A retreat east to Ely, a 2-hour gamble against the storm, or a short drive into the town itself. She chose Ely without hesitation, her fear of the killers in the town overriding the risk of the road. He countered with the memory of the abandoned RV and his boss's buried bike, reminding her that the threat wasn't confined to one place. She flinched at a loud crash outside, her nerves frayed, pleading to just drive away. He wanted to flee as much as she did, but he forced himself to think of the consequences. He knew that fleeing now would leave them as suspicious stragglers from a massacre. He told her that 14 bodies were at stake, plus his missing boss and an entire family. The scale of it was national news. And if they ran, and the killers escaped because of their delay, their own story would be under a harsh spotlight. She shrank back, the dashboard lights casting her face in a sickly green as she realized the implication. The thought that they might be blamed was a cold weight in her stomach. He tried to be blunt about their status. They were nobodies without the paperwork to prove their innocence. He asked about her ID, and her answers were a litany of loss and transience. No license, a lost Social Security card, only a discount card for a record store. When he asked what tangible proof she had, she threw back a bitter joke about earning a free CD, which seemed bleakly fitting given their surroundings. He suddenly laughed, a sound as surprising to himself as it was to her. She glared at him, her face a mask of shadows, and he was sure she was about to lash out. But then her own tension cracked, and she let out a wild, helpless laugh that echoed his. He reached out to her, and she slid into his arm, her shoulder trembling against his side. He noted the thinness of her shirt, a practical worry about the coming cold. She asked if he really meant to go into town, and he told her the truth. He wanted to be anywhere else, but they had to check. If it was normal, they would call for help. If it wasn't, they would run. She held him to his word, and he promised. As he eased the truck onto the road, he saw the last ember of the sunset swallowed by the dust. Stars began to pierce the darkening sky, but they seemed to wobble in the thickening air. She asked if he had a gun, and he shook his head. He briefly considered going back for one, then rejected the thought with a shudder. He showed her his pocket knife, offering it as a weak comfort. She offered a flat, sarcastic reply that showed how unarmed they truly were. A question about the stone statue formed in his mind, but he couldn't voice it. The memory of the thing was too close, too wrong. He kept his arm around her, steering the truck toward the town. Ahead, the headlights carved a path through the blowing sand, and the shadows that twisted in the light looked like the bodies they had just fled. David found a sliver of relief at the bottom of the stairs. His sister's body was gone. He stood by the double doors, watching the light of the dying day being choked away by the rising dust. Across the street, a sign swung in the wind, and beneath it, a bizarre tableau made him freeze. 2 coyotes sat calmly, and between them, a buzzard with ragged feathers, as if they were waiting for him together. He whispered that it was impossible, but the sight was undeniable. He dressed quickly, his eyes catching the frosted glass door of the town office. He finished lacing his sneakers and pushed the door open, his body tense for a threat. The room was empty and dark, and he felt a sense of dread that something would grab his hand in the black. He found a switch, and the lights blinked on, revealing a long, barred counter like an old bank. Various departments were labeled. On the wall behind them, in red paint, a strange warning about something rising in silence struck him as too true. He turned to look at the rest of the room, and his mind short-circuited. His hands flew to his mouth to stifle a scream. The world wavered, and he thought he might faint. He pressed his temples, forcing himself to stay present. Then he looked again at the wall to the right of the door, where bodies hung from hooks. A Stetson hung near the window. Next to it were 2 women, one shot, the other with her stomach torn open. Then a man in khaki, his holster empty. Another man in a bloodied shirt. And lastly, his sister, Pie. She was hung by her shirt, her broken neck bent at an impossible angle, her small feet dangling. Her hands, with their slightly open fingers, were the worst thing. The sight of them, so small and pink, broke something in him. He couldn't leave her there. What else was he supposed to do? He had to move. His chest hitched, the green soap on his skin now drying to a crust. He closed his eyes and prayed, his voice a broken whisper. He asked God to help him do what needed to be done for her. And then, speaking to her directly, he told her he loved her and apologized for every time he had been mean to her. That apology overwhelmed him. He knelt, pressing his hands to his head, his tears cutting tracks through the dried soap. The finality of her death, the endless future without her, was a physical blow. The door between them would never open again. He understood the grief that rent clothes, that tore people apart. When he had some control, he dragged a chair to the wall and stepped up to her. Her skin was waxy, her lips purple. He forced himself to accept the grief, to not be scared of her. It was better to be sorry. Then a voice, maybe his own, told him to hurry. His mother was still out there, and his father was upstairs. He pushed the thought of his mother and what the cop might be doing to her from his mind. He focused on Pi, thinking of how she used to watch cartoons. He started to sing a silly song from one of them as he lifted her down, her head falling heavily against his shoulder. He carried her to the tall windows, smoothing her torn shirt as he went. He laid her down gently, supporting her neck, and continued singing the old song as he pulled down a heavy curtain. He wrapped her in it, folding it over her so only her face showed, and then covered her head, too. He kissed her forehead and whispered his love, his last words a trembling goodbye. He sat beside her for a moment, trying to steady himself. Then, hearing the wind and a strange squeaking sound from outside, he got up, knowing his work here was not finished. He finished folding the green drape around his sister's body, singing that childish tune once more. He wished he had her doll, Melissa Sweetheart, to give her, but it was lost back at their camper. When he lifted her onto the drape and wrapped the bottom half up to her neck, the sight of her was gentler, almost peaceful, as if she were just sleeping at home. He continued the song to the end, kissed her forehead, and told her he loved her before covering her face completely. Kneeling beside her, he pressed his hands together between his thighs, trying to force his emotions into a manageable shape. The wind outside howled, and the dust tapped against the glass like dozens of tiny fingers. A harsh, rhythmic squeaking sound came from somewhere in the storm, and he flinched at a loud crash from outside. He pushed himself to his feet and moved away from the window. He rounded the long counter and saw the administrative area was empty, though a chair was knocked over and paperwork lay scattered, some of it stained with dry blood. Behind the counter, a safe stood open, but he saw only stacks of paper inside, no money or valuables. To his right were a few desks, and to his left, 2 closed doors with gold lettering. The one marked Fire Chief he ignored, his attention locking on to the office of the town safety officer, James Reed. He murmured the man's title to himself, feeling a grim sense of purpose. The door was unlocked. He felt for a light switch and flipped it on. The first thing his eyes found was a mounted caribou head on the wall, and the second, the man himself, slumped in his chair behind the desk. Reed was leaned back, his posture almost peaceful, except for the 2 pens sticking out of his eyes, and a desk plaque clamped between his teeth. His hands were folded over his ample stomach, and he wore a khaki shirt with a chest belt like in Trajan's. Another crash outside made him jump, followed by a chorus of howls. He looked over his shoulder, half expecting to see Trajan, but the room was empty. He knew what he had to do. He had touched his dead sister. He could touch this stranger. He tried the phone first, expecting it to be dead. It was. He jiggled the cutoff buttons and spoke into it, but there was nothing. A fleeting memory of the cop's joke about room service chilled him. He set the handset down and went around the desk to stand beside the body. A small plaque on the desk said, James Reed, Town Safety Officer. So the plaque in his mouth must be something else. The letters, Ops Here, were visible on the part jutting from his teeth. A familiar scent reached him. Not aftershave, but something else. He looked at the dead man's folded hands, seeing deep cracks in the skin, and realized it was the smell of hand lotion, just like his mother used. Reed must have been applying it shortly before he was killed. He tried to see past the man's bulk into his lap, but the desk blocked his view. He could see a small black hole in the back of the chair, confirming Reed had been shot, and the other mutilations must have come after death. A thought urged him to hurry. He grabbed the chair to pull it back, but it overbalanced and Reed's heavy body spilled onto the floor with a loud, dead belch. The plaque flew out of his mouth and landed upside down, reading, "The buck stops here." His heart hammering, David dropped to his knees beside the corpse. He noted the unbuttoned pants and peach-colored underwear, but ignored them, his eyes searching for what he needed. He found a keychain clipped to a belt loop next to a service revolver. He struggled with the clip, half expecting the dead man to grab him, but finally freed it. He sifted through the keys and found one that was square, with a black strip, just like the one Trajan had used, the key to the cells. He pocketed the key ring and then unsnapped the strap over the revolver. He pulled the gun out, holding it in both hands, feeling its impossible weight. It was a revolver, not an automatic. He carefully turned it to look at the cylinder, seeing bullet heads in every visible chamber. He hoped that meant it was fully loaded. He couldn't find a safety catch, and when he gingerly squeezed the trigger, he saw the hammer rise and quickly let off the pressure. He didn't want to fire it down here, not with coyotes nearby. He went back into the main office, the wind screaming outside as the light through the windows turned a bruised purple. He looked at the shape under the green drape, thinking his love for her, and then stepped into the hall. He stood there for a moment, eyes closed, gun pointed at the floor, and prayed for the ability to use it if he had to. Then, armed and determined, he started up the stairs. In the cell, Mary sat on her bunk, her thoughts spiraling into bitter anger at her sister-in-law, Deirdre. She blamed the girl's pot smoking, her careless stash under the tire, for the chain of events that had gotten her brother killed. A rational part of her mind tried to push back, insisting the missing license plate was the real excuse, that Trajan would have found a reason to stop them regardless, but she didn't want to hear it. It was easier to imagine punishing Deirdre, to see the understanding of her guilt dawning in the girl's vacant eyes. She found a dark comfort in these fantasies, even as she acknowledged the futility of it. Ralph Carver asked her if she thought his son had escaped. She gave him what reassurance she could, admitting she wanted to believe it, but the thought lingered that the boy might still run into the cop. Ralph confessed his surprise at his son's seriousness about prayer, and she agreed it wasn't a passing phase. Nearby, Johnny Marinville was locked in a strange staring contest with the coyote, taunting the animal in a low voice. He mused that if one of them could escape, the beast might flee. Tom Billingsley suddenly hushed them all, his sharp ears catching the sound of footsteps on the stairs. The coyote's attention snapped away from Marinville, its growl deepening as it turned toward the door. The footsteps stopped at the landing. Mary saw Ralph's face, a terrible mix of desperate hope and raw terror, and she couldn't bear to look. She had lost her husband in a flash. She couldn't fathom watching her whole family disappear in a single afternoon. The wind screamed outside, and the coyote flinched, taking a few hesitant steps toward the door, its ears flicking. Ralph called out, warning his son to stay back. To their amazement, David's voice came back, calm and focused. He was there. He had a gun, and he had a key. Marinville wasted no time, backing the boy's plan, ordering everyone to take cover. Ralph, frantic, accused him of trying to get his son killed, but Mary cut through the noise, telling Ralph that their only chance was to trust David. Marinville slid under his bunk, and Mary finally convinced Ralph to do the same, his fear for his son warring with his need to obey. Outside the door, David began to count down, his voice trembling with the same nerves his father had shown. He asked if his dad was clear. When he got the answer, he steeled himself and reached for the doorknob. Johnny watched, a flash of memory taking him back to the chaotic speed of Vietnam. He hadn't had much hope for the kid, but the kid was their only option. When the door swung open, David was on his knees, his face still smeared with green soap, his grip on the heavy .45 surprisingly steady. He aimed the gun, barrel tilted up, waiting. The coyote hesitated for a fraction of a second, then sprang. That tiny backward flinch gave David all the time he needed. He fired twice in rapid succession, the shots deafening, and the animal, mortally wounded, crashed into him. David fought free of the thrashing body, scrambling backward and then pushing himself up against the wall. He looked at his gun as if surprised to find it still in his hand, then told his panicked father he was okay, that it hadn't even touched him. David looked at the coyote. It was still alive, its chest a bloody ruin, panting harshly. He knelt beside it, pressed the barrel of the revolver against its dangling head, and turned his own head away. Johnny saw the boy's clenched eyes and felt a swell of respect. He had never warmed to his own kids, but a child like this, he thought, was something special. He imagined kneeling beside him in prayer and found the idea strangely appealing. David pulled the trigger a third time, his face a tight mask of grim duty. The shot was a duller report, and the coyote's body convulsed. A fine lacework of blood sprayed across the floor below the railing, and the animal's harsh panting ceased. David opened his eyes and looked at the result, speaking a quiet thank you to God, admitting the horror of what he'd done. Billingsley praised him, and David walked slowly back into the holding area. His father held out his arms, and David went to him, sobbing now as they embraced through the bars. Ralph tried to soothe him, explaining his earlier harshness was born of fear for his son. But David's tears weren't for the coyote, they were for his sister. He told them in a broken voice about finding Pi's body downstairs, how he had taken her down, how he had sung to her. The words dissolved into hysterical sobs as he pressed his face between the bars, and his father stroked his back, murmuring reassurances. Johnny gave them a moment, acknowledging the boy's courage, then called out, urging them to move. Entrogian could return at any moment. David produced a keyring and fumbled for the right key. His first attempt failed, but when Johnny suggested he try it the other way, the lock clicked open. Mary's cry of relief echoed as Ralph stepped out and swept his son into a real embrace. David kissed his father's bruised face, and Ralph's cry of pain mixed with a laugh of pure joy. Ralph took the key and freed the others. They stood together in a tight cluster, survivors of a catastrophe. Johnny asked Ralph if he could shoot the gun, and Ralph confirmed he could. They moved quickly down the stairs, David warning them to stop at the bottom. Through the glass doors, the night was a black void, the wind a furious howl. David told them what he had seen outside, and Johnny, peering out, made a dark joke. No one laughed. He thought of Entrogian and knew they couldn't stay. Mary agreed to go with Johnny to search for supplies. They entered the clerk's area, passing a spray-painted warning about something rising in the silences. Mary's attention was caught by the green drape, then the bodies on the hooks. She doubled over, and Johnny grabbed her as she tried to flee. He told her she had to help, that they were still alive. But one of the bodies was her husband, and the shock of it almost undid her. He led her toward the town safety officer's office, feeling a disgust with himself for the unwanted arousal her trembling body caused him. He forced his mind back to the task. They found the body of the police chief, and Johnny sent Mary to the fire chief's office. He searched the desk, finding a flashlight but no key for a locked gun box. He looked out at the storm and laughed at his own situation, thinking of how he should have stayed on the interstate. The thought of his abandoned travel book project seemed absurd now. The laughter that had seized him choked off as he opened the closet door. A dead woman sat propped against the wall, her body partially hidden by hanging coats. Her eyes were gone, leaving only red, staring sockets. He pushed the clothes aside, revealing a gun rack with several rifles and a shotgun. He stepped into the closet, planting his feet around the corpse. A bizarre memory flashed through his mind, a woman in a similar position at a party, and it unsettled him further. He moved the body aside with his foot, apologized to her, and turned his attention to the guns. They were secured with a cable and padlock. The third key he tried worked, and he pulled the cable free. A rifle tumbled out, which he caught. As he turned, Mary was standing right there. The fright nearly stopped his heart. He had to pound his chest to restart it. He chided her for sneaking up on him, and she explained she had thought he heard her. She had found a body in the fire chief's closet, too, skewered by a golf club. The image made him queasy. They gathered the guns and a stash of ammunition, loading them into a golf bag Mary had found. He tried to lift it, but couldn't. His strength was gone. Together they dragged it out, the weight of the weapons and the horror they represented a physical burden. Outside, the others had heard a motor. David insisted it wasn't the wind, and the fear that it might be in Trajan returned. They decided to arm themselves with the weapons they had scrounged. Mary took the shotgun, pointing out that a man should swing a club if it came to that. Johnny felt the sting of her words. Then David shouted that he saw a truck and tore open the glass doors. The wind ripped them from his hand, sending dust and debris swirling into the hall, stinging Johnny's face and making him cry out in pain as he bumped his broken nose. Ralph lunged for his son, but David was already gone, sprinting into the howling dark toward a pair of headlights that swept across the street. Johnny understood the boy's desperation and grabbed a flashlight, running after him. The wind slammed into him, nearly knocking him off the steps. David stood in the middle of the road, waving his arms and shouting at the departing truck. Johnny aimed his weak flashlight beam at the retreating taillights, but it was useless. The truck was gone. David's father reached him, trying to pull him back, but the boy's shoulders slumped in defeat. Johnny shouted for them to get inside. As they returned, the town's silence pressed in. David had seen the truck, but the town was dark and empty. It felt like a graveyard. A flicker of recognition about the truck's size and lettering sparked in Johnny's mind. But before he could grasp it, he realized his pocket was empty. The coyote had destroyed his jacket, and his phone was gone. He sprinted upstairs, desperate to find it. Meanwhile, in the Ryder truck at the intersection, Cynthia told Steve they should head for Ely. The strange sight of overturned bikes in the street felt like a bad omen. Steve hesitated, noticing some lights in houses further down, but Cynthia pointed out how random and wrong it all seemed. He turned the truck west. A tumbleweed smashed into the windshield, and she yelled at him, but he only smiled. She knew that smile, the kind that got women into trouble, and it made her wary. He explained he needed to find a working phone and couldn't shake the feeling of dread. She pointed out a stretch of knocked-down fence with clear tire tracks across it. He tried to dismiss it as the work of a drunk driver, but they both knew it was more. The howls of coyotes rose in the night, and she pressed closer to him. He wanted to see what was in the next house before they fled, and she reluctantly followed. He rang the doorbell, a bizarrely normal gesture. She pushed past him, grabbed the knob, and opened the door. The house was empty, but a strange hissing sound came from a room ahead. She wanted to leave, but he moved toward the noise. Cynthia grabbed his arm, trying to drag him back, but he shook her off and moved toward the sound. She threatened to leave him, but found herself following anyway. He stopped at the doorway, peeking inside, and went pale. The hissing resolved into a rattle. The dining room was a nightmare. A family sat at a rotting meal, their faces purple and swollen, snakes crawling everywhere. A baby in a high chair stared with a frozen grin. Snakes writhed on the table, and one pushed out through the dead woman's apron. Cynthia froze, her phobia locking her in place. Steve yanked her back, and seeing she couldn't run, scooped her up and carried her out of the house. He threw her into the truck, slammed the door, and jumped into the driver's seat. He was pale, his eyes wide above his bandana, confirming what she had seen. He reversed out of the driveway, turning them toward the highway and vowing to get them out of there as fast as possible. She agreed, and he drove, his control remarkable despite his obvious shock. At the blinker, he turned north. She tried the radio, getting only static, then saw a wink of light in the rear view. She dismissed it, not wanting to risk Steve's impulse to investigate. Then Steve shouted in alarm. Ahead, a huge shape loomed in the dust, with what looked like yellow eyes. It was a trailer, sitting in the middle of the road. He slammed on the brakes, and she hit the dashboard. They saw that the trailers from the park had been dragged across the road, blocking their escape. She urged him to go around. He hesitated, but she pushed him, reminding him she had gone with him into the house. As he reached for the gear shift, a buzzard crashed into the windshield, cracking it. Another thudded against the roof. The wipers smeared blood and feathers across the glass, blinding them. Steve turned on the washer fluid, but the mess was too thick. Then she saw them, scorpions and snakes, swarming out from under the trailers, advancing across the road. She tried to reassure herself that the creatures couldn't get inside the truck, but a new thought chilled her. Maybe they didn't need to. A harsh whirring sound came from her side, and she cringed toward Steve as a buzzard hit the passenger window like a missile. The glass cracked and sagged inward, holding for now, but a wing flapped at the windshield. Steve tried to comfort her, echoing her thought that they were safe, but she voiced her real fear. The birds could break in, and the snakes and scorpions could puncture the tires. He laughed it off, but she saw the doubt in his eyes as they heard the scurrying sounds from beneath the truck. Meanwhile, Johnny had found his phone. The service icon appeared, but there were no transmission bars. He tried calling Steve anyway, but got only a hollow roar. He told Mary the call had failed, but he was sure it was Steve. She urged him to hurry. Outside, they regrouped. David had taken back the pistol, and Ralph held a rifle. Billingsley, identifying the guns, warned Ralph about the recoil. Johnny picked up an unloaded Mossberg, and Billingsley gave him a look of contempt. Johnny shot back a comment about the old man's drinking, and Mary told them both to stop bickering. David suggested the movie theater across the street, but Ralph thought it was too close. Johnny admitted the only car keys they had were for the cruiser and Trajan had taken. They decided to follow Billingsley to the old theater, which he knew how to get into. The group set off into the wind, Johnny bringing up the rear. He noted the old man's familiarity with the place and suspected he was a late-stage alcoholic, hoping to find something to dull his own pain and perhaps get Billingsley on their side. As they passed the Owls Club, Johnny stopped, wanting to go inside. Mary protested that they needed to stay off the street. The street was empty except for them, Johnny insisted, and he only needed a moment for aspirin. He broke the glass door of the Owls Club, ignoring Mary's protests. As he reached inside to unlock it, Ralph pointed across the street. 4 coyotes stood watching them, and a 5th joined them. Mary raised her shotgun, but David pushed it down, saying they were just watching. Johnny found the lock and opened the door, turning on lights to reveal a deserted restaurant and bar. A parrot hung dead from a light fixture, its eyes bulging. He grabbed aspirin, then saw the bartender's body on the floor, throat cut. He took a bottle of whiskey, rationalizing it as a way to keep the old man steady, though a voice in his head mocked his self-deception. Outside, they regrouped. Billingsley advised him to shoot only if attacked, and Johnny made a joke that fell flat. Mary told him to stop being an asshole. They argued about where to go, and David suggested the movie theater. Billingsley knew a way in, and they set off into the wind. Meanwhile, in the truck, Steve reversed, hearing the crunch of scorpions under the tires. The creatures weren't following, and he stopped to assess their situation. They were blocked in by trailers, and Cynthia voiced her fear that something wanted to keep them in town. He parked at the Desert Rose, his mind reeling with disjointed images. He asked about the stone statue they had found. Cynthia admitted that when she touched it, she remembered every terrible thing that had happened to her. Then, with a sly look, she said it made her think of sex. The dirtier, the better. Steve felt a dark urge stir in him, and when she asked what he was thinking, he lied. She pressed him, and he saw the cruel smile on her face as she took his hand and placed it between her legs. He felt a burning, urgent need, and an insane thought filled his mind. He heard her name was Emergency and asked to see his gun. Steve Ames forced himself to focus, searching his mind for anything that could break the spell. An image surfaced. Cynthia's cautious face, as she'd first looked at him through the passenger door, those wide blue eyes assessing him, trying to determine if he was a threat. She'd asked if he was a nice person, and he'd said yes. And now look where that had led them. He pulled his hand away from her with a shudder, turning to stare out into the sandstorm. Sweat coated his skin, and though the madness had receded slightly, he still felt feverish. The image of the stone wolf was now lodged in his mind like an obsession. He couldn't shake its twisted head, its bulging eyes. She asked what was wrong, her voice trembling with confusion and regret. He admitted he didn't know, but offered a grim truth. They'd just experienced the corruption of this town firsthand. The thought of the stone fragment consumed him. When he finally looked at her, she had pressed herself against the passenger door, trying to make herself small. Her cheeks were flushed, and she was wiping away tears, trying to appear composed. She confessed that the memory of the stone was like a splinter in her mind, that she felt an urge to touch it to herself, and that the compulsion didn't feel like conscious thought at all. He agreed, and wished she hadn't voiced it, because now the image was in his mind too, using that ugly, powerful thing against himself, and then the two of them together beneath the hanging dead, with the stone between them. He forced the vision away, though he couldn't predict how long he could keep it at bay. He managed a weak smile, deflecting with the reminder of their shared joke, and she responded with a trembling, almost laugh, suggesting the grip was easing. He nodded carefully, still battling the unwanted arousal, but feeling his thoughts returning. If he could just keep his mind off that statue, he'd be all right. Those seconds had been the worst of his life. He'd understood what it must feel like to be a monster. He might have hurt her. She might have hurt him. The line between sex and violence had dissolved. He voiced a conclusion. It wasn't about either. Not really. It was about power. He announced his plan. They would drive through town toward the massive earthwork to the south, an open-pit mine, where he hoped to find a road that would lead them back to the highway. He was glad the main route was blocked. He didn't want to go near the mining Quonset or its horrific contents. Then she grabbed his arm, her gaze fixed ahead. A timber wolf materialized in the headlights, its eyes burning crimson. Scorpions and coyotes flanked it like an entourage. The wind shook the truck. She pointed out that the wolf was carrying something. He dismissed it, but as the creature drew closer, he saw she was right. The wolf stopped, dropped its burden, the stone statue fragment, and retreated to sit and pant. The thing lay in the blowing dust, radiating fury and power. The obscene vision of them together with the statue flooded back, consuming him. She asked if she should retrieve it, her voice distant. He replied with his own voice, but not his own words. The words came from somewhere else, from the radio the stone had turned on in his head. She asked what then? He grinned, the expression feeling both horrible and wonderful, and proposed they get it together. His mind became the storm, filled with violent, erotic images. She grinned back, her face skeletal in the dashboard light, and flicked her tongue at him like the snake tongue of the statue. He responded in kind, then reached for the door handle, ready to race her to the fragment, to couple with her among the scorpions with the thing between them. Nothing after would matter. They would be lost. Outside, Johnny emerged and offered a bottle of whiskey to Billingsley, telling him to have one drink and pass it on. Johnny had taken the pledge, he said. He watched Billingsley open the bottle, thinking the old man would certainly go along with that. Mary demanded to know what was wrong with him. Johnny deflected, mentioning his broken nose, and then Billingsley took a practiced swallow. Johnny snatched the bottle back. He offered it to Ralph, who took a quick drink, and then to Mary. She refused, but Ralph pressed her, and she took a small nip. Johnny opened his aspirin and dry swallowed several. He told Billingsley to lead the way to the movie theater. As they started down the street, Johnny explained his race for the cellular phone. The coyotes paced them on the opposite sidewalk. Johnny didn't like it, but they couldn't shoot at them. At least there was no sign of the cop. He grimaced at the aspirin, burned and tried to put the pill bottle in his breast pocket, but it hit the phone. He swapped them, then impulsively tried the phone again. Still no signal. David asked if he thought the person in the truck was his friend, and Johnny said he did. David asked to try the phone. There was something in his voice, and his father noticed it too. Johnny handed it over, and as the boy took it, 3 transmission bars appeared. Johnny, stunned, grabbed it back, but David had seen the bars appear. Johnny insisted it was impossible. David's father asked if something was wrong, and David asked again, more urgently, if he could try the phone. The moment Johnny reclaimed the phone, the transmission bars vanished again, leaving only the S. He tried to convince himself they'd been a hallucination, but before he could finish the thought, David snatched the phone back with startling anger, and Johnny saw the bars reappear, glowing gold. Mary's sarcastic suggestion that they drag a table into the street and get drunk went ignored. Billingsley's attention remained fixed on the whiskey bottle, while Johnny and Ralph watched the boy's fingers fly across the keypad with practiced speed, scrolling past names until he reached Steve. Ralph asked what was happening, but David ignored him, turning urgently to Johnny to confirm the truck belonged to Steve. When Johnny said yes, David pressed send. Inside the Ryder truck, Steve froze. The phone's insistent cry cut through the tension just as his fingers touched the door handle. Across the seat, Cynthia's grin had faded. She asked if he was going to answer, and the domestic tone of her voice made him laugh. Outside, the wolf howled in response. The coyotes and scorpions withdrew as if the sound was a signal. Steve grabbed the phone, put it to his ear, and stared at the wolf outside. A kid's voice asked if he was Steve, and he confirmed it. The kid pressed on, asking if he was in trouble. Steve hesitated, then admitted he was. The kid asked if he was in the truck they'd seen, and Steve said yes, confirming the boss was with them. The kid asked if he was all right, and Steve explained about the wolf and the strange statue. Cynthia honked the horn, startling the wolf. Steve had a sudden, simple realization. He could just run the creature over. Cynthia honked again, and Steve helped her. The wolf, confused, grabbed the statue and retreated. Steve and Cynthia exchanged a look. She was still scared, but managing a smile. The kid's voice came through again, asking if they were still there. Steve said yes, and the kid offered a plan, saying he might have suggestions. Steve asked his name. Back in town, something crashed behind them, making Mary turn. But she saw nothing. She was grateful for the whiskey, knowing it had steadied her nerves. David was still on the phone, the 3 men clustered around him. Mary could see Marinville's desire to snatch the phone back, but he didn't dare. She thought it would do him good. David spoke softly, turning away from the coyotes as if afraid they might overhear. He mentioned the old movie theater, the American West. Billingsley confirmed it, telling David to instruct Steve to go around, back through an alley. Marinville, also speaking low, added a caution about parking the truck away from the theater to avoid Entragian's notice. David relayed the instructions, listening to Steve's response and nodding. Mary's eyes drifted to the coyotes, and she realized with a perverse clarity that if they survived this, she would have to face Peter's death and the destruction of their life together. She wasn't sure any of them could make sense of what had happened, except maybe David. David ended the call, collapsed the antenna, and handed the phone back to Marinville, who immediately checked it and found nothing. Marinville asked how David had done it, and David said simply, "God." Mary couldn't resist teasing Marinville about it, but she was smiling. Ralph suggested David should have just told Steve to come pick them up, but David explained it wasn't that simple. Steve would tell them when he arrived. David shook his head, insisting it wasn't simple. Steve would explain when he arrived. Marinville caught the word "they," but David ignored him, turning to his father with a declaration they weren't leaving without his mother. Mary gestured at the coyotes across the street, feeling certain they understood her. Marinville stepped into the street, his long hair blowing in the wind, and tried to command the animals with the cop's strange word, "Tack," clapping his hands. One coyote howled in response, but the pack only drew closer together. Marinville tried again, then gave up, disgusted. David moved forward, his father grabbing at him, but the boy insisted it was okay. He walked to Marinville and offered a cryptic warning. Don't speak to them in the language of the dead. Then he stepped into the middle of the street alone, raised his hands in prayer, and spoke a blessing over the coyotes, commanding them to leave. The animals erupted into chaos, nipping and yowling as they fled into the night. David turned back, smiling faintly at their stunned expressions. They started walking north toward the movie theater, Marinville, muttering about a child leading them. In the Ryder truck, Cynthia spotted the theater's marquee. Steve nodded, turning into the Conoco station. Cynthia questioned his route, but he reminded her of David's instruction not to park nearby. Then spotted a corpse in the office. Cynthia confirmed the man was dead and offered to drive the truck into the garage if Steve could open the door. He agreed, hesitating only to check on her. She assured him she was okay. Steve hurried inside, kicking a tumbleweed away. The dead man's purple face was stippled with small black marks. Brown recluse spiders crawled across a skin magazine on the desk, and more scurried toward him from under it. He stomped too, but the others retreated. He headed for the garage, turning on the lights and finding a bay large enough for the truck if he cleared some tires. A rat lunged from a tire stack, sinking its teeth into his shirt. He broke its back, yanked it free by the tail, and hurled it against the wall. He tore off his shirt, checked his skin for bites, then cleared the space and opened the garage door. Cynthia drove the truck in, and Steve beat a mechanic's coverall with a tire iron to dislodge any hidden creatures. Cynthia asked what he was doing, alarmed by the rats and the mention of spiders, and fled outside. Steve pulled on the coverall and joined her, apologizing as they walked toward the theater. He patted his pocket to confirm he still had his phone, then swatted at something on his neck, still jumpy. She suggested they go to the movies, and they headed off together. Tom Billingsley led them down the narrow alley, the wind howling overhead like air over a bottle. Ralph cautioned against using flashlights, and Billingsley warned them about obstacles ahead. They skirted garbage cans and scrap lumber in the dark. Mary gasped when Marinville took her arm. She tried to pull away, but he admitted his night vision was terrible, almost blind. His tone was less arrogant than she expected, so she let him hold on. Ralph asked if she saw any coyotes. She didn't, could barely see her hand. David declared the animals were gone, and when Marinville asked how he knew, the boy simply shrugged. Billingsley stopped at a rickety fence, picked up a crate to stand on, and pushed open a frosted glass window. He slid through, followed by David and Ralph. Marinville struggled. Mary steadied him by his belt, and he thanked her with genuine humility. Mary paused on the crate, hearing ghostly echoes of her earlier conversation with Peter about the dead cat on the sign. She realized those voices belonged to the dead now, and the person she'd been before this trip was gone. She passed her gun and flashlight through the window and climbed inside. The ladies' room smelled of damp and stale liquor. Empty bottles filled a carton. Beer cans overflowed plastic bins in the toilet stall. Mary noted her own physical needs: hunger, the need to relieve herself, and felt a strange guilt about it, knowing Peter would never eat again. Marinville shone his light on the beer cans, making a crack about Billingsley's party habits. The old man defended himself, explaining they cleaned up regularly, unlike the kids who'd used the balcony. Mary asked where she could find a toilet, and Billingsley directed her to a porta potty in the men's room, giving Marinville a wary look. Mary borrowed Marinville's flashlight, and as she headed for the door, David spotted a colorful, whimsical fish drawn on the wall. Billingsley admitted he'd drawn it, probably while drunk. Marinville surprisingly complimented it and asked why he'd chosen this place. Billingsley explained he loved the theater, where he came to be with his friends since retiring. Now, he supposed they were all dead. David asked if Billingsley thought the cop had killed everyone in town. Marinville dismissed the idea as crazy, but Ralph silenced him. Billingsley thought the cop might have killed, at least tried to kill everyone. Ralph asked how many people that meant. Billingsley estimated nearly 200 in town, plus mine workers. Marinville couldn't believe one man could kill that many, but Mary reminded him of the man Marinville had seen run over. Marinville confirmed it. Billy Rancourt. Billingsley closed his eyes, recognizing the name. He'd known Rancourt, who worked at the feed store and cut hair. Marinville allowed that Trajan might have killed many, but David interjected softly, questioning if Marinville truly understood what Trajan was capable of. Marinville faltered, still struggling with the scale of the massacre. Mary suggested the buzzards and coyotes might have helped. Marinville reluctantly admitted the buzzard attack was real, but David pressed further. Why had Trajan passed over them? Why hadn't he killed them all, as he'd killed Pye and Mary's husband? David turned to Billingsley, asking why the cop had spared him if he'd killed everyone else in town. Billingsley shrugged, explaining he'd been drunk at home when the cop came. He'd been taken to jail, begging to know why, but the cop wouldn't tell him. At first, he thought he must have done something terrible in a blackout. He'd had such episodes before. Mary asked when the cop had come for him. Billingsley remembered it was the day before yesterday, just before sunset. He'd been in bed with a hangover when the cop arrived, let him dress but wouldn't let him drink, and later brought him dinner, and later brought him dinner. It was then he started to realize the cop was crazy, spouting nonsensical phrases. David observed that Billingsley was just like them, not knowing why he'd been spared. Marinville recounted his own encounter. The cop had pulled up while he was urinating, seemed friendly at first, and they talked about his books. David pressed him. Had cars passed? Yes, but the cop hadn't bothered them, only Marinville. The cop had picked him out. Marinville admitted that might be true, but everything had seemed fine until the dope was found. Mary interrupted, asking about the marijuana. Marinville insisted it wasn't his. She asked if it had a smile sticker on it, and when Marinville confirmed it did, she burst into hysterical laughter, explaining it had come from her sister-in-law's trunk. She excused herself, almost wetting her pants. In the men's room, she found a portable toilet and another colorful drawing by Billingsley, a galloping horse with smoke from its nostrils. As she sat down, thinking of Peter's laugh, the absurdity of her situation overwhelmed her. She cried, mourning her husband and the life they'd had, feeling stupid for being hungry and frightened. Meanwhile, Steve and Cynthia were walking past Bud Suds when a woman sprang from the laundromat door. Steve raised his tire iron, but Cynthia stopped him. The woman grabbed Steve, urgently insisting they had to get out. She'd been hiding since the previous day, and when she mentioned the cop's shadow, Cynthia interrupted, steering her toward the movie theater instead. The woman dismissed the laundromat, focusing solely on Steve, asking if he had a car. He told her the road was blocked by trailers, and Cynthia added there were dead people everywhere. The woman laughed bitterly, describing how Collie had gone insane, shooting people in the street. She grabbed Steve, shaking him, insisting they get off the street and hide in the laundromat office again. Cynthia refused, pointing to the theater. The woman, still fixated on Steve, mentioned she'd seen the cop's shadow and thought they'd be safe in the office. Cynthia reached out and physically turned the woman's face toward her. The woman demanded to know what she was doing, and Cynthia said she was trying to get her attention. But as soon as Cynthia let go, the woman turned back to Steve like a flower following the sun. Cynthia grabbed her again, insisting she read her lips. The theater. Other people were there. The woman finally focused, asking if Cynthia meant the old movie theater. She'd tried the door the night before and found it locked. Steve explained they were supposed to go around back. He had a friend there. The woman questioned how he communicated, suspicious, but followed when Steve started walking. She noted that cell phones didn't work well in the area due to mineral deposits. Under the theater's marquee, they stopped at the alley. The woman resisted, asking who these other people were and why Collie hadn't killed them. Cynthia urged her to come on, and Steve heard a motor approaching from the south. The woman's eyes widened. She said him, and bolted down the alley, the others hurrying to keep up. A flashlight flickered from farther down the building, and a voice whispered from the shadows. It was Marinville. He welcomed them, and Steve helped the women climb up on stacked crates and through a window. Inside, Steve hugged the boss, relieved to find him alive. Marinville joked about his appearance, his face battered by Intragian. Steve admitted he hadn't met the cop and didn't want to. David appeared in the bathroom doorway, his flashlight picking out the newcomers. He asked if Steve was his phone pal, and Steve confirmed it, introducing himself and Cynthia. David smiled wanly. Steve shook his hand, and Cynthia took it next, explaining they'd found the family's RV and his baseball cards. Steve teased about the Cleveland Indians, and David said he just wanted to be alive to see them play. Cynthia introduced the woman from the laundromat, Audrey Weiler, a consulting geologist. She looked around the ladies' room, dazed, then turned to Marinville, insisting they had to leave immediately. Marinville deflected, suggesting they talk things over first and go into the theater. She called him stupid, emphasizing the danger of Collie and Trajan. Marinville shone the flashlight on his own ruined face, saying he'd met the man and understood plenty. He quoted a carpenter saying about measuring twice, and she reluctantly followed as he led the way into the theater. A police cruiser rolled slowly north through the wind and darkness, its lights off. The driver, a large slumped figure in a sand-brown belt, sang tunelessly as the car passed the bodega and pulled into the municipal building lot. The engine died, and the creature inside sat motionless, fingers tapping the wheel. Buzzards landed on the hood, lining up to peer through the dirty windshield. The driver muttered about who must die. Jews, Catholics, Mormons, and added a strange word, tack. The door opened. The figure stepped out, holding a shotgun, and walked toward the front entrance. Coyotes flanking the steps cringed and whined as it passed. The creature reached for the door, then froze. It was ajar. Inside, it found a dead coyote at the top of the stairs and a holding area cell standing open and empty. An angry roar escaped its chest. Outside, the coyotes and buzzards reacted with unease. The figure whispered about that boy, the drug user. It stepped into the room, its eyes shifting. The hat on its head was slowly rising, pushed up by an abundance of hair. The body it now wore was much larger than the woman who'd been taken from the detention area. Ellen Carver had grown, transformed into a broad-shouldered, 6'3" figure in a coverall. It wore Intragian's belt, badge, and hat, and carried his pistol. From its pocket it produced a small stone carving, a spider with a coyote head for a tongue and a fiddleback shape on its back. It raised the carving and called out in that strange language, commanding in tow. Recluse spiders emerged from the shadows, gathering in a circle around it. The creature lowered the carving, and the spiders streamed away in 2 lines. It returned the carving to its pocket and repeated its litany of who must die, adding little prey boys to the list. Then it began tapping its fingers against its collarbones. Inside the theater, Steve expressed amazement at the setup on the stage. Cynthia called it weird, but Marinville corrected her. This was nice, not weird. The auditorium was old and faded, with a massive screen and a stage area. Billingsley had turned on pin spots, illuminating the space. Johnny thought the old man might have gone for a drink, but he smelled no fresh alcohol when Billingsley passed. They followed him onto the stage, and Johnny found himself thinking of their group as the XIII Survival Society. The wind howled outside, and despite its chilling effect, Johnny sensed a strange attraction in the sound, though he couldn't identify why. Johnny caught himself mid-thought, acknowledging the truth he tried to deny. He knew exactly why the wind's howl was attractive. Billingsley and his friends knew too. That's why they came here. The sound was a natural amplifier for the lure of emptiness, the pleasure of zero, the idea that quitting was the only choice that made sense. In the center of the dusty stage sat a makeshift living room. Chairs, sofas, lamps, a coffee table, a television, all arranged on a large rug. It looked like a department store display, but Johnny thought it could have been a set from a surrealist play. Dominating the scene was a fumed oak bar, which Billingsley explained came from an old ranch auction. Johnny ran his hand over it, then opened the double doors to find it fully stocked. He closed them quickly, feeling the pull of the bottles inside. Ralph Carver sat in a wing chair, staring out at the empty seats with a dazed expression. David found a VCR and a stack of pornographic cassettes, which Billingsley sheepishly admitted they watched. David shrugged it off as their business. Cynthia made a shadow crow on the dusty screen, and Steve joined in with an elephant. David laughed, and his father smiled at the sound. Mary claimed she could make the New York City skyline, but before she could demonstrate, Audrey Weiler's strident voice cut through the room, demanding to know what they were doing. She was pale, eyes wide, accusing them of being insane, playing games while the cop was out there looking for them. Billingsley assured her the lights wouldn't show from outside. It was a movie theater, soundproof and lightproof. She insisted the cop would find them eventually, and Ralph raised his gun, declaring he was ready for him. Audrey warned about other ways in, but Billingsley said he'd set a booby trap of beer bottles on the ladies' room window ledge. She dismissed him as a fool, pointing out that cops had keys to businesses, but Billingsley countered that the theater had been closed so long the doors were boarded shut. Johnny agreed they were safer here than outside. Audrey turned on him, demanding to know what they intended to do. Stay and play games? Steve told her to take it easy, but she snapped back, insisting she wanted to leave. Johnny said it wasn't the time, and Mary agreed, noting the wind and sand would make them easy targets. Audrey asked what would change tomorrow, and Johnny suggested Entrogen might be dead by then. Ralph nodded, and David watched Johnny intently. Audrey asked why and how. Mary asked if she'd seen him recently, and Audrey admitted she'd only heard him since yesterday. Ralph wondered if there was radioactive contamination, but Mary didn't think it was radiation sickness. Johnny suggested they sit down and talk it out. He smiled at Audrey, who relaxed slightly. He looked around at the group, what he thought of as the XIII Survival Society, and noted the shadows on the screen. He admitted he'd experienced things in the last few hours he couldn't explain. Audrey dismissed it as a campfire story, but Johnny insisted it didn't change the facts. Mary interrupted, asking if there was any food. Billingsley admitted there wasn't much, but mentioned someone might have left sardines and crackers. Mary grimaced but looked interested. Johnny figured hunger would overcome her reluctance soon enough. Billingsley offered to check for food, but David volunteered instead. The old man directed him to shelves off stage, mentioning there might be Oreos. Johnny joked about their nutrition, and Billingsley's attention drifted back to Audrey's legs. David started across the stage, then returned for the .40-45, tucking it into his pocket. He asked about running water, but Billingsley explained it was shut off in vacant buildings. David grimaced, still covered in soap. As David left, Billingsley commented to Johnny that the boy's escape from the cell was impossible. Not even Houdini could have managed it because of the head. Johnny acknowledged the thought had occurred to him. He had even considered the phrase unobtrusive miracles. Mary asked what Billingsley was driving at, and he suggested they gather around David, adding that any campfire helps on a cold night. Meanwhile, the creature that had been Ellen Carver examined the dead coyote, muttering about Soma, Numa, and Sarks. It carried the animal downstairs, stood at the doors, then took it into the town office where it saw the girl's body had been taken down and wrapped. Its face twisted with anger at the boy's insolence. It plunged Ellen's hands into the coyote's belly, then laid the animal on top of the girl's body, positioning its jaws around her neck. It grinned, splitting Ellen's lip, and imagined the boy's reaction if he saw this grotesque tableau. Spiders returned, forming shapes on the wall, letters, then a circle, the innie. The creature watched, then waved them off. It stood at the doors, knowing where the theater was and where the boy was. Johnny recounted his full story: the stop to urinate, Trajan planting drugs, the coyotes, the beating, the murder of Billy Rancourt, and the buzzard attack. Audrey expressed disbelief, but Steve and Cynthia exchanged a look of sick recognition. Johnny explained how Trajan's sexual demand had angered him rather than scared him, and how he'd thrown the word tack back at the cop, which seemed to trigger the buzzard attack. Audrey dismissed it all, insisting Collie's human violence was enough. Steve asked about spiders, and Audrey said she hadn't seen anything unusual. Steve pressed further, asking if she'd witnessed any strange behavior from spiders, specifically if they'd seemed to move together, almost like a pack. She dismissed the question with a sharp, disbelieving look, as if he were the one losing his grip. He tried again, switching to snakes, but she shook her head, insisting she'd seen none of it, not even a coyote in the street, let alone a party-hatted dog on a bike. To her, all of this was new, and her skeptical tone made it clear she thought their stories were spinning out of control. Before the conversation could continue, David returned from the shadows backstage, carrying a brown paper bag and a box of crackers under his arm. He announced he'd found provisions. Steve eyed the modest haul with a wry comment, estimating it would barely stretch to a single sardine and 2 crackers apiece. But David assured him there was more than enough. Then he hesitated, glancing around the group with a mix of thoughtfulness and anxiety, and asked if anyone would mind him saying a quick prayer before they ate. Cynthia asked if he meant grace, and he confirmed it. Johnny, surprising himself, said it worked for him. They could use all the grace they could get. Steve agreed with a quiet amen. David set the food down between his sneakers and closed his eyes, folding his hands in that simple, unpretentious gesture that had clearly become a habit. Johnny watched, struck by the boy's lack of showmanship. David prayed aloud, asking God to bless the food, their fellowship, and to deliver them from evil. He added a quiet, almost resigned plea for his mother, acknowledging it might not be God's will but asking anyway. Then finished with a soft amen. Johnny felt something stir in him, a place that Trajan's cruelty and violence had failed to touch. The kid's sincerity was undeniable. His faith was not a performance but a lived reality. And in that moment, Johnny found himself moved more than he wanted to admit. David began distributing the food with a cheerful, almost eager efficiency, handing a can of sardines to Mary and then to Steve and Cynthia. When Cynthia tried to refuse, insisting she and Steve could share, David insisted there was plenty. He gave cans to Audrey, to Tom, and finally to Johnny. Johnny turned the can over in his hands, almost disbelieving, before opening it. The smell of fish hit him, and suddenly he was ravenous, a hunger that seemed absurd for a simple can of sardines. Mary tapped his shoulder, offering the box of crackers with an expression of pure delight. fish oil glistening on her chin, and encouraged him to try them. He took 6 crackers, more than he'd planned, and passed the box along, meeting Billingsley's gaze for a moment. The old vet's words echoed in his mind. Not even Houdini could have done it, because of the head. And the phone, too. 3 transmission bars when David held it, none when he did. Something was off, something he couldn't quite name. Cynthia, mouth full, declared that food was definitely better than sex. And Johnny glanced over at David, who was perched on the arm of his father's chair. Ralph sat motionless, his unopened can of sardines in his lap, staring blankly out at the empty seats. David carefully placed a couple of sardines on a cracker and offered them to his father, who chewed mechanically, as if just going through the motions. Watching the boy's tender attention made Johnny feel like an intruder, so he looked away, and his gaze fell on the cracker box, now on the floor. Everyone had eaten. The box had made the rounds, but that wax paper cylinder was still there, still half full. Johnny could have sworn the number of crackers hadn't changed at all. Ralph forced himself to speak next, recounting the crash of the Carver family as clearly as he could manage between bites. His words came in bursts, his voice strained as he struggled to stay present, to come back to himself for David's sake. But it was hard. The images kept intruding. Kirsten at the foot of the stairs. Trajan dragging Ellie away. Even now he could hear the hollow, already gone quality in her voice when she'd told David not to worry. He knew his wife well enough to recognize that sound, and it haunted him. He owed it to his son to try, though, to claw his way back from the shock and guilt that threatened to swallow him. When he finished, Audrey offered her condolences, but still clung to her skepticism. No revolt from the animal kingdom, she noted, as if that were the real issue. Mary followed, recounting the bag of pot under the spare tire, Trajan's twisted Miranda warning, and the cold-blooded murder of her husband on the steps. Audrey dismissed the coyote story with a wave, insisting that coyotes could be domesticated, trained like dogs. Marinville asked if she'd ever actually seen Trajan walking one on a leash, and she admitted she hadn't, but she was adamant. She spent most of her time in the pit, or the lab, not in town. Then Marinville turned to Steve, asking for his tale. Steve exchanged a look with his companion, then began mentioning that he'd lose his bonus if the agent found out he picked up a hitchhiker. Marinville waved it off. Steve and Cynthia took turns telling their story, both clearly shaken by the stone fragment in the lab and the wolf's strange behavior, though neither could fully articulate what had happened when the animal brought the fragment to them. Ralph sensed there was something sexual in their hesitation, but he didn't press. Marinville, keeping his tone mild to avoid further alienating her, asked if she was still a doubter. Ralph observed the writer's careful approach, recognizing the need for unity among the 7 of them. Audrey admitted she didn't know what to believe. She didn't want to accept any of it. The very thought disturbed her deeply, but she couldn't see why they'd lie. She suggested, tentatively, that the horror of the bodies in Hernando's hideaway might have unhinged them, causing them to see things. Steve countered, and she conceded that the snakes at least made some sense. Animals often sought shelter ahead of bad weather. But the rest defied her scientific reasoning. Cynthia cut in sharply, dismissing her skepticism as willful denial. She pointed out that all their stories aligned, from Marinville's encounter to Mary's and the Carvers, even down to the overturned fence where Trajan had killed the barber. They were all on the same page, she insisted. Audrey was the one who didn't fit. Audrey almost wailed in frustration. She hadn't seen any of it. Ralph asked her what she had seen, and she explained she'd been camping in the Copper Range with her horse, Sally, a detail that made Billingsley perk up. He asked after the mare, and Audrey confirmed she was fine. The strain healed thanks to his liniment. Marinville inquired, and Billingsley brushed it off as just having doctored her horse a year ago. Audrey shifted the conversation to the mine's reopening, describing the stressful switch from rainbird sprinklers to a drip system. She mentioned that some eagles had died. About 40, she admitted after Billingsley pressed her, but insisted it wasn't a big deal for the species. The environmentalists, she complained, treated each death as a catastrophe, using it as a pretext to shut down the copper mining. She grew animated, frustrated by the hypocrisy of Greens driving foreign cars full of American copper while calling them monsters. Steve gently reminded her none of them were from Greenpeace, and she softened, explaining that they all felt bad about the birds, but the rainbirds had left toxic pools that killed them. Billingsley, with watery eyes, recalled the cyanide used in the 50s, equally nasty, and helped himself to a finger of whiskey. Ralph asked for the same, and Billingsley obliged, then offered warm, soft drinks or spring water to the others. Audrey continued, describing how they'd replaced the rainbirds with a more expensive drip system to protect the birds. Billingsley, pouring himself another tot, agreed, his gaze lingering on her legs as he drank. Ralph, though he noticed, felt nothing. His emotions were drained, as if there was more juice in an old car battery than in his wiring. Meanwhile, in the empty holding area, the thing wearing Ellen Carver's form sat behind the desk, its eyes gleaming. Outside, the wind rose and fell. A cougar approached, its paws padding up the stairs, and pushed the door open with its snout. The animal was large for a female, with a thick, switching tail. It slunk low, ears flattened, clearly frightened by the smells of gunpowder, fear, and blood, coyote and human mixed together. The thing in the chair looked human, but didn't smell like anything the cougar had ever encountered. It crouched by its feet, whining and mewing. The creature rose, knelt before the cougar, lifted its snout, and stared into its eyes, speaking rapidly in that other tongue, the language of the unformed. It instructed the cougar on where to go, how to wait, and what to do when the time came, knowing the animal would likely be killed but would complete its task first. As it spoke, Ellen's nose began to bleed, and blisters rose on her cheeks and neck. The thing wiped the blood away, irritated by the body's fragility. Then it told the cougar to go and wait, and the animal licked its hand before padding out. The thing resumed the chair, closed Ellen's eyes, and listened to the sand rattling against the windows, letting part of itself drift away with the cougar. Steve prompted her to continue from where she'd left off, asking what happened after her camping trip. She explained she'd spent 4 great days in the coppers, fishing and taking photos, then returned 3 nights ago to her house north of town. When Steve asked if bad weather had brought her back, she shook her head. Her radio had only forecast fair and hot, which matched what he'd heard. She had a meeting scheduled with the company controller, Alan Symes, to summarize the switchover from rainbirds to emitters, which is why she was wearing a dress. Frank Geller had warned her that Symes didn't like women in jeans. Everything had been fine when she got back, she emphasized. Frank had called her that evening, around 7, to confirm the dress code. Billingsley identified Frank Geller as the chief mining engineer, and she confirmed he was dead. Now, the next time she'd seen him, he was hanging from a hook, one of his hands missing. Cynthia, shuddering, added that they'd seen the hand, too, in an aquarium. Audrey described waking up twice during the night before the meeting. Once thinking she'd heard thunder. The second time gunshots, but she dismissed it as dreaming and gone back to sleep. That must have been when it started. When she arrived at the mining office, she didn't initially sense anything wrong. Brad Josephson's absence was no surprise, as he was rarely at his desk. But when she went out back to Hernando's hideaway, she found bodies on hooks, including Alan Symes, who'd flown all the way from Phoenix to die there. She estimated there were no more than 7 bodies at that point, but she'd been too terrified to count properly. She froze, maybe even blacked out briefly, then heard gunshots and screaming, followed by more shots and then silence. She walked back to her car, refusing to run for fear panic would overtake her, and drove into town to report what she'd found to Jim Reed or one of his deputies. She was in shock, fumbling in the glove box for cigarettes she hadn't smoked in years. Then she saw 2 people running through the intersection under the blinker light, pursued by the town's new police car. Intrigian, though she didn't know it yet. Gunshots, and the people were thrown onto the sidewalk, bleeding heavily. He didn't slow down, just kept going west, and she heard more shots, along with what sounded like a yee-haw. She wanted to help the wounded, so she parked and got out, which probably saved her life, because Intrigian was killing anything that moved. Cars and trucks were scattered dead in the street. Like toys, one El Camino turned on its side. Johnny noted the street had been clear when he was brought in, and she explained that Intrigian kept his room picked up, sweeping the mess under the rug, especially with the storm covering his tracks, a storm that hadn't been forecast. David asked what happened next, and Audrey described running to the victims. One was Evelyn Schuenstack, dead with her brains on the sidewalk. She turned to Mary, warning them that if Intrigian saw you and decided to shoot, you were dead. He was a dead shot. The other was a tasty cocky delivery guy, shot in the head but still alive. He trembled like a jay she'd shot as a 12-year-old, and she'd knelt beside him, waiting for it to end. His skull was pushed out of shape, and she'd initially mistaken the white chips on his shoulder for styrofoam packing material, then realized they were bone fragments. Ralph abruptly said he didn't want to hear anymore, but Johnny insisted they needed to know, suggesting he and David take a walk. David refused, insisting they had to stay, and Ralph reluctantly sat back down. Johnny noticed Audrey staring at the boy with an expression that might have been fear or awe, and he thought of the crackers that never seemed to run out, the phone that only worked for David, and Billingsley's comment about Houdini. They'd been focusing on the animals and Intrigian, but what about David? Just what was he? Cynthia urged Audrey to continue, but to dial back the graphic details for David's sake, and after a moment, Audrey gathered herself and went on. Kneeling by the dying delivery man, she tried to decide whether to stay or run for help, but more screams and gunshots erupted from Cotton Street. Glass breaking, wood splintering, metal clanging. The cruiser's engine revved again, that sound that seemed to have haunted her for 2 days, and she heard it coming her way. She ran, wanting to reach her car but knowing there wasn't time, so she ducked into Worrell's grocery store. Inside, Wendy Worrell lay dead by the register, and her father, Hugh, the butcher and owner, sat in the office, shot in the head, his shirt off as if he'd been changing into his whites. Billingsley noted that Hugh started work early, long before the rest of his family. She tried the phone in the office, but it was dead, and she stayed hidden in the back for half an hour as the cruiser passed twice, once on Main and once around the back, with more gunshots in between. Upstairs in the Worrell's living quarters, she found Mrs. Worrell dead in the kitchen with her throat cut, and the boy Mert still in bed, blood everywhere. She stood in his doorway, staring at his posters of rock musicians and basketball players, the cruiser revving outside again. She went down the back stairs but couldn't bring herself to open the door, imagining him crouched there waiting. She decided to wait for dark to make a break for her car then, but the heat and the buzzing flies drove her crazy. She could smell the bodies. When she heard shooting near the town garage, she forced herself out, but stepping onto the sidewalk felt like stepping into no man's land. She froze, paralyzed, until she heard the engine coming back, sensing her movement. The sound of it was so loud, so powerful, like a wildcat in heat. And she thought of the tasty cocky man trembling like the jay she'd shot as a kid. That memory finally got her moving. She threw herself into the laundromat just as he passed. Lying on the floor for almost 20 minutes, she studied dust balls and lipstick cigarette butts. Too far gone to move even if he'd come for her. Then she heard people outside and crawled to the door, seeing 4 people across the street by the Owls. The Esculla boy and his girlfriend, a heavy woman she didn't know, and Flip Moran, who Billingsley recognized. They were trying car doors for keys, and Intrigian roared out of the alley, hitting them all. Flip was killed outright. The others skidded aside like bowling pins, the girl's arm broken, the heavy woman bleeding from her face. When the engine came back, the woman turned with her hands up, and he shot her twice before running her over. That was when she got her first clear look at him, grinning and laughing like a kid at Disney World, happy. He caught the Esculla boy and his girlfriend, ran them down, backed slowly over them, then got out, knelt between them, and shot them both in the head, even replacing the boy's hat afterward, a detail she knew she'd never forget. He stood reloading, turning in a circle, wearing that goony smile. Johnny recognized the description, reminded of Vietnam and stone troopers he'd known, but a deeper part of him doubted it was just that. Something else was going on. She crawled back to the laundromat office, curled under the desk, and slept a thin sleep full of gunshots and screams. When she woke late in the afternoon, sore and disoriented, she smelled bleach and laundry soap, her legs numb from being curled up. As she started to wiggle out, she heard someone enter, boots on the floor, and she yanked herself back under the desk. It was him. She knew it by the way he walked. He called out, asking if anyone was there, and moved up the aisle between the washers and dryers, almost as if he were following her scent. In a way, she'd worn opium perfume, hoping it might smooth things over at her meeting with Mr. Symes, and now it was betraying her. He commented on the smell, asking if it was opium she was wearing, and when she didn't respond, he offered a choice. Come out and he'd make it quick, or force him to find her and he'd make it slow. She wanted to obey, wanted to crawl out and let him kill her quickly, the way people at Jonestown had lined up for the Kool-Aid, but she couldn't move. She was frozen, thinking she was going to die, needing to pee. She had pulled the office chair out to get into the knee hole, and she realized he'd see it and know where she was. Then he entered the office, asking if someone was there, promising he wouldn't hurt her, that he just wanted to question her about a big problem. Audrey trembled as she recounted this, a smile on her face that was hard to look at, the craziness of believing both his threats and his reassurances at once. He came a few steps into the room, his shadow falling over the desk where she was hidden, and she thought if that shadow had eyes, it would see her. He stood there breathing for a long time, then said fuck it, and left. She heard the street door open and close, but she was sure it was a trick. She could see him in her mind, still standing inside, gun out, waiting for her to move. She kept believing that even after he started roaring around the streets again, the only thing that finally got her out was the urgent need to pee and the fear that if he could smell her perfume, he'd smell fresh urine even quicker. She crawled out, hobbling on numb legs, and made it to the bathroom. That was essentially the end of her story, though she stayed in the laundromat for 2 days, moving between the office and the main area, her nerves shattered. She couldn't make a break for her car, imagining Intragen catching and killing her. She clung to the hope that help would arrive. Desperation wasn't that isolated, and people were always coming and going with the mine reopening. She'd seen a Federal Express truck and a utility pickup pass by, heard gunshots afterward, and a man screaming in a voice so high it could have been a girl's. Another endless night followed, eating from vending machines, drinking from the bathroom basin, and then another day with Entragian still circling like a vulture. The laundromat had begun to feel safe, and she convinced herself he couldn't have gotten everyone. When the storm came, she decided to use it as cover, planning to sneak back to the mining office and take an ATV northwest to the highway. Steve confirmed they'd seen the ATV with a cart full of rock samples. She was about to make her move when they showed up, and she smiled wanly, saying the rest they knew. Johnny, his nose throbbing, took 2 aspirin with a sip of water, thinking they still knew nothing. Not really. Mary broke the silence, asking what they should do, whether to try to escape or wait for rescue. Steve shifted, answering that they couldn't wait long. Someone should have gotten away and called for help by now, but no one had. Something powerful was happening, and relying on outside help would only get them killed. They had to rely on each other and get out as soon as possible. David insisted he wouldn't leave without finding out what happened to his mother. Johnny gently told him he couldn't think that way, but David pushed back, saying he could, and he was. Billingsley spoke up, his voice carrying weight, telling David that with other lives at stake, they needed him. He was special, and it wouldn't be fair to risk everyone. David, his voice barely a whisper, said that wasn't fair. And Billingsley agreed, his face stony. Cynthia added that dying to find his mother wouldn't help her, and if they got out, they could come back with help. Ralph echoed her, but his voice was hollow. David exploded, accusing them all of not caring about his mother, including his father. Ralph countered that it was untrue and cruel, but David stood firm, saying he knew his father loved her but would leave her because he believed she was already dead. He turned to Billingsley, insisting that praying didn't make him a wizard. The only magic he knew was a couple of card tricks he usually messed up. Steve tried to intervene, but David pressed on, certain that leaving now would be too late to save her. Johnny admitted it probably already was, unable to meet the boy's eyes. Ralph sighed heavily, and David went to him, sitting beside him and taking his hand. Steve asked Audrey about the other way out she'd mentioned, and she described the road from the pit back to the highway. Billingsley nodded in confirmation. That road, Desperation Creek Road, started at the motor pool, where there were more ATVs. The biggest could seat 4, but they could hook up an empty gondola for the others. Steve, seasoned by years of quick decisions and rapid getaways, proposed they wait until morning, get some rest, and hope the storm blew itself out. Mary thought the wind had already let up, and Steve, even if it hadn't, figured they could still reach the motor pool. Audrey confirmed they could, and that it was about 2 miles from the mining office, 1.5 miles from the theater. Daylight would let them see XIII, whereas night and storm would leave them blind. Cynthia worried they wouldn't see the wildlife either, but Steve stressed moving fast and armed. If the storm cleared, they could take the truck. 3 in the cab, 4 in the box. If the weather stayed bad, which he actually hoped, they'd go on foot to attract less attention. And Trajan might not even know they'd left. Billingsley pointed out that the Escala boy and his friends had probably thought the same way before being run down. But Johnny countered that they'd been heading north on Main, exactly what Trajan would expect. They'd go south toward the mine and leave via a feeder road. Steve went over to David, who had left his father and was sitting on the stage edge, staring out at the seats. He promised they'd come back for his mother and anyone else alive, a rock-solid promise. David, his voice hollow, admitted he didn't know what to do. He needed to pray, to ask God for clarity, but he was too angry. God had let the cop take his mother, and he couldn't get past that. Steve thought of telling David he'd done a miracle, but held back, not wanting to worsen his confusion. He stood over the boy, hands in his pockets, troubled. Outside, the cougar moved down the alley, ears flat, sensing a powerful force inside the building, a glow that made her uneasy. But the outsider's will was in her head, a fishhook she couldn't resist, speaking in the language of the unformed from the time before. She growled, a rasp from her nostrils, then slipped around the corner, the wind ruffling her fur and carrying smells of grass, paintbrush, old booze, and brick. She could smell the bitterness from the pit, the bad place the animals knew and men had tried to forget. The wind died, and she padded along the path between the board fence and the theater's rear, sniffing the crates, lingering on the overturned one. The last person to stand on it had pushed it off, and she could smell his hands, tangy, undressed, male, in his prime. She smelled guns, too, which would have sent her running under other circumstances, but now she had no choice. She looked up at the unlocked window, but the voice told her no. She'd knock over the man-drinkers inside, and the noise would give her away. She passed beneath it, sniffed the boarded fire door, then came to a second window, also white glass but bolted shut. That was the one she'd used when the voice told her it was time. She lay down below it, curled her tail around her, and waited for Tack's command, listening to the wind and the bitterness it carried. Back on stage, Mary saw Billingsley take a whiskey bottle from the cabinet and pour himself a drink. She approached Johnny, hissing at him to stop it. He was the one who gotten the old drunk started. Johnny, stung by being called a shithead, reminded himself he thought the whiskey would pull Billingsley together, but he'd also been annoyed that the vet had a loaded gun while he was stuck with an unloaded .22. Now he wasn't sure it had been a good idea. He took the glass from Billingsley just as it reached his lips, ignoring the vet's cawing protests, and placed it on the bar out of reach. Mary was rubbing her wrists, red from where he'd grabbed her, and he noticed the others watching. Billingsley reached for the glass again, his fingers opening and closing like a child demanding a toy, and Johnny was struck by a sudden, shameful memory. The actress with the emeralds pushing him into the Bel Air pool. Everyone laughing as he surfaced with his beer still held high, too drunk to understand the flushing sound was his reputation draining away. Now he was managing a similar scene, with Tom the one reaching and Mary watching, her wrist still red. He put an arm around the old vet, leaning into the sour aroma of whiskey that hung about him, and murmured a promise. Be good, and he could have the drink later. Tom's cracked lips shone as he whispered back, asking if he really meant it, and Johnny confirmed, adding that he'd maintain him, but no more. He asked Tom to have some dignity. The old man's eyes were wet, his lids red, and he admitted he couldn't. Johnny sighed, then opened his eyes to find Billingsley staring across the stage at Audrey's legs, muttering about her short skirt. Johnny steered him away, smiling a game show host smile, and asked about the China Pit's name to distract him. Tom deflected, saying Audrey would know more, but Ralph pressed him, noting he'd forgotten more local history than she'd ever learned. Mary encouraged him to tell a story, and Steve and Cynthia joined them, Cynthia's fingers hooked in Steve's belt loop. Billingsley settled into the wing chair, refusing David's offer of water, and began. He explained that long before copper mining, there was gold and silver, and in 1858 Diablo Mining opened Rattlesnake No. 1, where the China Pit now stood. It was a shaft mine, and they chased the vein deeper despite the danger. The surface was limestone, skarn, and Nevada marble, but the north side, where they sank the shaft, was bad ground. The Shoshone called it sour ground, igneous leftovers from volcanic eruptions that never reached the surface. Audrey, munching pretzels, corrected his terminology. It was a drift, not a shaft, and you drove a driftway, not sank it. But he continued agreeing that porphyry was the word, full of valuable stuff but unstable. The miners got down 70 feet, heard the walls groaning, and walked out, refusing to die. The owners then brought in Chinese laborers, chained and shipped from Frisco, 70 men and 20 women in quilted coats and round hats. They were cheaper, didn't drink, didn't trade with Indians, didn't want whores, and would go as deep as ordered, even on their knees. Any caught stealing gold-bearing rock could be shot on the spot. They reached 150 feet, twice the depth the white miners had dared, before the cave-in. Stories varied. Some said they'd dug up an earth spirit, others that they'd angered the Tommyknockers, the underground troublemakers. Audrey dismissed the supernatural, insisting it was just a cave-in, and no sane person would go 10 feet into that ground, let alone 150 with miners, bossmen, and ponies all chipping and yelling. Billingsley resumed, describing how the roof fell in 60 feet from the adit, the entrance, and the miners were trapped behind 20 feet of fallen hornfells, skarn, and shale. The town came up to hear them screaming, begging to be dug out, but no one dared enter. The groaning ground was too unstable. 2 days later, the mine owners and engineers arrived, had a picnic outside, while 40 souls screamed in the dark, and after poking their heads in, declared it too dangerous for rescue. They set dynamite charges and brought down the front of the mine, burying 42 people alive, including the White Line boss and foreman. When Cynthia asked how they could do it, Billingsley answered flatly, because most were Chinese, so it was easy. The wind gusted, making the building tremble, and Johnny thought of the bottle booby trap in the ladies' room. But Billingsley wasn't finished. He noted how stories grow in folks' minds over the years, like shadows, and demonstrated by wiggling his fingers to cast a giant bird shape on the screen. Johnny, still a sucker for a good story, pressed him for the ending. 3 days later, 2 young Chinese men appeared at the Lady Day Saloon, where the broken drum now stood, and opened fire, killing 2 men and wounding several others before being subdued. One of the dead was the mining engineer from Reno who'd recommended sealing the shaft. Audrey interjected with her usual correction, drift. But Johnny silenced her with a gesture. One of the attackers was killed in the fracas, reportedly by a knife in the back, though legend favored the story of a gambler named Harold Brophy who'd flicked a playing card and cut his throat. The other, shot multiple times, was hanged the next day after a kangaroo court. But he was too crazed to understand what was happening, fighting like a wild animal even in chains, raving in his own language. The consensus, Billingsley said, was that he and his friend had escaped the mine and come for revenge. He shrugged, suggesting they were likely just two men from the Chinese encampment south of Ely. Less passive than the others, driven by news of the cave-in and relatives lost. The survivor had no English beyond curses, so most of what people inferred came from gestures. And tall tales love a twist. Within a year, folks claimed the miners were still alive down there, their voices pleading and promising revenge. Steve asked if escape was possible, and Audrey flatly said no. Billingsley countered, speculating that two men might have found a vent or chimney. Volcanic terrain was full of such features. Audrey dismissed it as bullshit, but Mary soothed the tension, saying it was just a hypothetical way to pass the time. Billingsley finished with a sly smile, asking Audrey if she'd found any short bones in her digging. She coldly called him drunk, and he denied it, then excused himself to use the bathroom, weaving slightly as he crossed the stage. Cynthia smacked a spider under her sneaker, and Johnny bent to inspect it, noting it wasn't a fiddleback but a pair of them, and joked they might be Chinese fiddlebacks. Outside, the cougar's eyes opened at the silent command. Her tail switched as she tensed on her haunches, ears cocked toward the sound of someone entering the room beyond the white glass. The voice in her head demanded perfection, and she waited, muzzle wrinkled, growling. In the ladies' room, Billingsley checked the bottles on the window ledge. Still in place, the wind dying down. But his thirst had become an itch, a poison ivy of the brain, and he knew how to treat it. He pushed into the men's room, shining his light on the wall and the smoke-breathing horse he'd drawn in a blackout, a creature that looked mad and free, as if from another world. His memories clarified. Sally, the geologist's mare, a year ago when the mine was reopening, he'd heard about the young, pretty geologist living at the old Reaper place. Now he needed to pee, but that wasn't his strongest need. He pulled a filthy blue rag from the sink, revealing a bottle of satin-smooth Rutgut, and took a long, burning drink, napalm down his throat, exploding in his gut. He chased the first gulp with a smaller sip. The shake's gone now, then capped the bottle and hid it back in the sink. Muttering to himself, he recalled the woman who'd called about her horse, Sally, a 3-year-old mare. Outside, the cougar's ears flicked at his voice, tensing on her haunches, waiting for him to move closer. He went through the memory, visiting the Reaper place, a nice adobe in the hills, where a black fellow from the mine, the one who'd later become the receptionist, took him to the horse, explaining Audrey had flown to Phoenix. As they walked, the man looked over Billingsley's shoulder and called out to her, waving. Billingsley waved too, thinking she was young and good-looking, not movie star knockout, but fine for a place where single women never paid for their drinks. He treated the horse, given liniment, and later she'd come in for more. He'd seen her around town plenty, dining, drinking, shopping, but they ran in different crowds. Why was he running all this through his head? He started toward the potty, pulling down his fly, trying to connect Audrey to Collie. He'd never seen them together, so what was it? Then, as he lined himself up, it all came together with a cop-howl. But before the realization could fully form, the cougar's growl rose to a howl that sent him spinning, spraying piss in a wild arc. A dark, green-eyed shape splayed on the tiles, bits of broken glass gleaming in its fur. The mountain lion, an enormous female, spat at him, revealing long white teeth. His rifle was back on the stage. He threw the flashlight past her shoulder, and when she snapped her head around, he bolted for the door. The cougar's scream, like a woman being burned, deafened him as she launched, claws sinking into his back, flaying him as he groped for the handle. Her paws snagged his waistband, pulling him back. Then his belt broke and he tumbled, landing on top of her. He rolled, got to one knee, but she knocked him onto his back and went for his throat. He got a hand up. She bit off the side of it, blood beading on her whiskers. He shoved his other hand under her chin, trying to push her back, feeling her hot breath on his cheek. He saw his horse on the wall, prancing, wild, free, and then she lunged forward, shaking his hand in her jaws, and the world dissolved into pain. Cynthia, pouring water, heard the cougar's cry and dropped the bottle. It exploded at her feet. She knew the sound, a wildcat's yowl, but had never heard it outside a movie. Then Tom Billingsley screamed, and she saw Steve stare at Marinville, who looked away, his face weak and lost. She felt contempt for him in that moment. Steve and Ralph grabbed guns and ran toward the sound. The old man screamed again, a liquid, gargling cry, then fell silent. Mary thrust a shotgun at Marinville, telling him to go help. He hesitated, claiming bad night vision, but when she called him a gutless blowhard, he moved, slowly, as if from a deep sleep. Cynthia grabbed Billingsley's rifle and sprinted across the stage, holding it high, not for drama, but to avoid shooting anyone. She ran down the narrow hall, past dusty chairs and a lighting panel, smelling old men and old jizz. Another animal scream, louder, but no more from Billingsley. A door banged open. The men's room, she guessed. Ralph yelled a warning. Then there was a spitting roar, a thud, Steve's cry, and two deafening explosions. Muzzle flashes lit the wall. She ducked, then turned into the bathroom, where Ralph held the door open. The only light came from Billingsley's fallen flashlight, casting faint, hallucinatory shadows. Billingsley crawled toward the urinals, his back torn open and pouring blood. In the center of the floor, the cougar was up on its hind legs, paws on Steve's shoulders, blood streaming down its flanks. Steve had his arms crossed, holding it off. Ralph aimed but couldn't fire, afraid of hitting Steve. The cat shrieked, lunged, and Steve snapped his head back. They staggered, and Steve collided with the potty, which crashed over. He tottered, one foot in the canvas bag, the cougar pushing him. He screamed for Ralph to shoot, but Cynthia was slammed aside, catching a wash basin just in time. Marinville strode in, the shotgun stock against his forearm, his gray hair swinging. He looked terrified but didn't hesitate, jamming the muzzles against the cougar's head, yelling for Steve to push. Steve did. The cat's head rocked back, and Marinville pulled both triggers. The roar dwarfed Ralph's shots. Bright light flared, and Cynthia smelled frying hair. The cougar fell sideways, its head mostly gone. Steve tottered and fell. Marinville made a feeble grab. Cynthia knelt beside Steve as he sat up, wincing at the blood blossoms on his shoulders. He said he was okay, and she helped him up. The reality of what he'd just done seemed to hit Marinville like a physical blow. For the first time since Cynthia had met him, his voice carried no performative weight, just pure, disbelieving astonishment that he had actually pulled the trigger and killed the cougar. He credited the geologist woman Mary with shaming him into the act, and then turned his concern to Steve, asking about his condition. Cynthia cut him off, dismissing the roadie's punctures as a secondary concern and urgently directing everyone's focus to the old man Billingsley, who was clearly in a far more desperate state. Mary entered the room, carrying Marinville's unloaded gun with a bizarrely calm and composed expression on her face. She surveyed the smoke-hazed, dreamlike scene of carnage, the dead cat, the downed cowboy, and then rushed toward the veterinarian. Billingsley, who had been making feeble, exhausted attempts to crawl away, finally collapsed completely, his head sliding down the tiles as he lost all strength. Ralph Carver tried to check on Steve, but seeing the blood on the man's shoulder, he could only grip his arm tightly, expressing his helpless frustration and fear that he would have hit his friend instead of the animal. Steve brushed off his concern, insisting it was fine. Marinville, with the self-congratulatory air of a sports hero, tried to claim the kill as a debt he owed, but before he could finish, Mary's sharp cry cut through the room. She was trying to stop Billingsley's bleeding, and the situation was critical. They all crowded around the old man. Cynthia winced at the gruesome sight. One of his hands had been practically chewed to a stump, and his neck and shoulder were a raw, flayed mess from which blood poured in heavy streams. Despite the catastrophic wounds, his eyes were unnervingly bright and aware. He tried to speak, his voice a hoarse, desperate whisper, but the word he got out was a puzzling skirt. Marinville tried to silence him, but Billingsley insisted they needed to hear what he had to say, even as the makeshift compress Mary was applying grew sodden with his blood. Cynthia felt a grim certainty that they were too late to save him, but held her tongue. Steve scrambled for a rag in the sink, finding a filthy old shirt which he folded into a compress, and Cynthia urged him to step back so she could tend to his wounds with water from the bar. But Billingsley, with a final burst of will, stopped them, begging everyone to listen. He confessed he was dying, and his words, though halting, were crucial. Mary, in a futile attempt, told him to stop talking. But he continued, revealing the source of his revelation. He had only ever seen Audrey Weiler once before in a dress, and that was why he hadn't immediately noticed what was wrong. Mary was the first to grasp the implication, pointing out that no one would wear a dress that short to a high-stakes business meeting with a company comptroller. Sweating and pale, Billingsley admitted he felt stupid for not realizing it sooner. He had always seen her from a distance, and women here mostly wore jeans. He'd almost had the thought, but the drink had clouded his mind. The dress would have fit the woman she was, he explained, which was the key to the whole thing. Ralph was confused, asking how a dress could be both all right and too short at the same time. The old man, in a broken whisper, gave them the answer. Taller. Marinville and Steve exchanged a look. As Billingsley coughed violently, the compress now completely soaked. When he recovered, he spoke the word again, enunciating it with terrible clarity. The horrifying realization dawned on Ralph. Audrey Weiler was like the cop Collie and Trajan, a vessel for something inhuman. Billingsley couldn't confirm it for sure, but the truth was, Mary asked if she might only have a milder case. But Marinville noted she wasn't bleeding out the way the cop had. A point Ralph countered by suggesting the damage might just be hidden. The final damning piece of the puzzle came as Billingsley's eyes shifted past Mary's shoulder, trying to see who was missing. They all turned, and the full horror of the situation hit them. Audrey was gone, and so was David Carver. Separated from the chaos in the theater, the entity that now wore Ellen Carver's body stood at the top of the municipal building steps, its gaze fixed northward. The wind whipped Ellen's red-gold hair, but Tack felt no cold, only a seething frustration. It could sense the activity within the theater, and the knowledge that the cougar had failed to silence the old drunk in time was a deep internal irritation. The creature had at least succeeded in drawing the others away from the boy, but the boy himself had eluded Tack's other efforts. This was its central, gnawing fear. David Carver was the source of all its current problems. It should have killed him when it had the chance, back when it was in the cop's body, but some blankness, some shielded quality in the boy's mind had caused it to hesitate. It clenched Ellen's hands, feeling the body's decay accelerate, its own immense power literally pounding the fragile human vessel to pieces. Its replacements, the other bodies it had planned to use, had escaped the pantry, all because of that shitting prey boy. It didn't waste time on useless questions of fate or purpose. It knew what it had to do. It closed its borrowed eyes for a moment, but found the sensation of inhabiting this failing body unpleasant. It was already falling apart, and Tack needed to find a new one. Its gaze turned inward, then outward, scanning the theater through the fragmented, overlapping eyes of its spies. It saw the man from the truck, and the girl leading the others back to the stage, the father shouting for the lost boy, the writer calling for Audrey. It couldn't sense Audrey, and the uncertainty about whether she had found the boy was a source of acute anxiety. The creature pounded Ellen's thigh in frustration, leaving a bruise that appeared like rot on an apple. Tack dismissed this worry for a moment and shifted its focus, noticing that its visual picture was incomplete. Mary was still with the dying old man. If it could take her while the others were distracted, it could solve many of its problems. The current body might last a little longer, but having a fresh, sedated vessel, a fly in the web, was a safer bet. The thought of Mary's disappearance was a sweet one. It would demoralize the rest, erase any confidence they had gained. The entity remembered its lapse in missing Marinville's phone, but that was a small error in the grand scheme. Its main goals had been to incarcerate the writer and replace Entragian's failing body before it broke down entirely. Now, with the chance to take Mary and have Audrey kill the boy, Tack saw a way forward. It could abandon Ellen, inhabit Mary, and then pick off the survivors at its leisure. The future was vague. It might need to snatch more travelers, deal with curious investigators, but for now, the immediate goal was clear: secure Mary. Tack descended the steps of the municipal building, leaving Ellen's body to move with a new, awkward urgency. It crossed the street on foot, not wanting to draw attention with the cruiser, and then began to run in long, loping strides toward the theater. Sand kicked up from beneath Ellen's oversized sneakers, which were already straining against her two large feet. The hunt for Mary had begun. The calls for David echoed through the empty theater, a chorus of desperation that reached Audrey's ears. She could hear her own name mixed in with his, and she knew the search would soon begin. They had guns now, which made them a threat, but death itself no longer held much terror for her. The only horror she could truly conceive was failing to find the boy before they did. The voice of Tack had worked its way into her mind like a serpent of pure acid, dissolving the woman she had been. The process was now a pleasure, a sweet melting sensation, as she collected more of the quintas, each one a treasure in a dark scavenger hunt. Her only desire now was to find David Carver. Tack, the Ancient One, could not approach the boy directly, so she would have to do it in his place. She paused at the top of the stairs, her transformed senses cataloging the world around her. The hall was almost pitch black, illuminated only by a distant blinker and a faint street lamp, but her vision had sharpened with each kanda she had absorbed. She could see with near cat-like clarity the littered hallway revealing itself in stark detail. The teenagers who had once used this space as their den were slobs, far worse than Billingsley and his crew. Their shattered bottles were left in corners instead of collected, and their crude graffiti, pictographs as raw as cave paintings, covered the walls. One showed a deformed child hanging from a titanic breast, captioned with a crude rhyme. The floor was a mess of trash, fast food wrappers, cigarette packs, and the dried husks of condoms. One of these, a used rubber, was stuck to the manager's door like a dead snail. She checked the rooms one by one. The manager's office, the janitor's cubby, a supply closet, all empty, all smelling of dust and decay. She reached the archway to the balcony, pushing aside a decrepit sex doll that hung from the lintel, a noose around its neck and a childish warning sign on its chest. The balcony itself was a wreck, the floor heaving and twisted, its seats removed, leaving nowhere for the boy to hide. He wasn't there. He had to be somewhere else, somewhere close. She dismissed the room and turned her attention to the stairs leading up to the projectionist booth. The boy's hiding place was obvious. In the booth above, David knelt on the dusty floor, his head bowed in prayer, his hands pressed together. He had slipped away from the others, driven by an overwhelming need for solitude and connection with his God. The decaying smell of the room and the scattered dead film coils meant nothing to him. He had found this quiet place, away from the group and the strange woman who made him so uneasy. Here, behind a closed door, he could open the one inside him. He wasn't afraid of being spied on by snakes or spiders. If God wanted this to be a private meeting, it would be one. The woman Audrey was the only real problem. He had felt her eyes on him, sensed her predatory intent. He had fled from her, using the cover of the stage and the old seats to reach the lobby and then ascend to this sanctuary. He had let some inner compass, the voice of his mentor perhaps, guide him here. He had stopped in the middle of the room, contemplating the large holes in the floor where the old projector's king bolts had once been. The sight of them triggered a dark memory, a phrase echoing in his mind. "I see holes like eyes." The thought slipped away as quickly as it had come, dissolving into the shadowy recesses of his mind. He didn't know if it was a false memory, a real one, or just intuition, perhaps all of them or none. It didn't matter. His only priority now was to reach God. He had never needed to more than in this moment. The voice of Reverend Martin echoed in his head, reminding him that this was the payoff for all the hours of prayer he had invested. You kept in touch when the cupboard was full so you could reach out when it was empty. David hoped Martin, whose advice was often clouded by drink, had been telling the truth. He hoped it with all his heart, because here in Desperation there were other gods besides his own. He was sure of it. He began his prayer in silence, sending out his thoughts as clear pulses. See in me, God. Be in me. Speak in me, if it's your will. The surface of his mind was calm, but beneath it, faith and doubt waged their constant war. He feared the silence, that there would be no answer. Even now, after all his instruction and the miracle of his friend Brian, he couldn't fully dispel the doubt. What if it had all been coincidence? What if God was just another shadow, a trick of light and projection? He closed his eyes tighter, trying to focus, trying to will himself into the presence of the divine. Then the darkness came down, a kind of void he had never experienced. His body slumped against the wall, his eyes rolling up to white, his hands falling limp into his lap. A low, guttural sound escaped his throat, followed by a muttered, half-coherent phrase about the mummy being after them. Then he fell silent, a thin trail of drool slipping from his mouth. He was completely unconscious, lost in the dark. Outside the door, footsteps approached, paused, and then the knob turned. Audrey Weiler entered the room, her eyes widening as she saw the boy slumped and vulnerable. She stepped inside, closing the door behind her, scanning for anything she could use to barricade it. Finding nothing, she cursed under her breath. She was afraid of him, even now. She could feel the cantas in her pocket, their power pulsing through her. The voice of Tack echoed in her mind, commanding her to act. She crossed the room, her steps gritty on the floor, and knelt before him. His face seemed grotesque to her, his smell offensive. She called him a prey boy, her voice shifting into something neither male nor female, dark shapes moving beneath the skin of her cheeks. "Here's what I should have done the first time I saw your toad's face," she hissed. Her strong, scarred hands closed around his throat. His eyelids fluttered once as his windpipe was crushed, his breath cut off. Then his body fell still, his hands lying limp on his jeans like dead starfish. Down on the stage, Steve asked Cynthia why she had stopped. He was freezing, despite the heat of the day, the water she was using to clean his wounds, trickling down his back. She had been insistent on tending to his injuries before he went off to search for David. He joked about it, but she was serious, saying she thought she'd seen something on the balcony, a floating body. He laughed, but the humor died in his throat. A sudden, deep cold settled into him, a premonition as stark as the stillness before a Texas bender. He knew something was terribly wrong. He grabbed her arm, his eyes wide, his voice tight. They didn't have a gun, but he didn't care. He had to go. Cynthia followed, her own alarm growing. As they reached the lobby, they found Marinville and Carver, who were just coming out of the box office. Marinville started to speak, but Steve ignored him, his gaze fixed on the stairs. He pelted up them, Cynthia right behind, a frantic urgency driving him. His fear was a physical presence, tightening his throat and speeding his heart. He called for David, but there was no answer, only a dark, trash-strewn hallway and the echo of his own voice. Cynthia darted ahead, pointing out the frayed rope hanging from the balcony arch and the discarded doll on the floor. She confirmed it was what she had seen, her voice dropping to a scared whisper. Steve scanned the area, his senses heightened. He saw Carver and Marinville, weapons clutched, their faces etched with fear. Then his gaze snapped to the stairs leading up to the projection booth. A residue of perfume, a faint scent of opium seemed to hang in the air. He ran, Cynthia on his heels. She grabbed him at the top, warning him that the woman had David's pistol. She might be armed. He heard Carver's desperate shout from below. There was no time for caution. He shoved the door open and burst into the room. The scene before him was a nightmare. David was slumped against the wall, his face a horrible gray, his eyes rolled back, showing only white. Lavender patches were blooming on his cheeks. His hands drummed weakly on his legs, and he made a soft, choking sound. Audrey Weiler had her hand clamped around his throat, her face a mask of pure, savage hatred. In her other hand, she held the .45 she fired 3 times. The shots going wild as Steve threw himself forward, a clumsy, life-saving stumble that sent him sprawling over the 2-step drop into the booth. The bullets flew over his head, one thudding into the door jamb near Cynthia. Audrey screamed in frustration, throwing the empty gun at him. He ducked, batting it away. Then she turned back to the boy, her hands returning to his throat, shaking him like a rag doll. The limp, spasming movements of his hands ceased entirely. He lay still, a broken doll in her grip. The old man's final word was a ragged whisper, his eyes fixed on Mary with a frantic, confused intensity. He tried to say more, but only a weak gargle came out. She soothed him, telling him she was right there, but his gaze, shifting side to side, finally locked on her face and froze. He took a deep, shuddering breath, then a shallower one, and then nothing. His head lolled limply when she shook him, but his eyes remained fixed on hers in a way that chilled her, like the painted eyes in a portrait that seemed to follow you around the room. She could hear the distant shouts from the theater, Marinville's roadie, and the hippie girl calling for David. But she was reluctant to leave the old man until she was absolutely sure he was gone. It wasn't like the movies, where you just knew. A weak, questioning voice from outside broke the silence, making her jump. It was a woman, asking for help, claiming to be hurt. Mary's heart seized. It was Ellen Carver's voice. She was sure of it. She staggered to her feet, her legs stiff from kneeling. The voice was coming from the alley behind the theater. Mary called out, her own voice trembling, asking if it was Ellen. The reply came. Closer now, confirming it. Ellen asked about David. Her voice choked with fear. Mary said he was fine, as far as she knew, and walked to the broken window. There in the dim light, she saw Ellen's pale, blood-streaked face, her body hunched over a clearly injured arm. She looked like a refugee, a wraith from a nightmare. Mary's mind raced. How had she gotten away? Ellen explained that Trajan had simply bled to death in the car, which had then crashed. She had walked back to town. Mary noticed a badge pinned below her collar, Trajan's badge, and a cold knot of suspicion tightened in her stomach. The voice had been right. Something didn't compute. Yet when Ellen held up her good arm, smeared with dirt and blood, and pleaded to see her husband and son, Mary's innate kindness overruled her caution. This woman had lost her daughter, survived a car wreck, and walked through a storm. She couldn't just leave her out there. It wasn't how she was raised. She told Ellen to go around to the ladies' room, where there were boxes to stand on. Ellen shuffled away, hunched and pathetic. Mary, ignoring the distant gunshots and shouts from inside, felt a surge of resolve. She had almost succumbed to fear, almost left the woman to moan in the dark. She wouldn't. She crossed the hall to the ladies' room, but as she pushed open the door, 3 muffled gunshots echoed from the theater. She froze, torn between the 2 calls for help. The soft sound of weeping from outside the window decided her. She hurried over, set aside the bottles Billingsley had placed as a warning, and began to lift the window. And then the memory hit her. The realization that Ellen was taller. The thought was like a splash of cold water. Hunching over was a perfect way to disguise one's true height. The lizard of instinct in her brain screamed a warning. She started to pull back, but it was too late. A hot, strong hand seized her arm. Another banged the window open wide. Mary looked into the grinning face of Ellen Carver, but the badge pinned to her chest was in Trajan's. It was in Trajan, living inside Ellen's body. She screamed, yanking backward, but the grip was like iron. The thing that wore Ellen's face snarled at her, demanding she sing "Leaving on a Jet Plane" before it would let her go. Mary felt herself flying through the window. The words of the song mocked in her ears. She landed hard on her knees, her head ringing, blood trickling from her lip and chin. She staggered to her feet, but the creature was on her, grabbing her shoulder, spinning her around. She tried to speak, to demand it let her go, but before she could form the words, a crisp, efficient blow to her chin extinguished the lights. She felt herself falling, then being caught and slung over her shoulder. The thing that had been Ellen Carver, now speaking in a disturbingly normal tone about how much it loved the song, carried her away like a sack of grain, disappearing around the corner with her unconscious form. Minutes later, the police cruiser, its headlights cutting through the dying storm, was on its way to the China Pit, carrying its new prisoner. Johnny's memory was a relentless, unforgiving machine. He could still recall every detail of the 1986 crash in Sean Hutter's Party Mobile, the way the caddy rolled, the screams, the wet crunch of Rachel Timarov's skull splitting open like a bone flower. He remembered everything, even when the others' memories had been wiped clean by shock. It was a writer's curse, this inability to forget. And for the first time in his life, he wished for a little of that amnesiac ink. He didn't want to remember what he was seeing now. Time seemed to fracture. He saw the splinters fly from the door jamb, felt a bullet whine past his ear, saw Steve bat away the thrown revolver. Then Audrey, snarling like a cornered animal, turned back to the boy and clamped her hands around his throat. Johnny's mind screamed at him to move, to help, but his body was frozen. He could only watch as the scene unfolded, his brain automatically sequencing the chaos into a coherent narrative. He saw Steve leap, grabbing at Audrey, and then felt himself slam forward from behind. Ralph charging past him, howling his son's name. Johnny flew into the room, landing awkwardly, his knee buckling as he threw himself at the woman. He grabbed her hair, but she snapped her head back, and his grip slipped. He collided with the wall, his arms shooting through a projection slot, and for a terrible moment, he was sure he was about to fall out of the theater. Then he pulled himself back, turned, and saw the tableau. Steve and Ralph dragging the screaming woman off David, the boy sliding down the wall, his throat marked with livid bruises. Cynthia rushed in, her eyes scanning the room in panic. Steve shouted for Johnny to grab the kid and get him out, but Audrey broke free, shoving Ralph back with a vicious palm strike to his chin. She advanced on David, her lips peeled back in a snarl, and Ralph, panting, promised to kill her if she touched him again. Johnny, his back screaming in protest from a continent of motorcycle riding, scooped up the limp, heavy boy. Audrey tensed to leap, but Steve was on her again, spinning her around. She howled, a continuous, ear-splitting cry. Then Steve let go, sending her flying backward into Cynthia, who had dropped to her hands and knees. Audrey went over, sprawling on the floor, momentarily dazed. Steve waved frantically at Johnny, urging him to get the boy out, insisting that the woman was no longer human. Johnny hesitated, rooted to the spot, his mind still trying to process the scene. Audrey scrambled to her feet, her eyes darting between Johnny and the unconscious boy, her upper lip still quivering in a jagged, bestial snarl. She spoke, her voice a guttural, powerful bark, utterly alien. It was the cop's language. Johnny, his memory of the man's crazed incantations fresh, shouted back a garbled version of what he'd heard. "Timo! Candy Latch!" And for a moment, a flicker of human surprise crossed her face. Then the snarl returned. Steve yelled again, demanding Johnny get the boy out. Johnny started to back away, but Audrey's hand darted into her dress pocket. She pulled out a fistful of something and held it out to him, her eyes wild, her voice a cracked, gloating sing-song. She was offering him the kantas, the stone talismans, laughing as she spoke in that fractured language. The voice was Tax, the ancient, unformed heart of the earth, and it was offering him the power. The moment her palm opened, revealing the 3 ancient stone carvings, something inside Johnny's mind shifted violently. His relentless memory continued to record everything, but now the emotional content of the scene was warped, twisted. He was suddenly consumed with a visceral, inexplicable hatred for the unconscious boy in his arms. A dark urge surged through him, a desire to use his motorcycle key to drive it into David's throat and open him like a can of beer. The objects in her hand were grotesque. A snake, a one-winged buzzard with bulging mad eyes, and a rat on its hind legs. They were pitted and ancient, radiating a malevolent power. She screamed at him, commanding him to kill the boy, her voice a mix of laughter and fervent command. Steve stepped forward, slapping the stones from her hand. One of them, the snake, shattered on the floor. Her scream was one of pure horror and frustration. The murderous fog in Johnny's mind began to clear, but he could still feel the pull of the broken carvings, a siren call from the corner where they lay. Steve yelled at him again, slapping his shoulder, breaking the spell. Ralph was there, snatching David from Johnny's arms and bounding up the stairs without a backward glance. Audrey howled in despair and lunged for the stones. Steve grabbed her arm, and with a sickening wet tear, it came away in his hand. She seemed not to notice, her one-armed body darkening with blood as she scrambled for the relics. Steve was frozen, staring at the freckled arm in his grip, the Casio watch on its wrist. Cynthia acted, kicking the stones away before Audrey could reach them. The woman howled again, a spray of blood bursting from her mouth. As she turned, her face was a horrifying ruin, drooping and blackening, her eyes hanging from widening sockets. Then, in a choked, failing voice, a moment of clarity broke through. She apologized, saying she never meant to hurt anyone, and warned them not to touch the Quintals. Steve and Cynthia exchanged a look of horrified understanding. They had touched them and survived. Audrey staggered away from the stones, her body beginning to liquefy, parts of her falling off. She mounted the stairs and lurched out of the room, a gruesome, shambling figure. Steve and Cynthia followed, finding her collapsed and crawling halfway down the hall. Ralph stood at the far end with David in his arms, staring at the oncoming creature. Johnny shouted for someone to shoot her, but their guns were in the lobby. Ralph was told to get David downstairs. The thing that had been Audrey, however, seemed to lose interest in the boy. It crawled through the archway to the balcony, and the rotted supports, weakened by age and termites, gave way with a dusty roar. The balcony tilted, and she tumbled over the edge, falling with the collapsing structure into the seats below. Dust boiled up like a mushroom cloud. Steve shouted for David. Ralph, dazed and tearful, admitted he didn't know if the boy was alive. He couldn't feel him breathing. They carried him to the lobby, laying him on the threadbare carpet. Cynthia, drawing on her first aid training, checked his airway and began rescue breathing. She was relieved to feel a faint breath on her face. The boy was alive, if still unconscious. She breathed into him again, murmuring for him to come back. His breathing grew a little stronger, his eyelids moving, but he remained in a deep, trance-like state. Johnny, snapping out of his own daze, noticed Mary was missing. Steve dismissed the idea that the balcony had fallen on her, but Johnny, his fear for her growing, insisted they go look. He grabbed the guns, handing one to Ralph, and told him to stay with the boy and Cynthia. Ralph asked what to do if they didn't come back. Johnny's response to Ralph's question was a flash of manic black humor. He told him, with a wide grin, to burn the documents, trash the radio, and swallow his death capsule, a joke that fell flat given the circumstances. Then, with a shrug, he admitted he had no real plan, but insisted that as soon as they found Mary, they'd be out of there. He gestured for Steve to follow him down the far left aisle, avoiding the debris of the collapsed balcony. Left behind, Ralph turned to Cynthia, his voice thick with fear. He asked if David was in a coma, like his friend Brian had been. Cynthia, her attention fixed on the boy's face, shook her head. She pointed out the movement of his eyelids beneath the bruised skin. He wasn't unconscious, she said, but more like he was in a deep sleep or a trance. Ralph knelt beside her, brushing the hair from his son's brow and kissing him gently between the eyes, pleading for him to come back. David's breath was quiet and steady, his eyes moving rapidly behind their lids. In the men's room, they found the carnage. The dead cougar, its head mostly blown off, and Billingsley's body, his eyes still open, staring at nothing. In the ladies' room, they found nothing at first. Johnny, however, noticed the beer bottles on the floor, the ones Billingsley had set up as a warning. They hadn't been broken, they'd been neatly set aside. Steve, shining his light, confirmed that the crates they'd used to climb in were stacked again, as if someone had deliberately made it easier to enter. Johnny reasoned it couldn't have been Audrey. She'd gone after David. It couldn't have been Billingsley, given his condition. Mary was the only one who could have done it, but she wouldn't have done so for the cop. The stacked crate suggested a shorter person, or a ruse to lure Mary into a trap. Steve feared there might be more of them, more like Audrey, but Johnny doubted it. He thought Mary would have come to them if a stranger had appeared. As they stood in the dark, Steve shone the light on Billingsley's tilefish. Once a source of quirky joy, now just a grim reminder of the horror. He snapped the light off. Johnny, looking suddenly younger despite his injuries, dry swallowed 3 aspirin and then voiced his theory. Ellen Carver. Steve considered it. Audrey had been changed by the Cantaz. The same thing could have happened to David's mother. He found himself hoping Mary was dead. A terrible thought, but better than being afflicted with that horrible degeneration. Johnny agreed. Their only course was to get out of town by any means necessary. Steve agreed, and they started back to the lobby. In his dream, David was walking down a familiar street in Ohio, but the landscape was wrong. The school building was spray-painted with the chilling phrase from Desperation. The bikes in the middle of the street were upside down, their wheels spinning. Reverend Martin appeared, drunk and wretched, quoting scripture and mocking him. David walked on, a sense of dread pushing him forward. He passed a speed limit sign where a dead cougar with a human head, Audrey's, hung, its eyes rolling. Then he saw his sister, Pi, standing on the porch of Brian's house, holding her doll. She told him he now knew who Mr. Big Boogeyman was and urged him to walk faster because the boogeyman was coming. The scent of ancient wrappings and spices grew stronger, a palpable pressure in the air, and David quickened his pace. At the entrance to the familiar path, a monstrous stone jackal loomed, its head cocked in a snarl, its eyes bulging with fury. This was a Kentak, a big god, and its tongue was the severed head of Collian Trajan, complete with his smoky bear hat. The cop's voice, issuing from the jackal's mouth, commanded David to fear and turn aside, threatening him with the power of the unformed. David, his voice steady, acknowledged his own god's strength. He reached into the stone mouth, seizing the psychotic tongue. Trajan's scream vibrated through his palm, and then the jackal's head exploded in a silent flash, leaving only a stone hulk. He walked on, the landscape shifting into a desert terrain of cacti and tumbleweed. From the bushes, a grotesque, rotting version of his mother stepped forward, her face a wrinkled, blackened ruin, her hands rotting. She taunted him, blaming God for her state and for the deaths of his sister. David, crying, refused her accusations, insisting the policeman was responsible. The thing that wore his mother's face countered, its voice gargling, spitting blood and teeth, that God had allowed it to happen. It mocked the idea of heaven, laughed at his faith. David, realizing her purpose was to delay him so the mummy could catch up, seized her head and squeezed, and the rotting vision vanished in another silent flash. He walked on, sorrow and doubt weighing on him. The thing's words about God allowing the deaths echoed in his mind. Then he saw the oak tree, the Viet Cong lookout, and at its base, a Three Muskies wrapper. He picked it up, the familiar taste of chocolate flooding his mouth, a brief comfort. He climbed the tree, and the sound of rock and roll music filled the air. On the platform sat a young man, his posture familiar, like his friend Brian. He wore a Yankees cap, mirror shades, and carried an old radio with a peace sign and a yellow smiley face on its case. David asked if he was Brian, but the man said Brian couldn't be here. Brian was alive. He asked David what he had told Marinville about speaking to the coyotes, and David recalled his words not to speak in the language of the dead. The man nodded, explaining they were speaking that same language now. He confirmed David's fear. This was the land of the dead, but David was an exception, special. He was here to understand his purpose. The man, with a wry comment about the afterlife suburban location, told David he would wake up with a sore throat, being moved to the back of Steve's truck. He asked David why he was here, why God had made him. David, hesitant, finally answered, to love and serve God. The man pressed further, asking for David's experience of God's nature. David, afraid, admitted he thought God was cruel. The man didn't flinch, instead asking why God was cruel. David, recalling his mentor's words, said God's cruelty was refining. The man challenged the idea that all cruelty is good, asking what cruelty done for evil was called. David said malice. The man dismissed the other gods, for now focusing on the bigger question. What is faith? The answer came easily, the familiar definition from his studies. Faith was the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. The man nodded, then asked about the spiritual state of the faithful. David offered love and acceptance, but the man pressed further, asking for the opposite of faith. David guessed disbelief, but the man corrected him. Disbelief was natural, while unbelief was willful. And the spiritual state of unbelief, he pressed, what was that? David, after a moment of struggling, realized the answer, desperation. The man confirmed it and told him to look down. The Viet Cong lookout was no longer in the tree. It floated above a vast, blighted landscape, a poisoned field where the buildings of desperation, the trailer, the Quonset, the municipal building, Bud Suds, stood among gray, dying plants. The man explained that this was the poison field, an affront to God that must be eradicated. The evil was fragile and couldn't spread, but its existence was a perversity that had to be destroyed. Then they swooped over the China Pit, a vast, sterile wound in the earth, its sides like an inverted pyramid. David saw the black, gaping hole of the China shaft, the source of the unease that prickled his skin. Below, the parking area was filled with mining equipment, and Trajan's Caprice sat between the Quonset and the powder magazine. The driver's door was open, the interior lit like an abattoir, the plastic bear still on the dash. His guide explained the waste dumps and the leaching process, the can tax and cantas, the distribution heads and emitters that dripped acid and rotted the ground. They swooped over a blast face, a field of holes like eyes, each ready to be filled with ANFO. The man pointed to the gaping china shaft, the last blast pattern having uncovered it. David asked if it was haunted, and the man confirmed it was. David, overwhelmed, demanded to be taken back to his father. He cried out against God, accusing him of killing his mother and sister. The man denied it, but David refused to listen, covering his ears. Yet the voice was relentless, a bloodhound on a fresh scent, insisting on the truth. He was put on earth to love and serve God. David screamed his defiance, but the voice commanded him to listen, and despite himself, he did. The group had gathered around David in the back of the Ryder truck, the boy having just regained consciousness. Johnny felt the urge to get moving, but the kid's eyes were open now, and they seemed to know things he shouldn't. Before anyone could suggest a plan of escape, David was already speaking, identifying the truck they were in and how they'd gotten it from the Conoco station. He grimaced, his throat raw, and mentioned Audrey's attack. Even though he couldn't remember it, he'd been informed. When the conversation turned to water, Johnny produced a bottle of Jolt Cola, explaining it was his go-to since quitting drinking. The boy drank deeply, then accepted 2 aspirin from Johnny, who had taken them from the Owls Club. Then David said the one word Johnny hadn't wanted to hear. No. No to leaving. No to safety. David insisted they needed to go up to the mine, not to escape town, but to go into the pit. Johnny's mind raced ahead to the plan he'd been forming. The trailers in the road, the possible equipment road back to Highway 50. But David cut it all off. And then, with a gesture of comfort that seemed too adult for his age, David told his father that his mother was dead. Not likely dead. Dead. He knew it for certain. Ralph bowed his head, clinging to hope. But David pressed on. He spoke of something called tack, a god or a demon, or maybe just a dangerous nothing, a voice in the wind, and said his mother couldn't rest as long as this thing inhabited her body. Johnny tried to steer them back to practicality, to escape, to call in the authorities, but David countered that Mary Jackson was still alive. She was in the pit. Johnny felt his control slipping. The kid's certainty unnerved him, and he found himself thinking of impossible things. How David had slipped through prison bars, how the coyotes had obeyed him, the sardines that had multiplied. He didn't want to think about those things. He just wanted to get out. And yet, a voice in his head, the ghost of his ex-wife, Terry, told him to listen. To shut up and listen. The same voice that had always seen through his bullshit. Johnny's patience snapped. He shouted, argued, tried to reassert authority. But Steve backed the boy, and Cynthia too, and even Ralph, whose own son had just delivered the worst news a father could hear, was willing to follow David's lead. Johnny felt cornered. The confidence he'd worn like armor was cracking. And then David looked directly at him and said, "Don't be a gonzo." Johnny's blood chilled. He leaned in, almost snarling, demanding to know if the boy was reading his mind. But David's answer was simpler. He just needed Johnny to listen. Because Tack was gone, the road was clear. The thing wanted them to leave, and Mary needed them. Johnny stared at Ralph Carver, a jolt of pure disbelief running through him. He'd counted on the boy's father to be his ally, the one voice of reason anchored in the same desperate need to survive. After all, Ralph had said in the theater lobby that David was all he had left. But now Ralph was siding with his son, and when Johnny swept his gaze around the group, he saw the same unsettling agreement on every face. He was alone in his opposition. Steve had the keys, Yet it was Johnny the boy kept fixing with those pleading eyes, as if something vital depended on him and him alone. The weight of that look pressed down on him, a burden he recognized from decades of being the center of attention. Ever since his first novel made him a literary prodigy. He'd grown accustomed to being watched. But this was different. Everyone else had wanted something from him. Admiration, insight, validation. This boy wanted his surrender, his willingness to follow. And Johnny knew, with a sick certainty, that if he gave in, it would only be the beginning. A voice cut through his resistance, the familiar, unwelcome tone of his ex-wife's ghost, reminding him that without David, he'd probably be dead already. Hanging on a hook somewhere. The thought landed like a blow to the gut. He forced himself to speak, his voice dropping low, almost against his will. He asked David if he was absolutely sure Trajan was gone, and the boy confirmed it. The animals had retreated. The road was clear. Then came the claim that made Johnny's head spin. David insisted that Tak hadn't brought them here at all, that God had. To stop Tak, Steve, listening in the aftermath, noticed the absence of wind outside, an eerie stillness that seemed to underline the strangeness of the moment. Johnny's voice when it came was slick, confident, but Steve saw something slippery in his eyes. A retreat from the raw, desperate outlaw who'd blown the cougar's head off. The boss had retreated behind his old persona, the glib intellectual who could talk circles around anyone. Johnny challenged David's assertion that they all served the same God, but the boy wouldn't be moved, arguing that compared to Tak, even a cannibal king shared Johnny's God. Johnny tried to deflect, pointing to the violent reality of how he'd been brought here. The cop, the planted drugs, the beating. But David held firm, explaining that Tak couldn't simply take them. It needed a pretext, a flaw in their defenses, just like a vampire needing an invitation. And then David said the thing that silenced them all, that their group had been chosen. Deliberately, not at random, because their God was strong enough to stand against Tak. And while Tak wanted them to leave, their God wanted them to stay. Johnny felt the walls closing in. He dismissed David's talk as madness, clinging to his cynicism, his belief that the universe was empty of divine purpose, that God had died in Vietnam in '69, with Hendrix playing on armed services radio. But David kept coming, asking him to listen, promising a story worth hearing. Johnny looked at the kid's exhausted, earnest face and felt something buckle inside him. He didn't want to listen. He wanted to run. But the ghost of his ex-wife prodded him again, and Steve's posture was coiled, ready to stop him if he bolted. Finally, with a heavy sigh that felt like defeat, Johnny hunched down beside David and gave in. He'd listened to the story, just for tonight. He added, with a ghost of his old charm, that he hoped it would end with they lived happily ever after. David accepted the reprieve, though he warned that parts of the story would be blurry, things he'd been shown but didn't fully understand. His father urged him to just do his best. And David, looking up into the shadows of the truck, began to speak. The boy began to correct the old veterinarian's tale, his voice carrying a strange authority. He explained that the China shaft hadn't collapsed by accident. It had been intentionally brought down. The date was wrong, the numbers were wrong, 57 Chinese miners, 4 white men, 61 souls in total, trapped nearly 200 feet deep in unstable hornfells. Cynthia watched him as he spoke, noticing how fragile he looked beneath the fading green stain of soap. Yet she didn't doubt what he was saying. Her childhood in a parsonage had taught her to recognize the weight of someone touched by something beyond themselves. David described the moment the miners broke through into what they thought was a cave, only to find thousands of small stone carvings, animals twisted into grotesque forms, wolves and coyotes, snakes and spiders, rats and bats. The miners picked them up, a reflex of curiosity, and that was when the madness began. Some turned on each other instantly, tearing at throats. Others seemed untouched at first, including two brothers from Tsingtao named Chan and Shi Lushan, who peered through the break into a vast round chamber. Its walls were lined with stone animal faces, the faces of Kintax, David thought, and at the center yawned a 12-foot wide hole he called the Inni, the Well of the Worlds. The force emanating from that place spread through the chamber like smoke, affecting the miners like a plague. Some went berserk, others began to change physically, their bodies distorting the way Audrey's had. The Lushan brothers saw a man and a woman engaged in something brutal and obscene, a stone carving clenched between their teeth. Steve shifted uncomfortably, and David noted how the scene carried a sickening, almost comic horror, like a Three Stooges skit turned nightmare. The brothers felt the influence of the chamber, but hadn't yet succumbed. When one of them reached for a fallen carving, the other pulled him back. They fled, running up the shaft, and encountered a white foreman who dismissed them with contempt. But the foreman was the one who fell. Chan grabbed him, she took his gun, and shot him through the jaw. As they fled further, David's father questioned whether the brothers had already been corrupted. But David insisted otherwise. He believed God moved through them in that moment, even if they weren't aware of it. They ran until they reached a point about 60 feet from the entrance, where they began attacking the hanging wall, the roof of the shaft, with picks and shovels. They worked frantically, stones raining down on them, while below the sounds of the changing miners grew monstrous. One of their former companions, a man named Yuan Ti, charged up the shaft, now larger than human, hurling rocks and screaming curses until she shot him down. But more were coming. David's voice trembled as he described the brothers' desperate labor. The ceiling wouldn't collapse, despite their efforts. Finally, the older brother climbed onto the younger shoulders to strike higher, and the younger one used his pick to knock out a crossbar support. The ceiling gave way at last, burying Chan up to his knees but throwing shit clear. They were on the safe side of the rockfall, and for a brief moment they still possessed reason. They could hear their friends and family screaming from the other side, and Chan even began to pull at the rocks before his brother stopped him. The screams from the far side of the rockfall shifted in quality, becoming something less than human, and the Lushan brothers fled. They passed others rushing toward the mine, white and Chinese alike, but in the chaos of the moment, no one stopped them. A cave-in was the obvious explanation, and a couple of frightened Chinese laborers who'd managed to escape were the least of anyone's concerns. David set his empty bottle aside and observed that the old veterinarian's account had mixed truth with legend, a process Marinville dryly identified as legend-making. The townspeople had tried to dig the miners out, David continued, and had attempted to shore up the entrance, but another collapse, followed by a deeper one that shook the ground like an earthquake, ended those efforts. By the time the mining engineers arrived from Reno, the screams had stopped. The experts assessed the situation and concluded that rescue was impossible. Steve noted the bitter truth beneath the official decision. The trapped miners were only Chinese. David confirmed it, then turned to the fate of the Lushan brothers, who had fled into the desert and slowly succumbed to the madness that had infected the mine. It took almost 2 weeks for the madness to fully claim them. When they finally returned to Desperation, they were naked and covered in blood, not from murder, but from eating whatever animals they could call to them. The townspeople subdued them easily. One brother died in the Lady Day saloon. The other was hanged shortly after, raving in tax language until the very end. Marinville responded with bitter sarcasm, noting that God seemed to have a strange way of repaying favors. David answered quietly, saying, God was cruel, and then asked Marinville if he remembered that life was more than just navigating around pain. Marinville fell silent, looking away. Mary Jackson woke to a sickly sweet stench that triggered a foggy memory of spoiled food, but the context was wrong. She was disoriented, her thoughts fragmenting, until something hairy scurried across her face. She sat up, her head pounding with pain, and the memory of being grabbed by the thing wearing Ellen Carver's body came back in a flash. She had been tricked, attacked, and knocked unconscious. The darkness around her was absolute. Her eyes fluttered, and she panicked briefly at the thought that she might be blind, but dismissed it. Something touched her hand, a crawling sensation that made her flinch and shake it off. She forced herself to stand, ignoring the renewed pain in her skull, and tried to orient herself by smell and sound. The stench reminded her of a spoiled freezer, and she reasoned she must be in some small building, perhaps the Quonset hut Steve and Cynthia had described. But the darkness was alive with movement, rustling, slithering, and a low, dry rattle that froze her blood. She knew that sound. Rattlesnakes. Her mind raced with horrific images. Snakes dropping from rafters, the childhood bogeyman Applejack waiting in the shadows, a cougar crouched to spring, Ellen with a bailing hook. But mostly she saw snakes. Rattlers everywhere. She stood still, her palm itching where the thing in her hair had burst, and fought the urge to run. Panic would be death. She had to move carefully, find a way out, and survive. Mary's fingers brushed against something solid and unyielding. A table at waist height covered with what felt like oilcloth. She forced herself to remain still as a crawling thing scuttled across her hand. Then another, this one with claws and a hard shell, which gave her skin a brief, obscene squeeze before clicking away into the darkness. She pushed forward, her touch finding a bowl with congealed contents, a spoon, and something soft and flabby that triggered a childhood memory of slumber party games with fake organs. Then her hand struck a hard cylinder that fell with a familiar rattle. Batteries and a flashlight. She snatched it up, her pulse hammering, and pressed the switch. Light erupted, and the scene before her froze her blood. The table stretched long and cluttered. Lab equipment on one end, a set dinner on the other. A black widow writhed trapped in a water glass, its red hourglass pulsing. Other spiders and scorpions moved across the surface. At the head of the table sat a bald man in a Diablo mining shirt, shot through the throat. The contents of his soup bowl were his own congealed blood. She swung the beam to the corners and found nests of rattlesnakes, writhing masses that seemed to flow into each other, their tails occasionally shaking. Spiders clustered on the walls, some as large as her hand. Then she turned the light on the bodies. 3 large men, laid out in a row with their hands folded on their chests, were in advanced decay. She recognized one of them, despite the maggots and decomposition. Collie and Trajan. A spider crawled from his open mouth. The realization hit her like a physical blow. She wasn't in jail because she was being saved for later. She was a vessel waiting to be filled. When the thing wearing Ellen Carver's body wore out, Mary would be next. She began to scream. The chamber pulsed with a faint, ruddy luminescence that seemed to emanate from the air itself. The creature wearing Ellen Carver's form moved through it, trailed by scorpions and spiders, while the carved stone faces of the can, tacks, watched from the walls. Across the chamber stood the Piran Mole, a structure resembling a Mexican hacienda, and before it gaped the Inni, the well of the worlds, a 12-foot hole ringed by coyotes and buzzards that sat motionless save for occasional twitches. Ellen's borrowed body moved slowly, head sagging, blood leaking steadily down her legs, despite the torn shirt stuffed into her underwear. The creature's luck had been consistently bad. The first host had harbored undiagnosed prostate cancer, the second lasted longer, and in Trajan, a near-perfect specimen had held out longest, but Ellen had only a yeast infection. Seemingly trivial, yet enough to start the cascade of decay. Now the creature was running out of options, but it still had Mary. It hadn't dared take Mary yet, waiting to see what the group would do. If the writer convinced him to flee, it would jump to Mary and escape into the hills with a load of canned Taz. heading for a vegan commune where it could begin anew. If the prey boy prevailed and they came south, Mary could serve as bait or hostage, unless the boy sensed she was no longer human. Sitting on the edge of the innie, the creature stared into the funnel-shaped well. The walls narrowed until, 25 feet down, the 12-foot opening constricted to a hole less than an inch across, from which pulsed a baleful scarlet light. It had hoped the eye would calm its anxiety, but the effect was the opposite. Things were going wrong, and it sensed some opposing force working against it from the start. It was afraid of the boy, especially now in its weakened state. The thought of being sealed back into the narrow throat of the eye terrified it. But the boy could still be killed. He was only a child, not a demon or a savior. The others would be weakened by doubt. The boy by his human concerns for his mother. If the boy died, Tack could close the door and take the others, saving the younger ones for later use. Leaning over the funnel, it heard a faint tainal hum rising from the depths, an idiot sound, yet compelling. It closed its eyes, breathing deeply, trying to draw strength from the eye to slow its host decay. It whispered the old words into the darkness, then fell silent, listening to the wet-tongued sound of something slithering far below. Back in the truck, David finished his story and delivered a sobering message. None of this was destiny. His sister, the old veterinarian, everyone in Desperation had died because of small human failings. One man's hatred of MSA, another's curiosity. Johnny deflected with sarcasm, but Cynthia and Steve cut him off, demanding he listen. David continued, describing Carrie Ripton, a bitter pit foreman whose life had been defined by unfulfilled ambitions. When a blast uncovered the old China shaft, Ripton saw bones and recognized the opening for what it was. He knew the risks, the unstable ground, the MSHA regulations that could cost him his job, but the pull of the past, the ghost of every dream he'd ever had, drew him in. He couldn't resist the chance to look inside, even if it meant defying every rule. Ripton instructed Turner to cordon off the opening with yellow tape, then warned the crew to keep quiet for a few days, long enough for him to notify the brass before word spread. He knew not all of them would hold their tongues, but he figured he could buy at least 4 hours, which was all the time he needed. 4 hours alone in the shaft, with a flashlight, a camera, and a bag for souvenirs. He was a man with no family to speak of, and lately he'd been pissing blood. A sign, he thought, that he didn't have many years left anyway. If the roof caved in, so be it. Turner lingered to take photos, but Ripton let him, eager to be rid of him. The blast monkey asked if Ripton planned anything stupid after he left. Ripton assured him he had too much respect for mining safety to even consider it. Turner laughed and went home. But by 2 the next morning, a transformed Ripton, larger, driven by something ancient and alien, entered Turner's bedroom and killed him and his wife. The night was a spree of murder and placement. Ripton, now the vessel for talk, had taken a sack of the stone carvings from the pit, over 100 of them, and spent the night distributing them through town, in mailboxes, glove compartments, even pants pockets. By dawn, his body was breaking down, bleeding so badly he had to stuff his underwear with toilet paper, vomiting blood out the window of his truck. When he returned to the pit, he was stunned by what he saw in his headlights. The north slope was teeming with desert animals, wolves, coyotes, buzzards, cougars, wild dogs, and swarms of spiders and rats, all emerging from the China shaft, each carrying a stone carving in its mouth. They moved like a flood of refugees, while more animals waited their turn to enter the dark. Ripton laughed with Tack's voice, then drove to the field office, killed the night watchman, and called the Owls Club. He needed Brad Josephson, the breakfast regular, before the canned task could corrupt him. Josephson was an amateur bird watcher, and Ripton knew exactly how to lure him. Bones, 50 dead Chinese, he promised. Josephson was on his way before Ripton could finish the sentence. Ripton cleared the animals from the slope, not wanting Josephson to see them, then waited. When Josephson arrived, he was breathless with excitement, chattering about the china shaft. Ripton reassured him, then grabbed him and threw him into the back of the field office. Josephson squawked indignantly, not yet aware of the body in the corner. Ripton stepped outside, locked the door, and grinned. Tack, riding Ripton's dying body, retrieved a shotgun and Ruger from the truck, then settled in to wait. When Josephson's hammering at the field office door grew annoying, he turned up the radio and sang along with Johnny Paycheck. The first of the Saturday crew arrived, Pascal Martinez and his friend Miguel, and Ripton shot them both through the truck window, their faces registering only confusion as they fell. The rest of the crew came in ones and twos, and Ripton killed them methodically, dragging their bodies behind the field office. When he ran out of shotgun shells, he found an illegal automatic rifle in Martinez's Cherokee, along with a supply of ammunition. The arriving miners heard the shots but assumed it was target practice, a typical Saturday start at the pit. By 7:45, 25 bodies lay stacked behind the building. Now it was time for the jump. Ripton's body was failing fast, and he needed to transfer Tack into Josephson before it was too late. He opened the door, and Josephson rushed him, expecting to be shot. Instead, Ripton grabbed him with the last of his strength, shoving him against the wall with inhuman force. Josephson, startled, asked how Ripton had gotten so tall. "Wheaties!" Ripton exclaimed, then pressed his mouth to Josephson's, exhaling the essence of Tack in a blood seal. Josephson went rigid, trembling as the transfer began. For a terrible moment, Tack was suspended between the collapsing Ripton and the swelling Josephson. Then it settled into its new host. Josephson's body expanded, backbone creaking, muscles stretching, skull enlarging, and he exulted in the burst of energy, the power of Tack, and the grease-fired vitality of his new vessel. He dropped Ripton's light, empty body and strode outside, his clothes tearing, a record-setting erection straining his jeans. Take was liberated, the world roaring in its senses, and it laughed with the pure joy of dominance. It drove toward Desperation in Josephson's Buick, the seam of his pants splitting as he settled behind the wheel. In the truck, David finished his account, his voice husky. The others stood around him, mesmerized. Johnny tried to dismiss the story as delusion, but he couldn't convince himself. David explained that Tack transferred like a seed on a breath, the kiss of death. When Cynthia asked what had originally kissed Ripton, David admitted he didn't know. He hadn't been shown that part. Steve pressed, "Was Tack a physical being?" David confirmed it, explaining that Tack's real body couldn't fit through the narrow throat of the Eni, the well. It could only catch humans, inhabit them, and trade them in as they wore out. Josephson had lasted 2.5 days before his leaky heart valve gave out. Trajan, with his fair skin and sun sensitivity, had lasted almost a week. Johnny asked about the how and why. How Tack had operated without detection, what it wanted. David said none of that mattered. Only what God wanted mattered. They had to go to the China pit. Johnny laughed bitterly and jumped from the truck, ready to leave. David didn't try to stop him, citing the free will covenant. Johnny jumped down from the truck, his back and nose throbbing. He scanned the street, no animals, not even a bug, and told David he trusted God about as far as he could sling a piano. Then he twisted the knife, reminding the boy that while he could still afford faith, he still had a father to lose before Tack got to him personally. David crumpled, crying. Cynthia lunged at Johnny, kicking at him, calling him a bitch and a cunt. Steve steadied her as she nearly fell. Johnny, horrified by his own cruelty, covered it with irony, insisting he'd never claimed to be a saint. Cynthia screamed that they didn't need him, but Johnny pressed his point. Why do anything at all for a God who hadn't protected any of them? Steve asked about Mary. Johnny laughed, dismissing her as a stranger. The whole enterprise is pointless. Steve, disgusted, asked what had happened to the man who'd blown the cougar's head off. Johnny said that was hot blood. Given time to think, he'd always choose to walk away. He wished him luck, told David he was extraordinary, and started walking. David warned him that the chain would break if he left. Tack would win. Johnny laughed again, a hollow cocktail party laugh, and said he'd take a car, call the state police from Austin, and fall off the wagon tonight. He told Steve and Cynthia they were crazy not to come with him. Steve spoke quietly, without anger. He didn't respect Johnny for this. Johnny turned, stung, and fired back a cheap shot about Steve's job. Steve countered with a mention of the story Johnny had given him, and the biography by an Oklahoma professor, the Hellraiser, the Vietnam journalist, the man who'd shot the cougar. What had happened to all that? Johnny said it had run out like piss down a drunk's leg, the last of it in a swimming pool. David joined them, pale but calm, and said Tack's mark was on Johnny. He'd wish he'd stayed when he started smelling it on his skin. Johnny looked at the boy for a long moment, fighting the urge to return, then dismissed it and walked away. In the truck, silence. David felt hollow, defeated. He kicked an empty bottle and noticed Johnny's wallet on the floor. When he touched it, a jolt of electricity shot through him. He opened it, flipping past currency and papers to a snap of photographs. Spooling through them, Johnny bearded, Johnny on a yacht, Johnny younger and younger. He stopped at one. His hand shook. Steve took the wallet, removed the photo, and handed it over. It showed 3 men outside a ramshackle bar, crowds of Asians on the street. The man in the middle, wearing a Yankees cap and a gray shirt, was Johnny Marinville. David whispered that it was him, the man who had guided him in the vision. The man from the Viet Cong lookout. Steve identified the bulky object at the man's hip as a 1968-style tape recorder, but David had seen it as a radio in his vision. The man in the middle, Johnny Marinville, younger, grinning, holding reflector sunglasses, was unmistakable. Above the bar's door hung a hand-painted sign, the Viet Cong lookout. Mary's scream died in her throat as strength left her muscles. She dropped to her knees, clinging to the table's edge, and found a strange comfort in the posture. It reminded her of David, kneeling in prayer. Without thinking, she prayed herself, asking for help, and a clear voice answered in her mind. "There's nothing here that can hurt you." She flashed the light around, seeing the spiders, scorpions, and snakes, but the voice insisted they couldn't harm her. She examined her hand, red and throbbing from the crushed spider, but not swelling. The thing hadn't bitten her. She realized the creatures couldn't damage the goods. She was being saved as a vessel for Tack. The voice urged her to escape before Tack returned. Mary stood, and the spiders and scorpions fled from her touch. She found the door, but it was padlocked from outside. No windows. She scanned the room, poster, sink, washer-dryer, office furniture, and the voice whispered, "Try the dryer." She pulled the dryer from the wall, yanking out the exhaust hose, and found a 2-foot hole with corroded edges. Grabbing a pick, she widened the slit until it was just big enough, then tossed the flashlight through. She took a breath, closed her eyes, and wriggled out. She landed on soft, shifting masses, bodies stacked behind the building. One hand pressed into a face, the other skidded through cold jelly. She bit down on her scream, rolled away, and rubbed her hand on her pants, forcing herself not to panic. Above her, buzzards flapped from the corpses, and the stench was overwhelming. But she was out. The rough, broken scree of the china pit's floor bit into her palms as she scrambled onto her knees, plunging her hands into the gravel and rubbing them raw, desperate to scour away the feel of the dead flesh she'd just touched. When she finally opened her eyes, the first thing she saw was the flashlight, lying discarded near an outstretched waxy hand. Her gaze then shot upward, yearning for the sky, for something clean and distant and indifferent. The moon hung there, a brilliant white crescent seemingly speared on a jagged prong of rock jutting from the pit's eastern rim. "I'm out," she thought, snatching up the light. The thought was a gasp of relief, a prayer of thanks to a God she hadn't spoken to in years. At least there was that. She backed away from the heap of corpses on her knees, the flashlight clamped between her arm and breast, still dragging her tingling, stinging hands through the dirt, trying to scrub them clean. A light to her left drew her attention, and a fresh wave of terror washed over her as she recognized the police cruiser. The memory of the officer's voice echoed in her mind. A cold, formal command that had been the beginning of the end for everything solid in her life. The car was empty, she could see that, but the residual terror remained, a metallic taste in her mouth, like she'd been sucking on pennies. The cruiser, road dusty with its light bar crusted from the storm, sat beside a small, pillbox-like concrete building. The driver's door was ajar, the dome light on, revealing the dash and the hideous little plastic bear stuck next to the compass. Ellen had brought her here, then gone elsewhere, leaving Mary alone. If only she'd left the keys. Mary rose and hurried to the car, hunched over as if crossing a battlefield. The stench from inside was overwhelming. Blood, urine, fear, and pain. The interior was a horror show of gore, the dash and wheels splattered, the instruments unreadable. In the passenger footwell lay a small, pitted stone spider. Just looking at it made her feel cold and weak. The ignition slot was empty. "Shit on toast," she hissed, a fierce, frustrated whisper. She swept the flashlight beam over the mining equipment, then toward the wide gravel road leading up the pit's north slope. It was clear and smooth, a perfect escape route, if she had a key. She didn't. If she couldn't drive the cruiser, she had to make sure no one else could either. Whatever it was that was hunting her, she leaned back into the reeking car, keeping a wary eye on the stone spider, and yanked the hood release. Moving to the front, she found the catch, raised the heavy hood, and spotted the air cleaner on the massive engine block. She grasped the central butterfly nut and applied pressure. Nothing. Frustration and sweat stung her eyes. A year ago, she'd been reading poetry at a cultural event in a Donna Karan suit, her hair perfectly feathered. Now she was here, unrecognizable even to herself. Her right hand, the one gripping the nut, itched and throbbed, her fingers slipping, a nail tearing painfully. She gasped, whispering a desperate plea for strength and guidance. She knew nothing about cars, but she needed to disable this one. This time, the nut turned. She panted a breathless thanks, asking for continued protection for herself and for the others she'd left behind. She spun the nut off, let it fall into the engine, and tossed the air cleaner aside, revealing the carburetor. Laughing a little, she squatted, scooped up a handful of the pit's gravel, and shoved it down into the carburetor's throat, stuffing it full. She added 2 more handfuls for good measure, then stepped back, satisfied. A voice in her head urged her to hurry. She shone the light over the other parked vehicles, finding 2 pickup trucks among the heavy equipment. No keys in their cabs either. But she found a hatchet in the back of the Ford F-150 and used it to flatten 2 tires on each truck. She nearly discarded the tool, then reconsidered, keeping it. As she swept the light around one last time, it revealed a gaping, vaguely square hole up the slope, about 20 yards from the pit's floor. There. The source of all the trouble. She didn't know how she knew, but she didn't care. She only cared about one thing now, getting the hell out of here. She snapped off the flashlight, letting the moon guide her, and began trudging up the road out of the China pit. Later, the literary lion stood by the computers at the end of the long lab table, staring at the far wall. A dozen or more bodies hung from hooks, just as Steve and Cynthia had described. It was a grotesque scene, but one detail arrested him. The woman hanging beneath the "You must wear a hard hat" sign, her head cocked so her cheek rested on her shoulder, looked disturbingly like his ex-wife Terry. The same red gold hair, the same high forehead and slightly crooked nose. He knew it was just his imagination, but the resemblance was striking. He told himself to focus, to stop staring at her nose. He had his own broken nose to worry about. He needed to move, to cross the room and search the pockets of the dead for car keys. But he was frozen, repulsed by the thought of touching the stiff, cold flesh, of rummaging through their personal effects. Everything people keep in their pockets is hyphenated, he thought, a bizarre, detached observation. Ticket stubs, money clips, change purses. He gave himself a mental shake, urging himself to just do it. The radio on a nearby shelf blurted a burst of static, making him jump. The station had signed off for the night. With any luck, he'd be long gone by sunrise. A thought pricked at him, a warning that if he left now it was over, but he brushed it away like a bothersome fly. He started across the room. He was deserting them, he supposed, but they could leave on their own if they wanted. He was heading back to a normal life, where people didn't spout nonsense languages and rot before your eyes. His leather chaps rustled as he approached the hanging bodies. For a moment, he felt like a looter in Vietnam, searching corpses for valuables. He pushed the thought aside. He was here for keys, nothing more. He couldn't help but notice again how much the dead blonde in the lab coat looked like Terry. Her strawberry blonde days were long past, but the ghost of her younger self was unmistakable. A final warning echoed in his mind that he would regret leaving when he started to smell tack on his skin. He dismissed it with a muttered, dismissive word, calling the sentiment puerile. He forced his gaze away from the dead blonde, away from the ghost of Terry that haunted the hook, and his eyes landed on something that made his heart leap with hope. An ATV parked inside the garage door, its keys likely still in the ignition. If he was right, he could avoid the grim task of searching the corpse's pockets altogether. He'd just have to unhook the ore carrier, open the door, and ride out. The warning about smelling tack on his skin echoed in his mind, but he dismissed it. The boy was a prophet, sure, but he was young and naive. Stink washed off. That was a simple, hard-won truth Johnny knew well. He leaned into the ATV, turned the key to accessory, and saw the fuel gauge reading above 3/4. A grin spread across his face, and a laugh escaped him. It was a good omen. He moved to the back of the vehicle, examining the coupling. Just a cotter pin. He'd need a hammer to knock it out. A dead man's voice, the old veterinarian's, chided him from memory. Not even Houdini could have done it, Myronville. Because of the head. The thought was unwelcome, as were the memories of the phone and the sardines. He tried to brush them away, but a cold sweat broke out on his skin. It was the same sick sweat he'd known in Vietnam, the sweat of being in the wrong place with good people who were making terrible choices. The voice persisted, pointing out that without the boy, he'd be dead. Or worse, and that he had deserted him. Johnny retorted, defensively, that he'd saved the boy's life with his jacket. He told the voice to leave him alone. Spotting a hammer on a work table, he headed for it. Then Terry's voice spoke, clear and real, and he froze. When exactly did you decide to deal with your fear of dying by giving up real life completely? It wasn't in his head. He was sure of it. It was Terry herself, hanging on the wall, her head raised, her cheek no longer on her shoulder. He could feel her disillusioned, patient gaze on his back. He started to tremble with a familiar, bitter rage. She'd always expected him to fail, and when he didn't, she was silent. She accused him of giving up living for the talk of writing, not even for writing itself. The accusation hit a nerve. He stalked to the table, intent on throwing the hammer at her, on shutting her up once and for all. but a low growl from his left stopped him cold. He turned his head and saw a timber wolf, likely the same one that had confronted Steve and Cynthia, standing in the doorway. Its eyes glowed with predatory intelligence. For a moment, it hesitated, and Johnny dared to hope it might back off. But then it was charging, its muzzle wrinkled back to reveal its teeth. Tack, deep in its concentration on the wolf, felt a sudden disruption in its plans. Something was wrong. A feeling of disorientation, of waking to a rearranged world. It tried to maintain its focus, sending the wolf at the rider. A simple, brutal solution. But its attention was fractured. It pulled its mind out of the wolf, its vision of Marinville fading as the man turned, wide-eyed, and scrambled for something on the table. Now, Tack turned its full, terrible regard toward the yellow rental truck. It could see the vehicle through the overlapping eyes of spiders and the heat vision of snakes, but it couldn't penetrate the cab. No eyes inside? Or was the prey boy blocking its sight? The shitting prey boy. The only one who truly mattered, but it didn't have time to waste on that now. Something else was wrong. Something closer. Mary! Tack felt a wave of harried, driven panic. It centered its awareness on the field office, and through the shifting gazes of the creatures within, it saw the displaced dryer and the empty space where Mary had been. She was gone. She'd gotten out somehow. A scream of rage, of impotent fury, tore from Ellen's body, spraying blood. Tack cursed in the old language, staggering for balance on the edge of the well. This body was failing, weakening at an appalling rate. It had no other vessel to jump to. The animals were too weak. Even the wolf, which might serve for an hour or two, was miles away, dealing with the rider. It had to be the woman. It had to be Mary. The creature wearing Ellen Carver's body slipped through the rift in the intact wall and limped toward the faint purple square of the old shaft's opening. Rats swarmed eagerly around its feet, drawn by the blood flowing from Ellen's failing body. Tack kicked them away, cursing in the ancient tongue. At the shaft entrance, it paused to survey the pit floor. The moon had moved behind the far wall, but the dome light of the police cruiser still cast a weak glow. Enough for Ellen's eyes to see the hood raised, and for Tack to grasp that the sly woman had somehow sabotaged the engine. A wave of genuine fear washed through it for the first time. How had she escaped the field office? How had she dared? Looking left, it saw both pickups sitting on flat tires, a cruel mirror of the Carver's RV, only now the tables were turned. The heavy equipment remained, and Tack knew where the keys were, but it couldn't drive any of it. Carrie Ripton's physical skills had been lost when Tack left his body. As Ellen, it retained fragments of memory from its previous vessels, but none of their abilities. Uspa, Kenfin! The curses were impotent. Clenching and unclenching Ellen's fists, aware of the blood soaking her clothes and painting her thighs, Tack closed Ellen's eyes and searched for Mary. At first, there was only blackness and the slow, cramping pain deep in Ellen's gut. The terror that the woman had already escaped was paralyzing. Then, through Ellen's ears, it caught an alien echo, the sound of a circling bat that had spotted Mary struggling up the pit road. The bat's senses painted a clear picture. Mary was tired, gasping for breath, checking over her shoulder every few steps. The smell of fear was strong, encouraging. It might tip into panic with the right push. But Mary was only 400 yards from the rim, and while she was exhausted, the bat didn't detect the metallic tang of true exhaustion in her sweat. Not yet. Ellen's body, however, was bleeding out. The bleeding wasn't out of control yet, but it would be soon. Tack considered sending the Cantor to stop her. But what good would it do? The woman would likely walk right through them, as if they didn't exist. She must know that Ellen couldn't hurt her. If she didn't, she'd still be cowering in the field office. How had she known? The prey boy or his god, it didn't matter. Ellen's body was failing, and Mary had a head start, but neither of those facts mattered either. "I'm coming just the same," it whispered, beginning to move along the bench toward the road. It would beat this body to flinders if it had to, but it would catch her. Ellen turned, spat blood, grinned. The woman who'd once considered a run for school board, who'd lunched with friends, who'd fantasized about a Diet Coke commercial hunk, was gone. "It doesn't matter how fast you hurry," Tack called after her. "You're not getting away." The bat dive-bombed Mary again, and she swatted it away with a curse, but it only veered and circled back like a spotter plane. The rim was closer now, perhaps 200 yards, but it still felt impossibly far. Each breath was a struggle, torn from the air, her heart hammering and a deep stitch burning in her side. She thought she was in shape, but nothing could have prepared her for this. Her sneakers slid on the gravel, her trembling legs unable to correct. She dropped to one knee to avoid a faceplant, feeling her jeans tear and gravel bite into her skin. Warm blood trickled down her leg. The bat was on her instantly, cheeping and battering its wings in her hair. She swung a closed fist, a lucky punch that caught the creature and sent it fluttering to the road. She struggled up and stamped on it, a sharp, bird-like cry of satisfaction escaping her as it crunched under her sneaker. As she started to turn, she glimpsed a shadow moving below. Ellen's voice floated up, thick and gargled, calling her name, saying she wanted to go with her to see David. Mary whispered a curse and started walking again, forcing air into her lungs, rubbing the pain in her side. She would have run if she could. Ellen's voice followed her, almost laughing, telling her she couldn't get away. The rim seemed to recede with every step. Mary lowered her head and focused on her sneakers. The next time Ellen called, the voice was closer, and Mary forced herself to walk faster. She fell twice more before reaching the rim, the second fall knocking the wind out of her. It took precious seconds to get her breath back. She wished Ellen would call again, but the voice was silent, and Mary was too afraid to look back. But 5 yards from the top, she finally did. Ellen was less than 20 yards below, her mouth dropped open like an air scoop, blood misting with each breath, her blouse soaked. She saw Mary looking, grimaced, and reached out with clawed hands, trying to sprint forward and grab her. She couldn't. Mary found she could sprint. It was the look in Ellen's eyes that drove her. Nothing human in them, nothing at all. She reached the pit's rim, the air screaming thinly in and out of her throat. The road ran flat for 30 yards, then tilted down. A tiny yellow spark winked in the blackness of the desert floor, the blinker in the center of town. Mary set her eyes on it and ran a little faster. David's father confronted him with a tight, anxious voice as the boy started toward the Ryder truck's rear door, his body instinctively moving to block the exit. Steve watched, sympathetic but doubtful it would do any good. If David was determined to leave, he would leave. The boy held up Johnny's wallet, explaining his intent to return it. His father vehemently refused, arguing that the man was likely already gone and good riddance. But David was certain he knew where Johnny was, that he was close, and that he was supposed to find him. The boy's calm conviction was unsettling. Steve interjected, a note of uncertainty in his own voice, reminding David he'd said the chain was broken. David admitted that was before he'd seen the picture in the wallet. He had to go now. It was their only chance. His father didn't understand. But he stepped away from the door, his questions about the picture's meaning unanswered. David told him he wouldn't explain. There wasn't time. When Cynthia asked if they were coming, he shook his head, promising to return with Johnny if he could. His father called it insane, but his protest was hollow, lacking conviction. David countered that he was no more likely to be eaten alive than when he'd escaped the coyote. The real danger was staying put. Steve nodded, running the rear door up. The cool desert night breathed against his face. David embraced his father, and as Ralph's arms closed around him, the boy was seized by a powerful force that shot through him like rain. He convulsed, gasping, staggering backward, his hands shaking. His father cried out in alarm, but the force was gone as quickly as it had come. For a moment, David had seen the china pit from above, a glimmering, wretched alabaster sinkhole in the moonlight. He'd heard a voice, inhuman, calling out. He shook his head, clearing it, and looked at the few who remained of their group. He dropped the wallet, and he bent to retrieve it, tucking it into his shirt. He told his father, and Steve and Cynthia, that they had to go to the pit. Mary needed help. She'd escaped and was running toward town, with Tack chasing her. They had to go now. His father tried to reach for him, but David ducked away and jumped into the street. Cynthia called after him, questioning the wisdom of splitting up. David shouted back, desperate and confused, admitting it felt wrong, but swearing there was no other choice. His father yelled for him to come back. David turned, his eyes meeting his father's frantic gaze, and ordered them to go to help Mary. Then he was gone, running into the dark, one hand pumping the air, the other holding Johnny's wallet against his chest. Ralph tried to jump out after him, but Steve and Cynthia held him back. He struggled, but not with full force, protesting that he couldn't lose his son, too. Cynthia urged him to trust that David knew what he was doing. The best way to protect him was to follow his instructions. Ralph took a deep breath, exhaled, and reasoned out loud. David had gone after the conceited asshole to return his wallet, and if asked why, he'd say it was God's will. Cynthia agreed, adding that it was probably the truth. Ralph turned to Steve, asking if he would leave his boy behind. Steve shook his head. Ralph gathered himself, a stony resolve settling on his features. He'd leave God to protect his kid until they got back. That bastard Marinville certainly wouldn't do it. A single thought flashed through Johnny's mind as the wolf charged. The kid had said the creature wanted them to leave. Maybe it was a glitch in the boy's second sight, or maybe Tack had just seen an opportunity to pick him off. Either way, he was royally screwed. Terry's voice, from behind him, offered a wry, unhelpful agreement. He brandished the hammer, shouting at the wolf in a shrill, unfamiliar voice. The animal broke left, circling, growling, its shoulder knocking a teacup from a cabinet to shatter on the floor. Static burst from the radio. Johnny took a step toward the door, picturing his escape. But the wolf was back in the aisle, head down, hackles raised, its eyes glowing with terrible intelligence. He retreated, holding the hammer up like a knight's sword, his palms sweating against the rubber grip. The wolf was huge, the hammer ridiculously small by comparison. He muttered a plea to God, but felt no presence, no comfort. Prayer was just magical thinking, a word for when things fell apart. If there was a God, why would he help a man who deserted the others? The wolf barked, a high, absurd sound, then crouched, its hindquarters lowering. Johnny realized a split second too late that it wasn't about to defecate, it was about to leap. He screamed, a frantic, desperate plea, and turned to run. Despite his mind's frantic command to flee, his body disobeyed, stepping forward as if guided by an unseen hand. There was no sense of possession, only a profound awareness that he was no longer alone. The terror drained away, and with it the instinct to run. He pushed off from the table, cocked the hammer back, and hurled it just as the wolf launched itself. He was certain it would spin wide and high. He pitched in high school. He knew the feel of a wild throw, but the hammer flew true, a plain craftsman tool that struck the wolf dead center between the eyes. The crack of impact was solid, final. The green light in the animal's eyes died, replaced by the dull glass of marbles, as blood began to pour from its split skull. The wolf's body hit him in the chest, driving him back against the table, sending a spike of pain through his lower back. For a moment, he smelled the creature, a dry, cinnamony scent like ancient spices, and saw its bloody face, the teeth that should have torn his throat out now impotent, its tongue and a crescent scar on its muzzle visible. Then it dropped at his feet, a heavy, lifeless bundle. Gasping, he staggered back, bending to retrieve the hammer, then whirled clumsily, expecting the wolf to rise again. It was impossible that he'd made that shot. The throw had been going high, he knew it, but the wolf lay still. Terry's voice, quiet and sardonic, asked if it was time to reconsider David's God. He denied it, calling it a lucky shot, a 1 in 1,000 carnival win. She pointed out he'd said it was going high. He snapped back, his voice hoarse and teary, accusing her of always telling him he was wrong. Her voice came again, not with contempt but despair, reminding him he'd left him to die, and that he continued to deny God even after calling on him and being answered. He countered, defensively, that he was a man who knew the difference between God and a free throw, a man who knew when to get out while the getting was good. He waited for her response, but there was none. He reviewed the moment with his near-perfect recall, finding nothing but his own arm and an ordinary hammer. No special effects, no divine intervention. The fear and emptiness he felt were temporary. He'd knock the cotter pin loose, get the ATV running, and leave this place behind. A voice from the doorway made him spin around. David stood there looking at the wolf, his face unsmiling. Johnny dismissed the throw as luck. The boy questioned that, but Johnny deflected, asking if his father knew he was out. When David confirmed it, Johnny stated flatly that he wouldn't be persuaded to stay. He swung at the cotter pin, missed, and smashed his hand against the metal, crying out in pain. He sucked his scraped knuckles, then tried again, this time popping the pin free. It rolled under the feet of the woman who looked like Terry. He refused to read anything into that. He told David he was out of luck if he'd come to talk theology, and offered to take him to Austin. The boy held up his wallet, saying it had fallen from his pocket. Johnny's mouth went dry. He asked what David wanted, offering money or an autograph. David noted the irony of a man who couldn't hit a coupling from 4 inches away, making such a perfect throw. Johnny told him to shut up, to bring the wallet or keep it. David mentioned the picture inside. Johnny, Halberstam, and another man in front of a bar called the Viet Cong Lookout. He said he was more interested in the ordinary-sized guy in the middle, the one in the gray shirt and Yankees cap, the one who'd shown him the China pit from his own Viet Cong lookout. That guy was Johnny. Johnny called it crap, the same crazed talk he'd been spouting. Then David sang, softly and perfectly on key, a snippet of a song. It hit Johnny like a physical blow. The hammer fell from his hand. He screamed for the boy to stop, but David continued, naming the band, the singer, and declaring it was the song playing when Johnny died. Images cascaded through his mind. ARVN soldiers looting corpses, Terry's bleeding nose after he'd slapped her, Trajan kicking him on the highway. The memories were a landslide threatening to bury him. He refused to go back, slamming the hammer against the ore cart, shouting his refusal. David spoke calmly, explaining that Johnny had been dead, not physically, but in spirit, when he'd stopped changing, stopped feeling. His suicide attempts were just playing catch-up. And now, God could raise the dead. Johnny didn't want to be raised, but David said it was too late, it had already happened. Johnny screamed his defiance, but David told him Tack would be waiting in Austin and everywhere else. The boy held out the wallet, and in Johnny's mind, the song and the heat and the green of Vietnam all swirled together. Austin came out as a feeble whisper, accompanied by a sense of splitting, of being two people at once. David's voice was relentless, a calm and terrible prophecy. He said that if Johnny left now, Tack would be waiting for him not just in Austin, but in every hotel room, every speaking hall, every fancy lunch. When he was with a woman, it would be Johnny who undressed her, but Tack who had sex with her. The worst part was that he might live like that for a long time, a hollow shell, the empty well of the eye. Johnny tried to scream his refusal, but no sound came. The hammer slipped from his fingers as he swung at the ore cart again. His strength failed, his knees buckled, and he sank to the floor with a choked, drowning cry. The sense of division within him was now undeniable, a literal fracturing of his self. One part of him, John Edward Marinville, the cynic, wanted to flee, to escape to Austin and beyond. The other part, the part that was simply Johnny, wanted to stay, to fight, to burn his brain in David's God, and go out like a moth in a flame. "Suicide!" his heart cried out. "Suicide! Suicide!" Images crashed through his mind. ARVN soldiers scavenging corpses. A drunk, wet-haired man climbing out of a hotel pool, laughing as cameras flashed. Terry's bleeding nose after he'd slapped her. The cop's boot connecting with his ribs on the desert highway. The cop's words echoed. "It makes me furious. It makes me sick with rage." Then he felt himself leave his own body, grasped by unseen hands, and turned out of his flesh like change from a pocket. He stood ghost-like beside the kneeling man, watching him weep and hold out his hands, begging for his wallet back. He saw the boy kneel beside the man, saw the man take the wallet and tuck it away, then press his hands together as David had done. The kneeling man asked what to say, how to start. The boy answered simply, "What's in your heart?" At that, the ghost rejoined the man. Clarity flooded the world, bright and searing like napalm. And in his mind, he heard the song again, the one from Vietnam. Johnny raised his hands, his eyes, and prayed. He asked God for help, for strength, to do what he was sent here to do, to be whole, to live again. Tack, in its dying vessel, was filled with a moment of triumph. It had come so close, actually touched the OSPA's hair, but the woman had eluded it, extending her lead as she ran downhill. Ellen's body was failing rapidly. The bleeding was a flood. Her lung had ruptured. But if Tack could just catch Mary, it wouldn't matter. Then a miracle. The bitch's feet tangled, and she took a spectacular tumble, plowing downhill and coming to a stop, trembling, unable to rise. Tack saw her try to get a knee under her, only to collapse again. Now. Tack, I won. It forced Ellen's body into a run, gambling on the last of its energy, its agility. Ellen's breathing was a wet chug, her senses graying at the edges. But she would last a little longer. Just a little. 140 yards. 120. Take ran at the fallen woman, screaming in soundless, hungry triumph. Mary heard the approach, the gargled yelling, the thud of shoes on gravel. It felt distant, dreamlike. A voice in her head urged her to get up, but she couldn't. Then she saw the thing bearing down on her. Ellen's body, hair flying, a ruptured eye, blood exploding from its mouth, its face a mask of starving, predatory rage. The voice screamed at her, and she struggled, managing to get her knee under her, to pull herself up. The Ellen thing was in full sprint, exploding out of its clothes, screaming a howl of rage and hunger. Mary got to her feet, screaming herself, and threw herself into a downhill run. A hot, sickening hand slapped between her shoulder blades, trying to grab her shirt. She hunched forward, almost falling, but the hand slipped away. A guttural growl, and this time the hand closed in her hair, slick with sweat. The fingers slid away. She ran in lengthening leaps, fear mingling with a crazy exhilaration, a thud from behind her. She risked a look back and saw the Ellen thing crumpled on the ground, curled like a crushed snail, its hands grasping at empty air. Mary turned and focused on the blinker light ahead. It was closer now, and there were other lights, headlights coming her way. She ran toward them, never seeing the large shape that passed silently above her. Tack had come so close, only to fail. Ellen's feet had crossed and it went down, listening to the rupturing sounds inside the body, rolling onto its back, moaning with pain and hate. Then it saw the dark shape above, a gliding crucifix against the stars, and felt a fresh burst of hope. The wolf was too far, but it had been wrong to think the wolf was the only vessel. There was this, it whispered in the old language, holding up Ellen's dying arms. The golden eagle fluttered down into them, staring into Tack's dying face with rapt eyes. As Johnny and David worked together to roll the ore cart away from the ATV, Johnny warned the boy not to look at the hanging bodies. David assured him he had no intention of doing so. He'd seen enough corpses to last a lifetime. Johnny moved toward the driver's side, tripped over the hammer, and David caught his arm. They exchanged a brief, light-hearted jab about each other's age and mouthiness. Johnny retrieved the hammer, considered tossing it back onto the work table, then tucked it into his belt instead. It felt right there. He pushed a blue button on a control box, and the metal door rattled open. The air that rushed in smelled of sage and Indian paintbrush, fresh and sweet. David inhaled deeply, smiled, and said it was nice. Johnny agreed, inviting him to hop in. The boy climbed into the passenger seat of the high-slung vehicle, and the engine caught immediately as Johnny turned the key. As they rolled out, Johnny found himself slipping into a strange reverie, convincing himself that none of this was real, just the kernel of an idea for a new novel. A fantasy, perhaps even a horror story, a departure from serious literature. But he was getting on, and he had the right to take himself less seriously. In his mind, he was just out for a ride with his son, heading to an ice cream stand, about to tell a few war stories. A nudge from David brought him back. He realized he'd been sitting idly at the street's edge, lost in thought. He admitted he was fine, just thinking about kids. David was the first one he'd been around since his own youngest went off to college. He called David. Okay, if a little God-obsessed. David smiled his thanks. Johnny swung the ATV around, its headlights sweeping Main Street. He noticed a leprechaun weather vane lying in the street, and Steve's truck was gone. He assumed they'd followed David's instructions and were heading up to the pit. David was confident they'd find Mary and wait for them. Johnny asked if he thought they'd find her. David was almost positive and thought she was okay, though it had been close. He said Johnny would come out of this all right, too, and might even write about it. Johnny admitted he usually wrote about what happened to him, but this was different. They passed the American West, and Johnny asked about Audrey's story. David said most of it was true. She wasn't a bad person, just caught in something like a landslide. An act of God, Johnny said. Their God, David agreed. And God is cruel, Johnny added. Right again, David confirmed. Johnny remarked that the boy had some tough ideas. Passing the municipal building where David's sister had been killed and his mother taken, David scrubbed his face with his hands, looking suddenly young. He mentioned what God had told Job, essentially to fuck off. Johnny asked if David wanted to share something really bad. The boy began to tell a story about his best friend Brian, how they'd built a bottle-cap Parthenon, watched old horror movies, and had a favorite catchphrase about the mummy. Brian had been hit by a drunk driver, fracturing his skull and ending up in a coma, not expected to live. Johnny guessed the rest. David had prayed, and Brian had recovered. David confirmed it, but Johnny said it seemed perfectly sane and reasonable after everything they'd been through. David explained he'd prayed at a place special to them, a platform and a tree they'd called the Viet Cong Lookout. Johnny was surprised by the name, but David was serious. He'd made a promise. If God made Brian better, he'd do something in return. Brian got better almost immediately. The bad part, David said, wasn't paying back. He didn't mind that. It was that God had known David would be coming out here, had known what he'd need to know, and had hurt Brian to get him there. Johnny agreed God was cruel, but noted Brian was alive. Maybe it wasn't all about David. Maybe Brian would go on to do something important. David considered this. Johnny then asked about Tak. Was it an Indian spirit? A Manitou? A Wendigo? He wanted to know what they were really dealing with. David explained his belief that Tak was less a spirit or demon, and more like a disease, an ancient presence that predated even the Indians. It was the unformed heart, and its true location, on the other side of the throat at the bottom of the well, might not even be on Earth or in normal space. Tak was a complete outsider, so fundamentally different that human minds couldn't truly grasp it. Johnny noticed the boy shivering, his face pale in the starlight, and offered to drop the subject. David nodded, then pointed ahead. The Ryder van was stopped, its headlights fanning out toward the embankment. They must have found Mary. Johnny agreed, and they drove on in silence, each lost in thought. Johnny was wrestling with questions of identity, unsure who he was anymore. He was about to ask David about food when his head suddenly exploded with silent, brilliant light. He jerked back, a strangled cry escaping him, his face contorted. The ATV swerved toward the road's edge. David grabbed the wheel, correcting their course just in time. Johnny's eyes opened. He braked instinctively, and they stopped, the ATV idling near the truck. People stood by the van, watching. David breathed a curse, remarking on how close they'd come. Johnny, dazed, laughed shakily, thanking David. The boy asked if it was a God bomb, a moment of revelation like Saul on the road to Damascus. Johnny, suddenly wary, lied, saying it was a seizure, a stress-related petit mal. He claimed he'd had them before, but this was the first in almost a year. He started driving again, avoiding David's gaze, feeling the boy's scrutiny like probing fingers. Tak, now inhabiting a golden eagle, sat on the north rim of the pit, its talons gripping the rotted wood of a fallen tree. With the eagle's sharp eyes, it had no trouble picking out the ATV below, and the two figures in it, the rider and the boy. The shitting prey boy here, after all. Tak had tried to divert him in his vision, to frighten him away, but the boy's God was strong. Whether he was strong enough remained to be seen. The ATV stopped short of the truck. The rider and the boy talked, and then the boy's father started toward them, rifle in hand, only to stop as the open vehicle moved forward. They were all together again, despite Tak's efforts. But all was not lost. The eagle's body wouldn't last long, an hour or two at most, but it was strong and eager, a honed weapon. Tak ruffled its wings, rose into the air, and glided toward the china pit, spiraling down toward the black square of the drift. It landed with a harsh cry, then hopped into the tunnel, finding a niche on the left side. There it waited, wings folded, for all of them, but mostly for Prey Boy. It would rip his throat out with one talon, his eyes with the other. He'd be dead before any of them knew what had happened. Mary sat on the truck's bumper, wrapped in a blanket, clutching a bottle of Jolt. Her hair was plastered flat, her eyes huge, her body trembling. She felt like a refugee. Ralph gave David a fierce one-armed hug, lifting him off his feet. Mary slid to the ground, staggering, the muscles of her legs still trembling from her desperate run. Cynthia asked if she was okay. Mary said she'd be fine in about 5 years. Steve joined them, asking about Ellen. David said she was dead, that the thing inside her was finished. Mary walked over, rubbing her aching thighs. She concluded that the Ellen body was finished, and Tack was stuck in its hole again. David's hesitant agreement made her uneasy. When Steve asked if there was anyone else it could get into, David was more certain no. Cynthia pumped her fist, celebrating that it was fallen and couldn't get up, but Mary pressed David. They weren't done, were they? They had to close the drift. David nodded, confirming they had to seal it in. First the untack, then the drift. Ralph put an arm around him, agreeing. Steve declared himself ready for whatever came next, and Cynthia echoed his sentiment, saying she hadn't been in any hurry to get to Bakersfield anyway. When David looked to her, Mary confirmed her commitment. It was God who'd shown her how to escape, and she owed something to Peter, whose killer she intended to make pay. David turned to Johnny, who posed 2 questions. First, what would happen when this was over? If the mining company reopened the pit, they'd likely find the China shaft again, rendering their efforts useless. David grinned, seeming relieved. That was God's problem, not theirs. Their task was to close the intact in the tunnel, then ride away and never look back. Johnny's second question was more personal. Could he take David out for ice cream afterward and tell him some high school war stories? David agreed, as long as he could tell Johnny when they got boring. Johnny assured him that was impossible. The boy walked back to the truck with Mary, slipping his arm around her waist and leaning his head against her. She felt like she could be that for him if he needed it. Steve and Cynthia took the cab, while Ralph and Johnny sat across from Mary and David in the back. When the truck stopped halfway up the grade, Mary felt David's grip tighten. They were at the place where his mother's body lay. He knew it. He breathed rapidly, shallowly, and Mary urged him wordlessly. He pressed his face against her breast, and soon she felt his tears. Across from them, Ralph sat with his knees pulled up and his hands over his face. Mary stroked David's hair, murmuring that it was all right. Doors slammed, feet crunched on gravel. Cynthia's horrified voice carried faintly, and Steve hushed her. Ralph wiped his eyes, came to Mary's side, and put his arm around David. David groped for his father's hand. Ralph's streaming eyes met Mary's, and she began to cry too. They heard Steve and Cynthia carrying Ellen's body away, and Mary hoped Steve wouldn't come back with well-meaning lies. The footsteps paused, then returned. The doors slammed, the engine revved, and they started off again. David raised his head, thanked Mary, and she smiled, kissing his cheek. She clasped her arms around her knees, watching the blinker light draw away in the dark. The world she'd known, malls, restaurants, MTV, workouts, seemed to be receding, as easy as a penny slipping through a hole. Johnny asked David if he knew how Tack had gotten into Ripton. David shook his head. Johnny nodded, as if expecting that, and sat back. Mary realized she sort of liked him, despite everything. He bounced back from being scared, and when he wasn't being an asshole, he could be amusing. He mentioned missing a lecture, and Mary supplied the title of the play he was quoting. They laughed together, joined by David and Ralph, the laughter a brief release. The truck crossed the rim and started down the far side. The humor drained away as they all felt something. David asked his father if he felt it. Ralph confirmed he felt something. Mary started shivering again. David told her it wouldn't be much longer. Good, she said. Soon the truck stopped, and Steve and Cynthia came around to the back. Last stop, Steve said. Mary worked herself out, aching all over. She took 3 of Johnny's aspirin, washing them down with the last of her jolt. They were at the bottom of the China pit. The field office loomed, and Mary felt a wave of nausea. The police cruiser was still there, driver's door open, hood raised. She asked Johnny to put his arm around her and walk her to the car. She had something to do. David urged her to hurry, but she insisted it would only take a second. Leaning into the cruiser's stench, she ripped the plastic bear off the dashboard. She told it they were gone, then dropped it and stamped on it, feeling it crunch under her sneaker. It was the most satisfying moment of the nightmare. Johnny quipped about symbolic affirmations, but she told him to shut up and let go of her. He dropped his hand, and they walked back to the others. Steve asked David if that was the place, pointing to a squarish hole up the slope. David confirmed it was the China shaft. Ralph murmured, "Can tack in, can ta," and David agreed. Steve asked how they were going to blow it up. David pointed to the concrete cube near the field office. They had to get inside there first. They walked toward the concrete cube of the powder magazine under the vast, dark lid of the pit. Ralph took hold of the padlock, testing its resistance with a sharp, exploratory tug, then worked the action of the Ruger. The metallic report echoed off the silent walls, ringing out like a challenge in the tomb-like stillness. He ordered them to stand back, adding a wry caveat about the difference between cinematic heroics and reality. Before anyone could move, Johnny darted back to the rider truck, his boots scuffing on the gravel. The others listened to him rummage, the sounds of shifting equipment followed by a muttered exclamation of discovery. He returned with a Black Bell motorcycle helmet, its face shield fully intact, and pressed it into Ralph's hands. He explained that the helmet was a brain bucket, seldom worn due to his own claustrophobia, and urged him to put it on. Ralph complied, the helmet transforming his head into a faceless, futuristic curve. As he turned back to the lock, Johnny stepped away, and the others fell back with him. Mary rested her hands on David's shoulders, grounding herself. Ralph's muffled voice came through the helmet, telling them to turn away. Mary braced herself for David's protest. Given the horrors of the last 12 hours, she expected an outpouring of fear for his father's safety. But the boy remained silent, his face an unreadable pale blur in the gloom. Under her hands, his shoulders were still. She wondered if he had seen this moment in his vision, if the serenity was born of a certainty that all would be well. Another thought hovered, unwelcome. Perhaps he simply knew there was no other choice. The silence stretched, long and heavy. Then a single, sharp report cracked the air, the kind of high whip crack that was swallowed by the open space rather than echoing. A startled bird cry, sharp and brief, rose in its wake and then fell silent. Mary found herself wondering why the thing, Tack, had not loosed its animals against them, as it had against the town's people. Perhaps the 6 of them together formed a protection, made special by David's presence, elevating them as a great player elevates a team. They turned back. Ralph was bent over the lock, peering through the visor. The metal was warped and twisted, a large black bullet hole punched through its center, but it stubbornly held when he yanked on it. He told them to turn away once more, and they did. Another whip crack split the air, and this time no bird cry followed. When they faced him again, Ralph yanked the lock free, its arm popping out of the ruined innards. He tossed it aside and pulled off the helmet, grinning with satisfaction. David ran to him, and they connected in a quick, celebratory high-five. Steve pulled the heavy door open, peering into the absolute blackness within. He made a joke about its density. Cynthia asked about a light switch. He fumbled along the wall, finding it, but the click-click yielded no light. Mary, her nerves frayed, warned about spiders. She realized, with a sinking feeling, that the flashlight she'd taken from the field office was gone, probably lost in her desperate flight. The hatchet, too. Johnny lamented their lack of preparedness. Steve remembered a long-barreled flashlight behind the seat of the truck, buried under maps. Johnny told him to retrieve it. For a moment, a strange tension passed between them, a look on Steve's face that Mary couldn't decipher. When Steve called him boss, the title hung in the air, acknowledged. Steve turned and jogged back to the truck. Mary's mind couldn't grasp it, But Steve felt the shift. It was the first real order Johnny had given him since the tour began, and the old, unconscious title had slipped out. He hadn't thought of Johnny as the boss until this moment, despite the theatrical mannerisms. But now, everything felt different. He muttered to himself, unable to pinpoint the change as he dug through the clutter behind the seat. He found the heavy flashlight, tested its beam, and hurried back. Cynthia, her voice pitched with anxiety, instructed him to check for spiders and snakes. Steve stepped into the magazine, sweeping the light methodically across the floor, walls and ceiling, finding them clear. Johnny stationed David just outside the door as a lookout. Steve's beam fell on a warning sign, detailing the federal regulations for keeping blasting agents and boosters separate. The rear wall was lined with spikes holding coils of wire and thick white cord. Dick cord, he guessed. Against the wall stood two heavy chests. One, labeled for dynamite and caps, stood open and empty. The other, marked for the blasting agent, was padlocked shut. Johnny identified the contents of the locked chest as ANFO. Mary asked how he knew, and he offered a vague answer. Ralph, holding the Ruger, pointed out the insanity of trying to shoot off another padlock and asked for other ideas. Johnny seemed unconcerned. Steve approached the open chest. Johnny told him not to bother with the dynamite. He was right. Inside, however, was a body. A man in a Georgetown Hoyas t-shirt, shot in the head. Steve steeled himself against the smell and worked at the key ring on the corpse's belt. Cynthia started toward him, and he told her to stay back. A beetle crawled from the corpse's mouth. He heard the faint rustle of more insects. The key ring was stubborn, and he finally tore the entire loop free from the belt. He closed the lid and crossed the room. He found Johnny staring down at his motorcycle helmet, murmuring a strange, melancholic joke. Steve asked if he was okay, and Johnny replied he was fine, but his eyes told a different story. Steve handed the keys to Ralph. The third key he tried worked, and they opened the chest. Inside, one partitioned bin held half a dozen drawstring bags of what looked like cheesecloth filled with white pellets. Steve lifted one, its weight feeling like 10 pounds. It was labeled ANFO with caution flammable explosive. Steve voiced the immediate problem. With no blasting caps or dynamite, how could they set it off? Johnny asked to speak to him alone, citing unfinished business and an apology. Cynthia protested, and Mary argued against the delay. But Johnny's eyes were signaling urgently, and Steve agreed. Johnny suggested they each take a bag. Ralph muttered a cynical observation about the ANFO being more useful for a campfire than an explosion. Cynthia, uneasy, demanded to know what was happening. Johnny assured her it was nothing, and they shuffled out, each carrying a bag. David slipped back inside before Johnny could speak. The boy's cheeks still bore faint green traces of dried soap, and his eyelids were bruised a deep purple, a shade Steve recognized from a girlfriend's makeup, though on David it looked like shock rather than style. The boy's gaze went straight to Johnny, a brief glance at Steve barely registering. He asked if everything was okay. Johnny confirmed it and instructed Steve to hand David a bag of ANFO. David took the bag, staring down at it, lost in thought. Then abruptly he looked up and demanded Johnny empty his pockets. All of them. Steve started to protest, but Johnny silenced him with a strange, bitter smile, saying the boy knew what he was doing. With methodical compliance, Johnny unbuckled his chaps and turned out his jeans pockets, handing his belongings, wallet, keys, the hammer, to Steve. He even leaned forward so David could inspect his shirt pocket. Then, with a lack of ceremony that was almost theatrical, he unbuckled his pants and pushed them down. Beneath, he wore plain blue cotton briefs, his gut hanging over them. For a moment, he looked like a wealthy beachcomber, his body a testament to a life of ease. He turned in a slow, deliberate circle, arms slightly raised, displaying his bruises and his emptiness to the boy. He pulled his jeans and chaps back on and asked if he should remove his boots too. David declined, but still ran a hand through the chap's pockets before stepping back, his face troubled but not panicked. He told them to have their talk, but to hurry. They were alone. Johnny moved to the back of the magazine, away from the door, and Steve followed the smell of the corpse mixing with the fuel oil tang of the place. He wanted out. Steve understood. David had been checking for the cantas, the stone carvings like the one Audrey had used. Johnny confirmed it, calling the boy wise. Steve tried to brush off the need for an apology for leaving, but Johnny insisted he owed many. He reclaimed his belongings, tucking the hammer back into his chaps with finality. He admitted to a moment of revelation, a God bomb in David's parlance, and confessed he'd lied about not having one. He wondered, with a bitter edge, if God had picked him, because he was such a good liar. Steve pressed him for details, for a plan. Johnny admitted he didn't know completely. He picked up the rifle and the helmet, weighing them in his hands. Steve declared he couldn't do what Johnny was asking, that he didn't trust him enough. Johnny replied that he had to, handing him the rifle, claiming he was all they had. Johnny stepped closer, and Steve saw the change. The pomposity, the frantic vagueness that had always seemed to mask a lost thought, was gone. He looked younger, stronger. Johnny explained that David believed he was meant to be the final sacrifice, to die in the mine. But David was wrong. His voice cracked as he said it, and Steve saw the man was almost crying. Johnny grabbed his arm, his grip painfully tight, and told him to grab David when the moment came, not to let go no matter how the boy fought. He asked if Cynthia would help, and then pleaded for Steve's trust. He retrieved 2 bags of ANFO, tossing one to Steve and keeping one for himself. Steve asked how he planned to set the stuff off without caps or dynamite. He wondered if God was going to send a lightning bolt. Johnny replied, "That's what David thought, but he didn't think it would be anything so extreme." They walked out into the dying night to join the others. At the bottom of the slope, 20 yards from the China shaft's opening, Johnny halted them. He directed them to tie the drawstrings of the ANFO bags together in pairs. He slipped one pair around his neck, the sacks hanging like counterweights. Steve took another pair. David took the last set from his father and did the same. Ralph looked troubled, seeking an answer from Johnny. Johnny gave a subtle signal for silence, a finger to his lips, and Ralph held his tongue. Johnny asked if everyone was ready. Mary pressed for the plan, David answered, stating simply that they would do what God told them. David led the way up the treacherous slope, moving sideways to keep his balance. The ground crumbled with each step. Johnny followed, his heart pounding and his nose throbbing. He felt a strange sense of simplicity and clarity, even as his body protested. He urged himself not to weaken. David was in the lead, then his father, then Steve and Cynthia. Johnny and Mary brought up the rear. She asked about the helmet, and he made a cryptic joke, holding it up like a puppet. She called him crazy. By the time David reached the tunnel opening, Johnny's heart was a frantic drum in his chest. He forced himself to move faster, fearing David might enter the shaft before he could catch up. But David waited, and they all clustered at the entrance. A dank, cold smell emanated from the darkness, along with a faint, whispering sound like an elevator shaft. David suggested they pray. He held out his hands, and the others took them, forming a circle. Johnny stepped between Mary and Cynthia, dropping the helmet at his feet. They stood in the dark, listening to the earth's exhale. David began, "Whose father?" Johnny led them into the familiar rhythm of the Lord's Prayer, his voice steady as if he'd never strayed from it. The others joined in, Cynthia, raised in a minister's home, taking the lead after him, with Mary coming in last. The words echoed in the dark pit, a fragile circle of sound against a vast silence. When they reached the Amen, Cynthia added the doxology with a wry, almost playful nod to her own Protestant upbringing, her smile a small spark of normalcy. David was looking at Johnny now, his gaze intense. Johnny addressed God directly, asking for the strength to do his best and not to falter, acknowledging his own long history of weakness. He asked if David had anything to add, but the boy only shook his head, saying he'd already said his piece and let go of the hands holding his, breaking the circle. Johnny declared it was time to act, but Mary pressed for specifics. David stated he was supposed to go in alone. Johnny immediately rejected that, calling the boy's claim into question and insisting his divine guidance had gone silent. He offered a reluctant concession. David could go first. David's fear erupted, a frantic refusal to let his father follow. He voiced his terror of the roof collapsing, of the danger to his dad. Johnny cut him off harshly, telling him his wants didn't matter. Cynthia interceded, grabbing Johnny's arm and defending David. Johnny accused the boy of badgering himself, of needing to let go and trust whoever was really in charge. David muttered something inaudible, but Johnny understood. He acknowledged the cruelty of God, reminding the boy he'd known that all along. David's head bowed in resignation, a painful acceptance of what was coming. Johnny laid out their order of march. David, then Ralph, then Steve, and himself last. Cynthia insisted on being with Steve, and Johnny agreed to switch places with her. When Mary challenged his authority, he turned on her, his tone dangerously bright, asking if she wanted to lead. She backed down, confused. Johnny looked at David and his father standing together and felt the crushing weight of what he was allowing. He pushed the horror aside, barely believing it himself. Cynthia offered to carry the bags of Anfo, noting his exhaustion. Johnny refused, stating it wasn't far. David confirmed this, his voice trembling, and he held his father's hand with a desperate tenderness. Johnny looked away, sick, and met Steve's eyes, trying to convey a silent instruction. He told Steve to give David the flashlight. Johnny raised his hand toward the darkness of the shaft, the smell of old fire, and the faint roar of the mine filling his senses. He asked David to light their way. David's whispered refusal turned into a raw, agonized scream of protest, a plea for release from the burden he'd been given. Mary started toward him, but Johnny restrained her. David looked at his father, tears streaming, begging him to go back. Ralph refused, stating his resolve with quiet patience. David, his eyes on his father, and then on Johnny's demanding hand, turned and walked into the drift, his light revealing dancing motes and a brief glitter of gold. Ralph followed, and Steve came next. The flashlight beam traced carved symbols on ancient supports, then fell upon a litter of bones, human remains that had been there for over a century. Cynthia cried out a warning. A sudden explosion of movement, a frantic flapping in the dark, sent a wave of stale air washing over them. Mary screamed as the light jagged upward, revealing a terrifying shape with wings and golden eyes, its talons aimed directly at David. Ralph lunged, throwing himself over his son and driving them both to the bone-strewn floor. The flashlight fell, casting confusing shadows as the eagle's dark form swelled above them. Cynthia screamed for Steve to shoot. Johnny grabbed the rifle barrel, preventing the shot, warning that a gunshot would bring the whole mine down on them. The eagle's beak tore off one of Ralph's fingers, and its talons plunged into his face. David shrieked as Steve shoved into the fray, the shifting light revealing the bird's grip on Ralph's head. Steve tried to swing the rifle, but there was no room. He jabbed it forward like a lance, dislodging the finger from the eagle's beak. The bird's head slammed against the wall, but its talons only dug deeper into Ralph, one ripping open his neck. Johnny stepped forward, seized the talon in Ralph's throat and twisted, hearing a brittle crack. Steve drove the stock into the bird again. As a wing battered down on Johnny's head, he let go of the talon and grabbed the wing, yanking the eagle toward him. Ralph was pulled along, the talon still buried in his face and eye. Johnny prayed Ralph was already dead. David crawled out from under, his shirt soaked with his father's blood. Johnny shouted for Steve to finish it. Steve drove the stock into the bird's gullet, and Mary darted forward, seizing the eagle's neck and wringing it with brutal efficiency. There was a muffled crack, and the talon in Ralph's face relaxed. David's father collapsed, his head striking a rib cage, powdering it into ancient dust. David turned, his gaze falling on his father's still form. For a moment his eyes cleared, and he nodded with a grim acceptance, as if confirming a dark expectation. He bent to retrieve the fallen flashlight, but Johnny grabbed him around the waist, and the boy's composure shattered into a desperate struggle. He screamed that it was his job, his alone, fighting against Johnny's grip. Johnny held on, explaining that it wasn't. He tightened his hold, enduring the boy's kicks, and his hand moved with a pickpocket stealth to David's hip. He took what he was meant to take and left something else in its place. David raged, insisting he had to finish it, his cries becoming incoherent. Johnny called for Steve, who was still staring at the twitching eagle. When Steve finally responded, he came and took hold of David, who struggled with renewed frenzy. Johnny silenced him with a sharp command, and David went limp, his face a mask of utter desolation. Johnny retrieved his helmet and turned to the boy, who asked if he could feel God inside him. Johnny confirmed it. David spat in his face, and Johnny received it without flinching. He told the boy that he had spoken of God's cruelty without truly understanding it. He held David's face in his hands and asked if he knew how fantastically cruel God could be. The answer, he said, was that sometimes God makes us live. He picked up the flashlight and started down the drift, turning back to tell David to go to his friend Brian and make him a brother, to create a story of a highway accident to hold on to. He told him to pray for healing, and then excused him. David's confusion broke through as he repeated the words, and Johnny clarified, "Excused early." He ordered Steve to get them all out, to take them to the truck and drive away. Then Johnny turned and jogged into the darkness of China Shaft, his light bobbing ahead of him. He tripped, almost fell, and slowed his pace. The floor was littered with the detritus of the miner's desperate flight. Tin cups, ancient picks, rotted clothes, tiny deerskin slippers. Bones lay everywhere, and the walls were covered with Chinese characters, a testament to the madness that had overtaken them. Scattered among the remains were the kantaz, grotesque carvings of animals with monstrous tongues. They called to him, pulling at him with the seductive force of addiction, but he knew they held no power unless he touched them. He pressed on, the 2 bags of anfo swinging against his chest. He heard the groan of shifting rock, the earth's protest at his intrusion, and saw a dim zigzag of red light ahead. The smell of cold ashes grew stronger. A skeleton knelt against the wall, its skull grinning at him, and a voice whispered a warning in his mind. He kicked the skull away and hurried toward the light. He stood before a rift in the wall, just wide enough to squeeze through, and tossed his flashlight aside. He passed through the gap, entering the Ientak chamber. The murmuring sound from the shaft entrance became a chorus of whispering voices, enticing and forbidding. The walls were lined with carved stone faces, wolves, coyotes, hawks, rats, each with a reptilian shape protruding from its mouth. He felt himself being drawn toward the Inni, the well at the center of the chamber, and found he could not stop his own legs. The anfo bag swung against his chest as memories flickered through his mind. Terry, the Bel Air pool, the cop's empty eyes. He muttered a prayer for protection and allowed himself to be drawn forward. A ring of dead animals surrounded the innie, the final remnants of Tack's protectors. Smoke, or something like it, began to rise from the hole, a greasy brown-black muck that was alive. It curled toward him, taking the shape of clutching hands, and he felt it trying to pull him in. The carvings around him seemed to leer, and a voice whispered in his head, commanding him to open his mouth. He felt his jaw dropping, the urge to comply overwhelming, even as a part of him fought against it. He saw the muck forming into tubes, then into holes like eyes. The realization hit him with a sickening clarity. The muck was forming holes, 3 of them in a triangle, like whispering, leering eyes. He heard David's voice in his head, explaining that this was how Tack would transfer itself into him, the only way it could escape its narrow prison. The brownish-black substance twisted toward him, both horrifying and seductive, its holes becoming mouths that promised and whispered. He felt an inappropriate arousal stir, a grotesque testament to its pull. Then a sucking sensation, as if the very air was being drawn from his lungs. He snapped his mouth shut and yanked the motorcycle helmet down over his head. The muck spread across the face shield with a wet, obscene kiss, forming suckers that smeared and slid. He reached out, grabbed the substance, and twisted it like a wet cloth. His hands went numb, but the stuff tore away, some retreating, some dripping to the floor. He stood at the edge of the hole, between a heap of buzzard feathers and a dead coyote, and touched the bags of ANFO. He recalled Steve's question about how to set it off without caps or dynamite, and he admitted aloud that he hoped he knew. A voice roared up from the depths below. The voice of the cop, challenging him, mocking him. He tried to step back, but tendrils of muck wrapped around his ankles and jerked him forward. He tumbled into the innie head first, his helmeted skull cracking against the edge. He slid down the funnel-shaped well, the walls lined with razor-sharp crystals that shredded his back and buttocks. He tried to break with his forearms, and they were torn to ribbons. The pain was searing, all-consuming. The voice from below taunted him, shifting to the cadence of Ellen Carver's voice, cursing him in 2 languages. He laughed through his agony, a manic sound, and tried to turn over. The brown-black vapor surrounded him, its sucker mouth smearing across his face shield. Then suddenly he was at the bottom, curled and bleeding, his blood marking a clear path down the funnel's wall. The hole at the narrow end was less than an inch wide, and red light pulsed from it. The muck curled around his thighs, and he commanded it to let go. It fell back. A voice, Tack's voice, offered him life, healing, success, money, women. He asked if it could bring back David's father. The silence that followed was its answer. Then the pain redoubled, as if he were being attacked by piranhas. He tore open one of the ANFO bags with the hammer's claw and poured the white pellets into the narrow hole, obliterating the red light. Tack shrieked in fury. He emptied the first bag and grabbed the second, its fabric soaked with his blood. He poured that one in, too, filling the gullet until only a few inches of space remained. He fumbled in his chap pocket, his fingers finding a fat green shotgun shell. He slipped it into the eye hole at the bottom of the innie, a perfect fit. A voice whispered in his head, telling him he dared not. He remembered the cop's words, calling him a sorry excuse for a man and a writer. He shoved the helmet off and raised the hammer. With a laugh, he brought it down on the base of the shell, crying out an absurd confession of hatred for critics. In a single, blinding instant, the world dissolved into a silent, brilliant rose of red. He let himself fall, his last thoughts a desperate hope that David had gotten clear, that he would be all right. And then even that was gone. Steve barely registered the dead animals forming a rough ring around the truck. His mind was consumed by a primal need to escape. The towering walls of the china pit felt like the sides of a grave closing in. He reached the truck ahead of the others, who were flanking David, and tore open the passenger door. Cynthia began to ask what was happening, but he cut her off, ordering her inside and telling her to make room. He turned to David, asking if he was going to cause trouble. The boy shook his head, his eyes dull, but Steve remained wary. He boosted David into the cab and told Mary to get in, that they'd have to squeeze together. She scrambled in and closed the door as Steve ran around the front, his foot coming down on a buzzard with a sickening crunch. He had no idea how long Johnny had been gone. Time had lost all meaning. He slid into the driver's seat, his hand trembling on the key. The engine roared to life, and he pulled the truck into a wide circle, skirting the heavy machinery and the powder magazine. He passed the police cruiser, its open door and blood-spattered interior, a stark reminder of the horror they were leaving. Mary muttered a curse at it. They hit a bump, the truck lurching violently. Steve was thrown against the steering wheel, and a clatter came from the back. Cynthia nervously asked if he was pushing the truck too hard. He ignored her, scanning the mirror for the drift opening, but it was on the other side. Another, larger bump nearly launched them off the road. Mary screamed at him to slow down, but he pressed on, his eyes fixed on the pit rim ahead, the sky above it shifting from black to violet. He looked into the passenger mirror, searching for the mine's mouth, when a blinding white light exploded from the china shaft, filling the cab with a brilliant, searing glare. Mary cried out, shielding her eyes. Steve whispered that it was the boss. A heavy rumble shook the ground beneath them, and the truck began to shudder. Broken rock and gravel slid down the pit face, and the road itself started to collapse. Steve floored the accelerator, urging the truck to carry them over the rim before the ground gave way beneath them. The truck surged forward, wallowing for a moment on the crumbling edge before finding purchase. They shot across the rim, the pit erupting behind them in a colossal plume of dust that rose into the dawn sky like a funeral pyre. The descent down the north side was smoother. By the time they reached the desert floor and passed the bodega with its fallen sign, the sun had broken over the horizon. Steve slammed on the brakes at the south end of Desperation's Main Street. The town lay revealed in the harsh light of morning, a scene of desolation. The wide street was empty, sidewalks buried in sand, windows shattered, signs down, power lines snarled. The marquee of the American West lay in the street like a wrecked ship. Dead animals were everywhere. Coyotes, rats, scorpions, buzzards, they lay in the streets and on the rooftops, a silent testament to the night's horrors. David spoke, his voice flat, quoting scripture about setting bounds on the people and warning them not to touch the mount. He looked at Mary, and his face crumpled, his eyes filling with tears. He declared he was alone, that God had slaughtered his family. Mary pulled him into an embrace, pressing his face against her. Cynthia touched Steve's arm and suggested they find a cold beer and leave this place behind. They were back on Highway 50. Mary guided Steve, pointing out the way. They passed the Carver's RV, and David pressed his face against Mary, his tears soaking her shirt. For nearly 5 minutes he remained motionless, and she held him, feeling his silent grief as a good sign. The storm had left its mark on the highway, sand covering it in drifts. Steve navigated the truck through them in low gear. Cynthia asked if the road had been closed, but Steve doubted it, guessing most traffic had holed up in Ely and Austin. Mary spotted the Acura, a twinkle of sun on its windshield, and they pulled up beside it. She asked David if he wanted to ride with her, assuming it would start. He shrugged. She hopped out and walked to the car, the sight of it bringing a rush of memories of Peter. She knelt, feeling under the front bumper for the magnetic key box, but her fingers found nothing. The loss overwhelmed her, and she pressed her cheek to the cool metal, letting the tears come. David appeared beside her, touching her hand. He asked what was wrong. She explained she couldn't find the spare key, her voice breaking. He knelt beside her, wincing, and his fingers found the small gray box. He handed it to her, offering a quiet shrug. She smiled through her tears, and they agreed to ride together. Steve and Cynthia helped him up. Mary joked about feeling old, and Steve teased her. He asked if she was sure about driving the car, but she insisted on taking it one step at a time. David seemed to be withdrawing again, his gaze distant. She told Steve they'd caravan, and David predicted they'd only need to go 30 or 40 miles before the road was clear. Cynthia raised the question of what they'd tell the police. David answered first, suggesting they stick to the front part of the story. He outlined a version where the bad cop took them to town. They escaped to the theater, and that's where they spent the night. Steve tested the lie, and David confirmed it. He said his father had gone to look for his mother. Mary asked what the authorities would make of all the death and destruction. Steve offered a dark comparison to the Roswell incident, suggesting the government would cover it up in the same way. Cynthia playfully punched Steve's arm, calling him paranoid. He shrugged, suggesting the authorities might chalk it up to poison gas, something that had seeped from the earth and driven people mad. Mary agreed, emphasizing the need for a unified story, just as David had outlined. Cynthia's old, cynical demeanor flickered back, questioning whether anyone would believe the truth anyway. Steve turned the conversation, flirtatiously preferring her company to a battery of tests. She punched him again, harder, and caught David watching, asking if he thought her face was exotic. David turned away, his gaze fixed on the northern mountains. Mary walked to the Acura's driver's door, recalling that she'd need to adjust the seat. As she opened it, Steve gasped, a soft, horrified exclamation. She turned to see a colossal cloud of dark gray dust rising from the china pit, a grotesque shape forming in the sky, a wolf with a reptilian tongue, a monstrous silhouette against the dawn. Mary screamed, her hands flying to her face. David wrapped an arm around her waist, calming her, pointing out that the shape was already dissolving, that it couldn't hurt them. The wolf's form was tearing apart, letting the sun's rays pierce through. Steve urged them to leave. Mary. Her voice faint, agreed, and got into the car. David watched her adjust the seat, feeling a strange distance from himself. He thought of home, of playing slapjack with pie, a simple moment he would trade the world for. Mary started the engine, and it caught. She grinned, asking if he was ready. He said he was, but his voice was flat. Cynthia touched his neck, asking if he was okay. He nodded, and she kissed his cheek, whispering that he had to fight it. He said he would try, but the future felt impossibly heavy. He remembered Johnny's words, "Go to his friend Brian and make him a brother." But the holes inside him, for his mother, father, and sister, felt like permanent wounds. The sky wolf was almost gone. He whispered a defiant, "We beat you," as he walked to the car. A voice, Tax, whispered back in his mind, but he pushed it away. He intended to stay with Mary, Steve, and Cynthia as long as he could. They were the only ones who would understand. As he reached for the door, he stopped. Something was missing from his pocket. The shotgun shell. In its place was a folded piece of stiff blue paper. Steve called out, asking if something was wrong. David shook his head and opened the paper. It was an excused early pass from his school, the one he poked onto a nail at the Viet Cong. Look out the day he prayed for Brian. A memory of Felix Cavalier's song surfaced, but he couldn't believe it was real. Mary asked what he'd found, and he explained, Johnny had taken the shotgun shell from his pocket in the mine and left this in its place. He described how the shell had fallen during the struggle in the holding area and how Johnny must have used it to set off the explosion. Mary reached for the paper, but he held it, the words on it, and the scrawled message below. A final, impossible link to the man who had saved them all. David explained that the blue pass was from his school in Ohio, the one he'd poked onto a nail in a tree the previous fall. Mary's eyes widened with realization. He admitted he had no idea how Johnny had gotten it or where he'd hidden it, especially since he'd made the man empty his pockets in the powder magazine. Mary's voice was soft with understanding. David handed her the pass, suggesting Steve would confirm the handwriting. She read the scrawled message aloud. "Stay ahead of the mummy. 1 John 4:8. Remember?" She declared she'd bet $1 million it was Johnny's writing. David quoted the verse. "God is love." Mary asked if he truly believed that. He affirmed it, folding the pass and saying he guessed God was sort of everything. Cynthia waved from the truck, and Mary returned the gesture. Steve pulled out, and Mary followed, the Acura's wheels finding traction and carrying them forward. David leaned his head back, closed his eyes, and began to pray. The end. Thank you for staying until the very end. Stories like Desperation ask for more than your time. They ask for your imagination, your patience, and sometimes a little of your courage. I hope this journey through its lonely highways and silent desert has stayed with you long after the final page of the story. Stephen King has often spoken about how places themselves can inspire stories. The endless roads stretching across the American West, abandoned mining towns, and that uneasy feeling of being completely alone became the foundation for Desperation. What began as an unsettling image slowly grew into a novel about far more than monsters. King has said he never outlines every detail before he writes. Instead, he discovers the story alongside his characters, allowing them to guide him through the unknown. That freedom often makes the writing unpredictable, but it also gives his worlds a sense of frightening authenticity. Beneath the horror, Desperation quietly wrestles with questions that have challenged people for centuries. Why do innocent people suffer? What does faith look like when hope feels impossible? Can ordinary people still choose compassion in the face of overwhelming evil? The desert itself becomes more than a setting. It feels like a place where every illusion has been stripped away, leaving only the choices that define who we truly are. In 2006, Desperation found its way to the screen as a television film directed by Mick Garris, a longtime collaborator of King's, who also brought The Stand and The Shining miniseries to television. The screenplay was written by Stephen King himself, preserving much of the novel's dialogue and spirit. Ron Perlman delivered a memorable performance as the terrifying Sheriff Colleen Trajan, while Tom Skerritt, Steven Weber, Annabeth Gish, Charles Durning, Henry Thomas, and Matt Frewer helped bring the desperate travelers to life. Because King adapted his own novel, the film remained more faithful than many of his other screen adaptations, keeping its central themes of faith, sacrifice, and survival largely intact. Even so, the realities of television meant that several storylines were condensed. Some of the novel's deeper psychological moments were shortened, and the relentless pacing of the book had to be streamlined into a single feature-length experience. Much of the cosmic mystery surrounding Tak feels richer and more unsettling in the novel than it could on screen. Mick Garris approached the project with a deep respect for King's writing, focusing less on spectacle and more on the emotional weight carried by the characters. Filming took place in the harsh landscapes of Nevada, where the desert itself became an essential part of the storytelling. Rather than relying entirely on digital imagery, many of the locations were real, allowing the isolation and unforgiving heat to become something that they cast genuinely experienced. One small detail many viewers overlook is that several familiar faces appear because Garris frequently worked with the same performers across multiple Stephen King adaptations, creating an almost shared cinematic universe for longtime fans. Perhaps one of the most fascinating pieces of trivia lies outside the film itself. Desperation has a literary twin. Stephen King published The Regulators under his Richard Bachman pen name on the very same day in 1996. The two novels feature many of the same character names, but tell entirely different stories in parallel realities. An experiment unlike almost anything else in modern horror fiction. If this retelling sparked your curiosity, I hope you'll one day experience desperation. In Stephen King's own words, there are quiet moments, hidden details, and emotional layers that only the original novel can fully reveal. And if this story left you thinking, I'd love to hear what stayed with you the most. Did you see it as a story about evil, about faith, or simply about the strength ordinary people discover when everything else has been taken away? Your perspective may help someone else see the story in an entirely new light. If you'd like to continue exploring remarkable stories together, subscribing is a wonderful way to support these journeys. And if you know someone who loves unforgettable storytelling, consider sharing this one with them. Until our paths cross again in another world, imagined by another storyteller, remember that the most haunting stories never truly end. They linger quietly in forgotten places, waiting for someone willing to listen.